Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. Welcome. If you can hear me right now, put a one in the chat room and make sure my sound is right. Put a one in the chat room. Someone put a one in the chat room. Tell me they can hear me. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Right. Look, let me tell you something, folks. I think we're almost back at the level we was at. Like we didn't miss a beat. I look at the thing, 1,000 views from last couple of nights show, 1,000 views a piece. I'm like, whoa. So we're back. It didn't take a week for us to get back to where we were when we left off back in July. Wow, man. So it tells you this is going to be an explosive year, folks. And I need your help to build this platform. I need your real help to build this platform up and stuff. So thanks for joining me. Like I said, recap of last night's show. Oh man. Yeah, I can't fire Rasta, dreadlock Rasta, whatnot. He called in, whatnot, and he had him and Elvis. Oh my God, I gotta go back and listen to that. Woo! I had to mute myself, and I was sitting there cracking up, man. I can't fire and Knack Beezy, whatnot, Dark Migo and Dark Migo and Kwame. Oh, the fun never ends, man. The fun never fucking ends, man. You guys you have no idea how much joy you guys bring me, and whatnot. The fun never ends. And then you got 1776, man. Yo, man, it's just too much, man. Sometimes, man, the fun never ends in Collar Land. Where else? Look, when you got topics like the Pan African Report Card, when you got topics like hip hop, who invented hip hop, whatever, and then you got another topic, Pan Africanism versus FBA, whatnot. And tonight's topic is the story of the African American, the search for the promised land. It's gonna go down tonight. We're gonna bring the fire. So stop what you're doing. Go tell a friend. Hit the like button, folks. Everybody hit that like button. We gotta bring the algorithm up. Hit the regular. Hit the algorithm. Rhythm. Hit the algorithm. I'm gonna make a song like I gotta make an Afrobeat song. Algorithm. And do my African clicks. Click. People always say, Colin, you gotta get more African than one. I gotta start saying my name in clicks, man. Clicking. Click, whatnot, I gotta maybe form a clicking rap group, a babbling rap group, speaking Shenagalaga, But hit the like button, folks, as you come in, because when you have topics like this topic tonight, and we get topics like the Pan-African Report Card, it's going to go down. Did I have to even tell you that it was going to go down last night in Callland? I said to myself, what would be a good show topic yesterday? And I said, something I haven't done in many years? A Pan-African Report Card. Just my feelings about the current state of Pan-Africanism, right? And see who got what. I gave my good brother Bamani Tyamba, I gave him an A+. I gave him A+ rating on his Pan-African Report Card, Danny Samir, I had to give him an A-. He's a good, but he got an A, but an A-. He could be lacking. I gave Afro's Think Tank an A-. The reason why I gave Afro's Think Tank an A- is probably because of delivery. I mean, you got to get out of your car. Have you ever seen Afro Think Tank that he wasn't standing in somebody's back, behind somebody's building, or in his car, or working on some dusty street in Nigeria. I mean, does he ever go inside? I have never seen Afro's think tank inside of a house. Never. So it's really what. Damn, Rico, how you gonna give my boy Dollar Bill an F, man? Come on, man. That ain't right. That ain't right. In his Pan-Africanism, he is a B student, He got lots of ways to go, but he's learning. So he get A stats, Well, I gave Bucci an F. He flunked out. He flunked out of Pan-African school, man. He went MAGA on me. He went MAGA and he went to the no jumper, the street shit. Bucci's backsliding. He's backsliding. Maybe there's hope for Bucci. We're gonna friggin' get Bucci, together. He's gonna come back in and start preaching the gospel of Pan-Africanism again. Right now he's been led astray. Indigenous Black Americans not African. Who's this goofball? Indigenous Black. Oh, stick around, Mooney eyes. When you're gonna get clowned real good tonight. This is right. This is the wrong place for you to stop with your freaking Indigenous Black. Oh my God, man. Oh my God, man. I am an African in America. My ancestors came here in the early 1600s. My ancestors came from the Congo Angola region of Africa. That makes me an African. I am not indigenous to this fucking country. My ancestors were enslaved by white people and Indians. Don't give me that crap. Your black ass is from Africa. You're not freaking Indian. So so these people, guys, I think what a lot of FBA people do is they go around the internet picking fights with Africans who didn't ask for it, right? Because they want to be. Look, I'm going to tell you right now, if you really feel that strong that you're not African, that's fine, right? If you want to be something else, you want to be Geronimo or Moore or Hebrew or Native American, go right ahead. We have no problem with that. We leave you crazy people alone. But those of us who are normal, sane, and civilized, right? And we're going to talk about something tonight, right? I think the problem is the divide is not FBA versus Pan-African. I think it's basically black people who are civilized versus black people who are just outright savages, which we call outright savages. An outright savage knows nothing about his real history, right? An outright savage has no family. He has no culture. He has no beliefs. He has no value system. He has nothing. Ask the indigenous Black American, what's their value system? What's their music? What music? I could tell in an African American, I could talk to you about gospel music. I could talk to you about jazz. I could tell you how it developed, right? I could tell you how different things, rhythms developed on those slave ships. Why do our women wear cornrows? Where did that come from? Did that come from Native Americans? No, it came from Africa. See, when you know who you are and you're proud of who you are, you don't get worried about these stupid online trolls talk about what you're not. I am an African. My race is African. Don't worry about my skin tone or whatever like that. I'm a Black African. And it really bothers them that somebody that looks like me is proud to be fucking who he is, I don't play that nonsense and I'm fucking admixture bullshit, I don't give a damn about no damn admixture. All I know is my ancestors, I feel and know my ancestors are Africans, and that's what I identify with, If you don't like that, hey, that's fine, but you're not going to stop me, whatever, because first of all, these so-called indigenous Black men, you have nothing to gain, nothing. Look, if I want access to America, I just go to the white man. These indigenous Black Americans have nothing. They don't have a building. They have absolutely nothing. They have no farmland. They have no cities, no towns. They have nothing. They don't have no music. They have nothing that can distinguish them from us. I'm an indigenous Black American. Okay, what the fuck is an indigenous Black American? Where's your city at? What foods did you eat? You know? And then we talk about food. Well, I like yams and macaroni and cheese. Well, you know that's pretty much African American, right? You know that jambalaya, jumbo, and stuff like that, okra is African, right? We brought that over here, right? You know the term banana is an African word. You know, canoe is an African word. Show me what indigenous words you have, Mooney's world. What indigenous words do you know that's Black indigenous? You know, what language did you speak? Can you tell us your language, you freaking stupid moron? No, you don't have a fucking language. All you guys are stupid. All you guys are just dumb. Dumb, uneducated. You probably didn't go past 7th grade and junior high school. That's the least you could do, Kofa 3000, and say we came from Africa. We got to admit African culture got us soul here. And then, but the bottom line is, well, I can't say all that because it was European culture that got us here, not African culture. African culture made the mistake being loving and trusting. There's nothing wrong with that. Africans had an innocent heart. They didn't know what the Europeans who came there were about. They didn't have no reason to know that these people were evil. You look at the Middle Ages, the Roman times, whatnot. These people had a different values. The Spanish Inquisition. They had no idea of the evil world that was out there. They saw, okay, these people must be like us. You know, okay, we're human beings. We treat each other. They didn't understand the European value system. So when they befriended the Europeans and whatnot, the Europeans used that invite into their society to pray and plot against the whole entire continent. But that ain't because Africans are stupid. They're just innocent minded, you know? They didn't know, you know? Yeah, I don't think I studied the history, bro. I don't think there was as evil Africans as you think they are, you know? I think Africans were victims of this shit too, you know? Because as soon as the Africans said no to the slave trade, they were put on a slave ship. They were conquered and put on slave ships. So nobody won from the shit, you know? I'm not going to hate Africans for this. I'm going to give them grace, you know? Not say everything's all good, but I'm going to give them a little grace than I would Europeans. Because I know Europeans knew exactly what they were doing. They orchestrated this, you know? And yeah, they corrupted a few Africans and whatnot that like that. But the bottom line is this: Africa lost. On the whole, Africa lost in the transatlantic slave trade. But we have a good show for you tonight, man. We're gonna be. I'm not gonna do all night tonight, folks. I gotta get up really early in the morning tomorrow. I wasn't gonna do a show tonight, but I had something that canceled. Now I'm pissed off. I gotta get up in the morning and figure this out. I had a class that was canceled tonight, so I could do a show. I had a 4-hour class from 6 to 10, but it got rescheduled. So I said, you know something, let me do a show because I'll be sitting there angry why I didn't get this class done or not. So let me do this, you know. How was my operation in Liberia, you know? I mean, my operation in Liberia is great, you know. I don't know what else to say. They're great. You know, my next phase of my operation in Liberia is going to need funding and help. That's what I'm here for. This phase, second phase of the Colonization show is going to be how to raise the money to get to the next level. The next level is going to take money. You know, I laid the case out, whatever like that, really well, of what I want to do and stuff like that. Now I got to find out who's willing to support this. Now you look at Umar Johnson, you guys raised a couple $100,000 for that goofball, and you got nothing, right? Invest in what I'm saying about Liberia, and you'll have something. You'll have a place in Africa for yourself. There's a whole lot we could do there, you know, and that's something that the white man in America can't touch, and you can't take away. It's something you have that they won't have. There's nothing that you have in America that the white people don't have. You say, well, we got Compton. The white man's like, I can go to Compton anytime I want to. So who's patrolling? Every time No matter where you at in America, right? It's what these FBA goofballs don't fucking understand. The white man got his tentacles and reach. He could put his hands on anything you have in America. You know, you buy anything in this country, he seize it for you. He could shut it down. He could do whatever you want to. You know, you don't have no streets. You don't have no land. You have nothing. You have nothing of your own. You have no space. But in Africa, you have a chance to have something where they can't just touch you. They can't just put their hands on you. They can't just Cordo. That's what happened with that El Mean, whatever, used to be H. Brad Brown. He tried to build his temple in Fulton County, Georgia. See all these black folks and whatnot, but he forgets that there was a magistrate and white people there who didn't want him there, and some black people who didn't want him there. So all they had to do is harass him, keep harassing by serving them warrants and subpoenas and everything like that, and made his life miserable to the point where it was a gun battle and a deputy got killed. And he almost got the death penalty, but he recently passed away. God rest his soul. But that's what happens when you try to build whatever you try to build in the white man's country. I am not trying to build nothing in this white man's country. Because all these people what's sad is when the Nation of Islam dismantled, right? There was no protocol, whatnot. When white people were there was so much stuff that the Nation of Islam lost. They accumulated all that from black people's hardworking dollars. The Nation of Islam at the time was worth $100 million, right? That's how much wealth it accumulated, right? $100 million, the largest black organization in history, $100 million, that's how much it was worth, right? In today's term, it'd be close to $1 billion, the Nation of Islam gathered, right? Every last single dime was taken and seized by creditors, courts, and everything like that. And you just sat back and did because you try to build on a shifting sand. You cannot build your house on shifting sand. You have to have solid ground to build your house. If something's built on a weak foundation, you tear it down, and you get on strong foundation, you build it up again. Like I said about the temple is built on a rocky foundation, then tear it down. And that's what I'm here to do with a lot of these movements and everything. I'm here to tear it down. And I want to build something up real, something we could stand on, something we could have forever, Yeah, the nation, people don't know a lot of stuff. The Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, when he died, when he passed in the Nation of Islam, total assets of the Nation of Islam in 1975 was at $100 million. They own grocery stores, factories, mosques, also this real estate and wealth that they had. They had farms, everything. $100 million. At the time, the Nation of Islam was worth more than some countries in the world. They live they lived better in certain countries in the world. But when you don't have the right mind, you're going to lose it all. So it's all temporary. I'm not trying to build nothing temporary. I'm trying to build something permanent, And in Afghanistan, Black African infrastructure is permanent. Well, it's a fortunate collapse, but if your end goal ain't nationhood, that's exactly the Nation of Islam is what textbook happens when your goal isn't a republic or a nation state. If you can't evolve to having a republic, a nation state, and become a real nation and a government, then that's exactly what happened. You have these. So we're going to talk about that tonight. But tonight's topic, the story of the African American, the search for the promised land. And I want to talk about the idea of the promised land in Black African American culture. The idea of the promised land is not for like individuals going through it. It's about Black people seeing their people like in an Exodus, right? Where with those times we had, look, how do you know what the promised land is? How do you know you need a promised land? How do you know you want a promised land? You know where it comes from? It comes from sitting around Sunday dinner. It comes from going to church on Sunday, right? And sitting on Sunday dinner and seeing your family together in the evening time, laughing, singing, and you're saying to yourself, man, this is what life is all about. You're around your family, your friends, and everybody you know and love and everything. And so that brings what we call black joy. And then what happens is this. Once that ends, we realize the matrix, we got to go back into a cruel world that's bitter and hostile and everything. And we don't have a lot of money, we don't have no opportunity and everything like that. So the promised land is like, in this land, I promise you, you'll have that joy, you'll have abundance. So Black America always believed in the idea of the promised land, the place where they could be themselves. They could worship their God. They could marry. They could be prosperous. They could be farmers. They could own their own land. That was key, owning their own land. Doing their own thing, being their own master, being their own boss. You know, and raising their children. You know, that's all we ever wanted was the promised land. We never asked for America. We never asked for damn civil rights. We never asked for integration. See, what we're doing is we're changing the narrative of Black America. Black America was always searching for the promised land. And the promised land was not moving in like little right. That was white people's interpret that we want to integrate in their schools. That was white people put that out there. Black people are always searching for the promised land. The promised land, what we always call, is Zion. And what is the black man's Zion? The black man's Zion is where the white man is not. We always want to be away from the racism, the segregation, all stuff like that, to this place we call the promised land. So therefore, I'm going to talk about several. One particular case I'm going to talk about tonight in history was the Kansas Exodus. The Kansas Exodus is probably the largest exodus in Black history. Where tens of thousands of Black people moved out of the South, right? And it was opposed by Frederick Douglass. Oh, we got to stay in the South. But the Homestead Act, right? They couldn't get, see, the thing about the Homestead Act, they couldn't get a lot of white people to work the land on these places like that. So the government needed people to move out there, and Black people took it up. And when Black people took it up, and next thing you know, the European, the white people said, all right, now that these places, Kansas, are built and everything, now it's time to bring the whites in there to take it over. That's what happened. So the promised land was given. We had it like Nicodemus, and then the white people brought their railways, everything like that, and pushed us out. That's why we ended up in places like St. Louis. Some of us went out west, the West Coast. So it is what it is. Well, Afro, I don't know what you're talking about. Gold says Afro Theory here, posting under a different YouTube with a different name. That's the same across social media. I don't know. I don't know what. I don't care. I don't know. I don't care. I'll let you people in the YouTube in the comment section deal with that. I don't. I'll let you deal with that in the comment section. I don't care about what you call it. Who's doing what. I can't sit here and pay attention to who's doing what and what's doing who and who's this and everything like that. It's people, this is freaking internet personality, this is internet personality, so it is what it is. It seems like America is going America's going white. It is what it is, man. America's going white. Collar is old man. Yeah, well, some people say I'm not old. I don't consider myself old, you know. I don't consider myself old. So I don't consider myself that old. Old is like you're in your 60s and 70s. Because I'm just a man in my 50s, you know. I don't know what the hell old. That's old. What? That means, man, if I'm old, that means a lot of you ain't got much time before you hit your 50s, and you're considered old. How about that? You know, you should be like, oh, you're in your 50s, you're still young, caller. Why not? You know, that gives you hope. But you guys want to be old? Let's all be old together. You'll be in your 50s in another 10, 15 years. So what does that tell you? You know, whose vision was a promised land? What happened to it? Look, that's what happens when people like my good brother Principe don't understand Black America. You know, the promised land was all basically something in our culture rooted in the gospel, rooted in the Old Testament, the idea that we were going to leave the house of Egypt, right, and search for the promised land like the children of Israel. Now, some people, the promised land was the exodus to Haiti and the Dominican Republic, the settlement called Samana, which still exists to this day. Some people, the promised land was Freetown and Sierra Leone, which became Sierra Leone, Freetown. Some the promised land was Liberia, right? But to a lot of black people, because crossing the Atlantic was so expensive and dangerous and everything like that, they opted to go into a thing, you know. Yeah, some people thought Canada was the promised land, and they went up there to establish black communities up in Canada and everything. Promised land is where all our people are, and we're ready to welcome the people in, and we're gonna live happily ever after among our own people and everything like that. That's what Black America is always searching for: the promised land. Where's the promised land at? Right. So this idea of people saying that uh, 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 that black people ain't going nowhere, blah blah blah. You don't know Black America very well. If Black America gets the idea, if any one of these African countries ever got their shit together, right, they would have an influx of millions of Black Americans because the course for the promised land is still there. The idea that we want to be among ourselves, so long as we get to be among ourselves and create that joy. If you can't create our joy, you're not going to get Black America. You're not going to get us, you know? When we went to Canada and whatnot, we was able to do our dances. We were able to praise. We did our church worship. It was just like we had to have our own foods. We have everything, you know. It was just great. That's what's called Black joy. When you see us with our dance and our music and our ritual spirituals and stuff like this, and we're able to practice what we believe in among ourselves and everything. That is the promised land. That's what we call the promised land, where we're safe and we can do what we want and be what we want. We're not. That is the promised land, a place of promise, a land of promise. You know. So therefore, if you cannot deliver the promised land to Black people, and the promised land is not building a museum turned into a hookah lounge. The promised land is not built two raggedy ass schools building abandoned rat infested buildings and whatnot. That's not the promised land. The promised land is building a place where your people could live, thrive, and build and be among ourselves in safety, love, peace, and security, and have liberties and all these other things and justice. You know, that's the promised land. And I think too many of our people have given up on the promised land. You know, we live in communities where some Black people live in communities that start off as a promised land, but now they're violent, dangerous hellholes and everything, where people get their cars shot up every day and all stuff like this. You know, you're gonna tell me Southside Chicago, which was once considered the promised land, is now still a promised land? No, You know, I'm seeing young men 20s who show they the same mindset on a Jew collar. They want to Africa and rule it. I don't want to rule Africa. I don't want to rule it. I think people say that. I said I would like to us to rule ourselves by protecting ourselves from ourselves with this thing called governance. If we get a chance to have territory and land of our own, we want governance. I don't want anybody ruling. There's no rule. I don't believe in anybody should rule anybody. The only thing you should do is if you are qualified to govern and you're given the power and authority to govern, you govern, right? That means you're held to account for everything you do. Rulership means that you're ruling somebody against their will. I'm dead set against that. I don't think anybody should rule anybody against their will. I'm against ruling Africa or trying to rule Africa. Africans don't need me ruling them. I think Africans are fine by themselves. Same time, I don't want Africans ruling me. Simple as that. People, that's hard for people to say, but I don't be like this. The only thing about Aranya is they're not legitimate because the whites never gave up all the wealth and power of South Africa. Now, if the whites gave up all the wealth, everything like that, and it converted to black, then you could say, yeah, I could see Aranya homeland, a state, whatever like that. But you can't hold all the wealth all throughout the country and then have your little safety retreat and everything. No, it don't work like that. That's why I'm against Aranya. Now, all the whites said, you know something? I'm giving up everything. I'm giving up all my holdings in Johannesburg, Cape Town, everything like that. We're selling off our businesses to the blacks, whatever like that. And we're just going to concentrate on this little place called Aranya. But that's legitimate. But you don't hold on to all the power and wealth of the country and then think you're going to have your little retreat, like they want the whole Western Cape now. No, it don't work like that. So, with that, I'm going to try to play some videos, folks. I'm play a video second, folks. Give me a second.
After slavery, thousands packed up and walked west, by foot, by wagon, by sheer will. They were called the Exodusters. In 1879, after Reconstruction collapsed and Jim Crow rose, black families left the South for Kansas. They saw it as their promised land. They faced night riders, sabotage, even starvation along the way. White supremacists tried to stop them, but still they came, over 20,000 people, building whole communities out of nothing. The myth says the Wild West was all cowboys and outlaws. The truth? The Exodusters made towns, schools, and churches that survive today. They turned desperation into migration, but their story rarely makes the history books. Why do we glorify the cowboy fantasy while erasing the real pioneers who built freedom on their own terms? Comment and follow for more.
Yeah, that was basically true. People have this idea that black people never built nothing. Matter of fact, most of the towns you see in
George
Kansas,
Washington spent years chasing the woman who escaped him, and he never caught her. America loves to call George
slavery, and we built towns and everything, and we're basically that was self-sufficient. Whole cities and towns. We built them from nothing. We built them with our blood, sweat, and tears. That's what I showed you. Black people were very worthy of building their own. We don't need anything. Just that, unlike other groups of people who had a government that assisted them, white people had a government system. This government in America was always opposed to us. They saw us as a threat. So when people like Charlie Kirk get up there and make it seem like, oh, why do black people don't have this? You have a government that from day one have always made sure that black people were persecuted. They had no protection under the law and everything like that. White people killed us and brutalized us and all this stuff like this. And they did all that with impunity. Now they want to look up and now saying, oh, well, we're just better than you guys. No, you guys didn't play by the same set of rules. If you took the black man and the white man and put them in a prairie and say, let's see who turns out, we're gonna mollywop them every time. Because we're gonna work harder and we're gonna be together in there, because white people are so busy cutting their own throats and whatnot, they can't compete, and they only compete when they have our labor. If the thing is, they need us buying their products. That's the advantage they have. They need us buying their products, their groceries, supplying them, right? And they need us with their labor. So this idea of segregation, I'm going to separate from the Negroes, that's a lie. They needed us. The truth is, we never needed them. Never. Don't listen to the FBA. We never needed these people at all. Goldmine says, it says to use a white, that must be a white person. That's a white supremacist mindset. Many have a lot of people, black people, are fucking white supremacists and blackface, right? A white supremacist and a black supremacist, same stupid shit. Always want to rule over somebody. I get, because you're insecure about your own existence, so you want to rule over somebody to prove a point that you're superior. I don't care about feeling superior to somebody. All I want is a chance, like anybody else's in existence, right, to be with my people and have good governance. That's all. That's legitimate. That's righteous. That's justice. But to rule over somebody and whatnot, that's not just. I don't want that. So when people come to me and they say stupid stuff like colonizer and all this kind of stupid stuff, who the fuck am I colonizing? I am not trying to colonize you. I'm not trying to colonize nobody. You're a colonizer. So it's ignorant shit. People have been spooning about me for a long time. But I'm back now. And the bottom line, things won't be the same, Things will never be the same again. That's just the way it is. Things won't be the same. That's just the way it is. That Tupac song. But the bottom line, things won't never be the same again. Because the college genesis is here, And you got Professor colonizer. Yeah. We're colonizing what? The dumbest freaking thing you could ever think of. Colonizing, Everything I'm a fucking against. Yeah, you got people. Now let me say something, right? Not to get on bashing. I've been trying to get my Pan-African report card grade up a little bit, by avoiding trying to bash my African brothers and sisters, right? But I think this is one time I think I gotta mention a couple of things, right? Every time I look around, I always hear Africans make the assertion that, oh, we're not trying to assimilate, we're trying to colonize Africa, blah, 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 blah. But they feel it's necessary to use Pan-Africanism to colonize us. Really. They wanted to take over Essence Festival and turn what was supposed to be a Black American celebration or not into something we don't know. African dance and all stuff like this. That's fine, but that was always like a sideshow. But now they basically took that from us. They took that from us and whatnot, Instead of having our jumbo, it's in New Orleans, so everybody thinking New Orleans jambalaya, but now you got Jollof rice and everything like that, right? You got people and Africans that have an African takeover day in all our HBCUs, African takeover day. And so I'm saying to myself, right? If Africans so bold to constantly talk about taking over, now the Africans want to take over black politics in America, right? Under the guise of Pan Africanism, right? We're supposed to be doing the bidding of this corrupt institution called the African Union. That means Africans have their eye on the $1.7 trillion black. We are the bag. $1.7 trillion of earning power and whatnot, you know? They want that money. They think it's theirs, you know, and they're trying to work with the U.S. government. And that's why they put this so-called year return shit, right? You know, because they simply, not because they want us, not because they're serious about us being part of Africa or having land or anything of our own, but they feel like we belong to them in more ways than none, that we're their property. Now, that's a colonization right there. And that's why when people meet people like the college genesis, and I'm asking people like, oh, Doctor, black, a lot of black people in America don't understand or know any better. They just see all these people. Let me tell you something, folks. A lot of these people who call themselves Pan Africanists, particularly from the African continent, mean you know well. I'm dead serious. Mean you know well. Some of them are okay, and I don't think they're friggin' but some of them are very malicious, right? They don't like us, right? But they still can't ignore the fact that we have so many institutions and the fact that we are so powerful in America, right? And so, therefore, if they could use that to their advantage, that's fine. I have no problem with them trying to do it, but they have no intention, right? They have no intention of sharing any of the wealth that's on the African continent, the lithium, the gold, the diamonds, the oil. They're going to make sure that black Americans never get any of that. And that's the truth. And that's why before people start preaching to me about Ubuntu, there's some things and new rules that's gonna come around. Because unlike other people, I am not playing. You know, I'm watching this whole movement being disintegrated to a bunch of goofballs online called FBA, and that's the fact that we even going toe to toe with these clowns and whatnot shows you the Pan African movement has never evolved to anything for real. You know. Some clown says, I would not share anything with black Americans either. Some scared me. Okay, whatever. Whatever. See, everybody takes the liberty to insult us, to belittle us. But it's okay, but everybody could have free access to our culture, our way of life. See, one thing you're gonna know about me, right? I put black America first. And when you listen to me, you never gonna I'm never gonna allow other people come in here and insult us. This is a safe space for Black America. You know, this platform is a safe space. This movement is a safe space for Black America. I want you to feel at home. If you're African American or Black American, whatever you call yourself, I want you to feel at home here. You know, I'll protect you. I know a lot of these people don't mean you any damn good. You know, it says somebody says some black guy has better scratch. Like what? This is a white guy trolling. This is a white guy showing user white dumb word, you know. Well, I'm the same. I'm the same color, but I'm just basically have a clear understanding because I know for a fact a lot of this tension between Black Americans and Black immigrants is done by white people. Like this guy in my chat room right now, you know, he's a Nigerian. What's the difference? A Nigerian's nothing but a fucking white man turned inside out. Black immigrants are just coming here struggling. Most are poor, you know. Trust me, I do this for a living. Most black immigrants come here poor, they're struggling, they're working jobs, they try to do the best they can. Good people, right? But they always like they got a strategy. What the hell I got any strategy for? Black people, we're home. Black America, this is our home. We don't have to have no damn strategy. We're not third world people. You know, we're not gonna starve if we don't put a strategy together, you know. We can't be deported. Yeah, reason why they have politics is because, like I said, desperation. Black America are the most apolitical group of people. You ask them, what do we politics? We don't even fucking know what we vote for, because we never had to friggin' use politics as a survival mechanism. Politics doesn't mean anything that much in Black America. We're beyond politics. Now some people may say, like, we come out there. What gets Black politics is if you like the person or not. Like this Winsome Sears in Virginia. Black people didn't like her, so we voted against her. Black people like Barack Obama. Even though there was no real reason why we should have voted for him. We just liked him. We saw his wife, the kids, everything. We wanted him to be president, and it made us proud. Whatever. But right now, it's like it's hard for somebody selling politics to Black America right now. Real hard. I remember the last presidential election. There was one black guy, black businessman, decides he wants to run for the city of Chesapeake or Virginia Beach, one of them, right? He's coming around. I'm looking at this motherfucker like, everything's going good in the city, right? He's like, oh yeah, see, look, I don't give a damn if you're black and I'm black, whatnot. The bottom line is, the city is run right. And no offense to my people black, I love them. But I look at the city of Norfolk, Portsmouth, Newport News, Hampton, run by black mayors, and I say I'm good. We are here in Chesapeake, Virginia Beach. We're good. We're good on that. That's a difference between us and everybody else. The Somalis will vote for a Somali no matter how fucking corrupt and stealing he is. All they see is their own countrymen when they're gonna vote for him. Black America is much more politically mature, than that. So it is what it is, folks. But we're gonna play some more videos. I'm gonna play some more videos. Give me a second. I gotta look up some of these videos, see like that. It's one video. Let's see. I want to play this video with this. Tell me if you believe. Tell me if you believe what this girl's saying. Hold up.
Here that Africa said that they are included in the African Americans reparations. So apparently Africa and the African Union this 2025, they basically told America that they are leading the cause for reparations for African countries and people affected by slavery. So basically, they found out that African Americans have 1.7 trillion in spending power, right? That means collectively, we got the bag. Collectively, we got the bag. None of which we already knew. We didn't have to shout it from the rooftops, and we damn sure didn't need anybody else clocking our bag. And now it's at the point where the African Union is working with America and top American officials to both colonize the African American.
Now, do you agree with that? Do you think the African Union, is there a conspiracy?
Trump just announced
a conspiracy to colonize the Black American community? Is there a conspiracy to colonize the Black? I don't know. I think a lot of it what has to do with we basically try to think. I don't I don't think the reparations is never going to happen. It's not a legitimate thing. But like I said, reparations only happen and talked about because black people don't really have any real a real political agenda, right? So if you don't have a real political agenda, why not talk about something like reparations? It's a long shot, but there's nothing else. We're not like the Latinos. Their thing is DACA and whatnot, The black immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean is TPS, temporary protect. That's what they rally around. The Mexicans and all these people rally around illegal aliens or AIDS and stuff like that, So everybody has something they rally around for politics that gets them going. Some people is gay marriage they rally around, and some people is women's rights. Some of them is all this stuff like this, But Black America don't really have anything to rally around. There's no battle cry in Black America, right? So along comes this reparations movement, by these goofballs online, and black people are like, okay, so everybody else got a cause, and so black people say they got a cause now, reparations for slavery, and unfortunately, we're not gonna do it. Ralph though says, of course they're trying to colonize us, man. Ralph, you gotta stop being so paranoid, bro. It's not just the Africans. White communists want to colonize us. Arabs try to colonize. Everybody wants to colonize Black America. Black America is a big prize, man. It's like a big prize. Everybody's trying to feast. All these parasites. All these parasitic groups are feasting on the host of Black America, Now you got Somali, Ilhan Omar, talk about Donald Trump is trying to get rid of black people. You seen that? She says, oh, he's coming after black people, black Somalis. Now suddenly the Somali community is black. Oh my God, man. Oh my God. It's not user with it. It must be Nigerian. That's not America worship, Dude, if you're really Nigerian, please focus on Nigeria and build Nigeria, man. You got a big country there, 200 million people. Nigeria could be, if you guys have any intelligence, you guys could be where America is. You got the population, you got everything to get you started, but you don't have the mind. The African mind is holding Africa back. And it's holding the black world back, So I'm saying, yeah, if you're Nigerian American, the best place for you is in Nigeria, I've heard that so many times, like, so I could easily fix Nigeria, but they never do. I've been messing with Nigeria, studying Nigeria since 1993. 1993, when it was 1990. 1990, Ebony Magazine did 2 full feature articles on Nigeria. The whole entire black community was behind this emerging black power when in 1990. We were told Nigeria has a lot of minerals, a big population, educated. They had oil and everything like that. Ebony Magazine, when they do a feature thing, right? The whole 2 issues of the magazine editions, right? Every article in there, just like when they went to South Africa, every article deal with every aspect of South Africa. Same thing when they do a feature. So they featured Nigeria, Ebony Magazine. I think it was February of 1990, right? And then they came out with another one in that April, right? 2 feature articles in Nigeria, right? People were excited. The black race was excited. And black people in America were excited about having look what happened in the 90s, man. 90s, you had the Ken Saro-Wiwa situation. You had the Delta, the oil spills in the Delta. You had all this shit like this, corruption, it was just like the United States government basically accusing Nigeria of being a corrupt regime and whatnot. It just one mess after another, man. But then now you got Nigerians going around bragging about how great they are and whatnot. Instead of being the leaders of the black world, they're going around sticking. And it's all to me. A lot of people say, a lot of Nigerians admit this. The average Nigerian does not want to build anything. They just want to look better than everybody else and oppress their own people. And what happened is that same idea of arrogance that they have in their own country, they're bringing it to America. And that's what's fueling a lot of the tensions between Black Americans and Nigerians, that arrogance, that we don't like. See, there's better mindset in Nigeria. They are cleaning their country and supporting their account. Yeah, yeah. I like what I see, but I'm gonna wait and see. I like the way I see in Burkina for so far. They have the right spirit. Whether they can continue this and carry it out, we'll see. Ralph though says Black American politicians are essentially vassal. No kidding. The vassal of white liberal. The black politician, when you see him, it's called pablum. Pablum puking. You know what a pablum is? A pablum is a rehearsed set of talking points and speeches that one repeats over and over time. I'll tell you again. They'll have certain words, certain things, and whatnot to create to create an agenda. The black pablum is, we need to address this. We need to address this. We need vouchers. We need whatever. Not just say that. We need this. We need that. We need this. Whatnot. We need police reform. We need police. They use buzzword police reform. We need to defund the police. These are pablum or talking points, right? That they hand black people and say, you just run on this. We need more welfare. We need more social programs. We need this. We need more spending on things. We need to address this or whatnot. They give them a set of pablum or talking points, that they go out there. So as long as you're a pablum puking Negro or not, they'll put your talking points in your hand and say, look into the teleprompter right there and say, this is what we want you to say. And it's the same thing. Oh my God, we need to stop ICE. No person's illegal. Same thing. Why are black politicians helping people who are here illegally? That's because that's the pablum that's been given to them. That's his pablum, a set of talking points that you're only allowed to talk about. It's a script. A pablum is a script. We need more funding for illegal aliens, stuff like that, and nobody should be deported. That's racism. And you're just like, what are these fools doing? Trans people. They'll say, another pablum is this. Every time I see a black, brown, a trans person being discriminated against, how the fuck are you putting me in the same person as a brown person and a trans person? But they do it so slick because it's part of the pablum. They keep saying over and over again, and then you start believing that you're in some group that includes POCs, people of color, brown people, tan people, yellow people, trans people, queer folks, They keep saying this stuff over and over again till the natural defense you have to protect yourself is broken down. And you're open to any virus or any insane thought that they friggin' throw at you. You become an empty shell. You become a zombie. You become a pablum puking zombie. You listen to anything they say or not, So that's what it has with the black politics in America, particularly black women. Then black women are the fucking the weakest link. Lord have mercy, It's like you got people talking about we want to see Gavin Newsom. Do you see what California looks like? And it said a good ticket would be Gavin Newsom, Tim Walz, or Gavin Newsom and Jasmine Crockett, whatnot, Why? Because it's like I said, the pablum didn't work in the last election, right? All you had to do, the pablum was Trump was a Nazi, racism. And then they said, enough white people said, if that's racism, right? And Trump was smarter than these guys are, right? Every time he's in front of the white audience who might go against him, he always say stuff like, we got the lowest black unemployment rate. We got more black people. He could have been just fucking playing us the whole time, right? But that put it in white people's head that this guy's not racist. Why is he always talking about black people's unemployment. We're going to do something for the black community, right? So therefore, in their minds, that this. So Trump beat them at their own game. Trump did his problem, right? Record number of women, record number of minorities, record number of black people have home ownership. And he took ownership of that, right? And by saying it over and over again, that's how you win an argument. That's how you change a narrative, by repeating the same thing over and over again. And so then when Kamala came out and said he's a Nazi, blah, 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 they know they didn't believe that shit, He's a Nazi, blah, blah, blah. He's going to round black people up. And a lot of black people didn't buy it. They're like, man, that doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right. So a lot of black people let Trump win by just staying home. They didn't know. I think a lot of black people are tired of pablum talking. Roland Martin, I guess he learned now that no one's listening to his roly-poly ass. He Roland Martin you a punk. You gonna stay home? You a punk? And it's like, and he act like he's coming across the podium like he's gonna hit somebody. Like, Roland, the hell you gonna do? You act like you gonna roll up on somebody. Like, can you imagine being rolled up on by being pulled up by Roland Martin? Yo, can you imagine that Roland Martin? What you say? That you gonna do something because I say, so I don't feel like voting, and you gonna come out there and knock me upside the head or something? Roland Martin, man. Yo, man, I was like, imagine being pulled up on and roll up on by Roland Martin, man. That's to be the funniest thing in a long time. Roland Martin being rolled up on by Roland Martin. But yeah, so black people, as we search for the promised land, right? We want to know where we could have think about it. Think about your best times, right? I remember, man, South Jamaica, Queens, back in the early '80s, whatnot. Pretty ass girls going to the, we always have these houses down there where the parents had a little more money than everybody else. Always, and you ever notice the prettiest girls always had come from families that had the money. It's almost like an unwritten rule in Black America, right? No pretty girl should ever suffer. If you got a pretty girl in Black America, right, you could best assure she came from a good family with money, blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. Shit like that. That's what you always have. You see a pretty girl, she comes to the ice cream truck with $5, not $1, not 4 quarters, 3/4, whatnot. She got a big $5 bill that her daddy pulled out the wallet whatnot. You're like, whoa, how you gonna compete with that? She out there with her little socks on, her little barrettes in her hair and whatnot. This was heaven to us, man. Having all these pretty girls, our sisters, walking around, and they were our sisters because they spoke to us. They told on us when we were doing bad. They would interrupt our games. We're trying to play handball. They're gonna come in and try to say girls can play too and whatnot. But that's what kids do. And then when they doing that double dutch and jump rope, you can't get in, right? Because you're a boy. You're a smelly boy, They just say girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice. Boys are made of snakes, snails, and puppy dogs. I used to hate that shit, right? But the bottom line is the girls were the prize in our community. We loved our community where we was in a beautiful place. Our families, our parents, our adults, they took care of us. They provided a place for us to have a childhood. What happened to that Black America I knew and I loved? I would not replace. I want to see that Black America come back to life again. I want to see my people again. Right now we're living in an area of death. I don't recognize the people. Right. I want to see our people. I want to see my people again. I want my people brought back to me. That's all I crave is my people coming back to me. So it is what it is, folks. With that, let me put the link in the chat room. We've been an hour in. So we can discuss things and whatnot, So, like I said, where is the promised land? Where are my people at? The homie is a troll, and where my moderators right here, I'm ready to get rid of these fucking trolls. I don't want to have to do it, right? I'm a Papua New Guinea nationalist and a Reagan supporter. The fuck is that got to do with this platform right here? Why are you here? The fuck does Papua New Guinea have to do with fucking me? This is a black nationalist platform, This is what black nationalism is discussed. This is where black power, black politics is discussed. This is what we want to do. So we're gonna have a good show tonight, folks. Last night's show was just off the chain, man. I mean, I like it. I like the energy that I'm seeing now with this platform regrowing and stuff like that. A few more people to go till we get 1,000 people, and then this platform will start earning money on its own and stuff like that. So we're looking forward to it, and hopefully the platform takes off by there, because that pushes out there a different algorithm. We're not, and other people begin picking this up, and we're not picking this platform up, and we're gonna do good. I think we go good. If I get to the point where if this platform ever grows to the level of like 100,000 people, whatever like that, I tell you what, now I won't be my friend Diane Samir waste 100,000 subscribers. I don't know. I can't tell what people want to do or whatnot, but I think Dynasty's platform is a complete waste. If you got the attention of 100,000 people, right, and you haven't really done nothing but sell a couple of tours and eat fucking bush meat and talking about this changed my life or not, man, that's as far as you can go. I thought it's a Dynasty was way more intelligent than that, to tell you the truth. I thought he was way more smart than that. I thought there was some big plan, whatever like that he had, when I was wrong. I make the mistake of thinking everybody's on my level. That's what I make my mistake. I think everybody's like me. Everybody's like this. Give me the chance to fucking have that many platforms, have that many people and stuff like that, and see what I do with that shit, you know. And nothing against my boy Dynasty, man, but that's got to be. I am definitely hurt and disappointed by the way his stuff turned out. I'm really devastated. I'm devastated how Brandon turned out. I mean, any more disappointment? Anybody else going to disappoint me? Is anybody else going to hurt me? I believe in people, and that's how it comes out. Hip hop did not come from Africa. Everybody wants to give, like that's it. I'm sick of this give Africa the glory, every motherfuckers. Give Africa all the glory. We didn't do shit, man. So when Rakim said constant elevation cause expansion, I ride around when I cool in my mansion. I'm sure Africa had a lot to do with that shit. I don't know. Implied that hip hop came from Africa. No, hip hop is black music, which derives from Africa, but just like you got to give credit to Jamaicans. That's their culture. Reggae is their culture. It's something different. Every time you go to a new land, the culture varies and it changes. Your environment has everything to do with how your culture changes. Like if you go to Argentina and talk to the Italian community there, the Italian community of Argentina is going to be significantly different than the Italian community that went to Brooklyn, New York, or the Italian community that went to Australia, or the Italian community that lives in Montreal. Every place is going to be different based on their environment. That's how it is. R&B, jazz, hip hop, funk, and all stuff like that are just in is came over here as African, but it evolved into something quintessentially American because that's where it developed from the American experience. You can't disregard the American experience, you know. We're trying to give Africa all the glory because Africa lost that in the transatlantic slave trade. You understand? That's the one thing people think people got to do. You know? Yeah, Afro beats is a imitation of African American. Even Fela Kuti, you know, he learned a lot of his stuff when he came to America. He went to Los Angeles, New York, and he got conscious about his music, you know, by being part of the Black Power movement in the 70s, you know. And he listened to people like Miles Davis, James Brown, and people like that in America, John Coltrane, you know. Remember, breathe, everything. Yeah, that's pretty. You're trying to be funny. Yeah, well, Africans basically feel like this. This is another thing. Are we being colonized by Africans? Right? Africans always accuse me of being a colonizer with my ideology, right? But are they colonizing us by calling everything we do African and whatnot that they can partake in it and claim it for their own and whatnot? Isn't that colonization? When you overtake somebody else and rule them and dictate to them and stuff like that, isn't that colonization? Things like that. I think that's the same thing. I'm not trying to start no shit, nothing like that, but that's colonization. You know, that's being colonized. You know, so I don't know about that. I'm not colonized by no damn Somalis. You know, but I think Africans. I don't think Africans are doing this maliciously. I think a lot of them really bought into this Wakanda shit. You know, and I think it should have been handled a little better. We should have, in all fairness, us Pan Africanists should have warned them that black people in America, although we're fascinated, they're coming out with a Black Panther 3. Maybe that might rekindle the Wakanda spirit again. I don't know. When the Wakanda thing hit, Black Panther hit, that basically, it was like, what in black culture, black popular culture, what made Africa popular a couple times was one was the movie Coming to America, right? Then it was Nelson Mandela released from jail, coming to the United States in 1990, right? Then in 1994, South Africa elected Nelson Mandela first black president and whatnot, you know? So for the last 30 something years, we've been on this Africa thing. You know, we was excited. At the same time in 1990, when Nelson Mandela came here, Ebony Magazine did a full feature article on Nigeria. So Black America was on this Nigeria, but there's a lot of black people who were skeptical of this African resurgence. So it was up to Africa to deliver after all that, but Africa never delivered, you know? So therefore, when the Wakanda movie came out, that was like the last thing where it exploded. African-centered stuff exploded again. And then next thing you know, Africans, instead of being grateful, unfortunately, a lot of Africans began smelling themselves. They began becoming arrogant. They began saying, "Oh, now y'all want Africa's popping now." When Africa's not popping yet, but Africans thought that Black Americans were trying to get by the millions, get to Africa and create Wakanda, and that wasn't the case. The people who are interested in Africa are only a small percentage of Black Americans. But Africans made it seem like there was millions of us ready to come there, take over the continent, colonize them, whatnot, you know, and Africans start making plans that we're gonna fight back, you know? And that's what happened on social media. They start saying things and whatnot, y'all not real Africans and blah blah. There's some black people say, okay, we're not real Africans, you know? And that's why we're in the situation we're right now with the FBA movement, and the ADOS movement. You know, that's where the situation is. It was a backlash against the backlash. Then you had the people like these people attacking Beyonce right around the time Black Panther was out, whatever like that. You had the Beyonce, she had the thing Black is King, whatever like that, and she was using the Yoruba stuff like that. Being a woman of African descent, they should have embraced Beyonce, but those people, oh, she's appropriating our culture. Whatnot. Isn't the whole idea of Pan Africanism is this is all our culture. Just like we shared our culture with them. We said Africans could do hip hop, they could do this, borrow our culture and our style and everything like that because we're all black. That's what Pan African was built in that sort of love. And then we start hearing stuff like don't appropriate our culture and blah blah our culture. And so black people in America took that as all this time, we was like, we never know you guys felt like that about us, that was taking your appropriating your culture. I thought we were all Africans. And then black people that's when Black America started turning against Africa, right? Around that time period, right? That's about 2019, at the same time you had the year return. That just made Africans more arrogant, like, oh man, we're gonna dictate, we're in the driver's seat now because they're trying to get back to Africa or whatnot, and then it just was bad, It just went left. So it is what it is. And I'm like, it is what it is. Now, what the hell I have to say, It's a C minus.
Now I got a C minus, caller.
Yeah, I told you had a C minus. What did I give you for?
I had a C yesterday. Now it's a C minus. That's crazy.
Oh, okay. It's still a C then.
All right, thank you.
I meant to give you a C minus, but yeah, what's on your mind?
Nah, I mean, I'm just calling up. Nobody else wants to call up. But as far as the beyond,
thanks, man. Gee, thanks. See, what would I do without you, man? Gee,
I mean, I'm always the first. I'm always the first one to call up. Nobody else wants to call in for some reason. I don't know why.
I could talk for 6 hours. Right?
Yeah.
Talk for 6 hours. That's how. When you got something to say, you could talk all night.
Right. But I mean, we talked about the whole Beyonce thing before, right? How many was the album well received?
Well, it was well received, but I said, although it was received and everything, there was social media. There were people on social media, like mostly Black Africans and that lived in the UK, that she's appropriating.
Well, we're not worried about haters. Haters is, I mean,
but
it is what it is.
Well, the thing is, though, when people say stuff like that, right, instead of being embracing, every time you do something, you always gotta look for feedback. Well, what do people think about that? How was it received, right? Unfortunately, instead of saying, yeah, this is great, boom, 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 whatnot, everybody was talking about appropriation. So that sort of killed it.
Was everybody talking about it, or
everybody was talking about it? When you look at Beyonce, look at the Google the whole thing, Black is King. That's what you're gonna see. That the negativity is what's gonna pop up. So it is what it is. These people, they picked a fight with Black people in America, and that's what you have. The backlash was that Black people didn't support this girl Tyler. And Africans are mad about that. Why y'all support Tyler? I'm like,
I don't think they didn't support Tyler because of whatever reason. Most people only like one song by her. They didn't like her other music.
What it is when she said that when they asked her a question, she said, "No, I'm colored," right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think she's young, and that I understand what she's saying. She's colored. That's a culture,
right?
And so therefore, it's different than if you're South Africa. When you say you're Black, that means you're one of the indigenous people. The Zulu,
right?
You're part of the struggle. When you're colored, you're part of a class of people that's sort of acceptable to whites and not so much as in with the Blacks. You're in between Black. So even though they made a lot of colored people down there now adopt African American culture, a lot of colors in South Africa, to tell you the truth, imitate Black American hip hop culture.
I can see it to a certain extent. Yes,
that's how it is. Ever since the '90s, when the '90s came around, the colors in South Africa started when the movie New Jack City came out, right? After that, most colors started identifying as black. But there was this group, this gang in South Africa called the Young Americans. So in other words, they were basically saying they adopted Black American culture. They're mostly
I don't
colored.
know. I feel like they do still are their they still refer to themselves as colored and whatnot. They're
I
very
know, but I'm
proud about
saying
being
that the
colored, but
culture that they use is Black American culture, particularly gang culture. You know, there's a lot of there's a lot of gang culture. You know,
yes, there is a lot of gang culture in
gang
colored
culture,
community.
hip hop culture is big in the colored community, right? So,
Right.
like, just like Brazil, you know,
Yeah.
the gang culture. You know, the gang culture is not really that big in the
But
indigenous
I
cultures.
mean, truth be told, like I don't understand why uh some black Americans are upset with Tyler because she
No,
is
I don't.
colored.
No, I know. No,
She's not
I
black.
see. I understand that, right? But when because she got caught up in a thing that was going on before she got here with Africans and stuff like that, and she just said, "No, I'm not." Black people are like this. Okay, you're coming over here and you're appropriating our artists like Aaliyah. You know, that's what she tries to look like, Aaliyah,
Hmm.
stuff like that, and stuff like that. And we're saying, you know, if we're gonna embrace you, you gotta embrace us, right? And okay, you could say, okay, I'm a colored person, but I'm black. In this country, I'm black. You know,
No, no, she doesn't. She shouldn't have to do that.
if you come to this country, right, and you appear black and you're using our music and stuff like that, you should just basically say, yeah, us
Did
black,
did
you
did
know,
Eminem have to do that?
Eminem's white, he's not black, you know.
But that's the point I'm saying. Like he didn't.
Eminem's audience is white.
I understand that, but yes, most of his audience is white.
Tyler's audience in America was the black R&B crowd. That was her target audience.
But like N1 just said, why do people care about her race? Is it about her music or what? Like in number
Well, it's
two,
like this. It's like, let me tell you something. Your politics and your racial alignment mean everything. You know, that's how people receive you. Every
absolutely
artist has
not.
to understand that, right? It's like when the Vietnam War was going on, they want when you could the wrong public statement could make or break you, whether you're gonna get called back for a contract or whatever like that. So when you come to a country, right, you come to in society, right, people want to know where your racial allegiance are. Unfortunately, that's just the real world. People want to know where your racial allegiance is, right? Are you a Trump supporter? Are you a MAGA? You know, what do you think about this? Because there's a lot of people that basically come here, although they appear black, whatnot, but if you come here and you appear black, but you do black,
I mean, what about collarless black though? Let me be real.
who?
What I said, I mean, not collar, Tyler. What about collarless black?
Well, I'm saying she basically fits the aesthetic of a light skinned black woman. You know,
I don't think so.
I do. Because if she didn't, she would not be doing our music. You know,
That's not true.
it's
There's
like no, I don't buy that crap. I don't buy that crap. People want to say which we call like let me give you an example. Christina Milian, right? What is she? She's Cuban, right? But she always basically played black roles in movies, right? And she always got along as black. When you listen to her talk, she talks about she's Afro. She says, "I'm Afro-Cuban," right? That's good enough. She's not African
hmm
American, but she's Afro-Cuban, right? This girl could have said she's Afro-colored. She could have said, "Yeah, I'm African, but I'm colored." You know, I'm colored.
but most colored people are only like I don't even think
Oh,
collar
hold on.
collar.
The colored people are practicing white supremacy.
But most colored people in South Africa, I believe, is like 30% African at most. And number two, I don't.
No. Most colored people in Africa, which we call a mixed race, they're the same.
I mean,
Hold on. They're
I mean,
the same. Hold up. Colored people in South Africa are the same, basically genetic makeup as the Black Americans.
no, they're not. No, they're
Yes,
not.
they are. Yes, they are.
They have way less
Color.
sub-Saharan African DNA than we do.
Look at that thing. You know, this is what I'm telling you. You don't understand something. The colors come from the Khoisan, which are 100%
Right,
African, right? But they got lighter
right,
skin, and they're
right.
mixed with Afrikaners, right? So you look at their DNA. This DNA is 85 to 90% African. You know, that's what the DNA is. It doesn't matter what they look like, whatever like that. Their DNA says otherwise. 80, 90%.
I'm gonna look it up real quick. I'm gonna look it up.
You know, colors are Khoisan. Khoisan is the base. You know, so you guys, that's what you guys do with your Wikipedia and your chat BTPs. Man, study some stuff. I studied this for years, bro. Those are Africans, you know, they're black people, you know. And also the colors are also mixture of Malaysians that were there, you know. So this idea that they're barely black and whatnot, you know, that which well, but I'm saying culturally, what I'm saying is if you're coming on a world stage, the color culture either I don't know what to do with the color culture, right? Because it seemed like they basically hanging on to the umbilical cord of the white Afrikaners. That's the only legitimate thing. They could have did so much better by integrating into the black majority. But they want to hold on to this colored identity, which is mostly speaking Afrikaans, you know? And so therefore, when you look at a colored person, the last thing he wants to tell you that he's black or part of black, because the colored person in South Africa want to be white. That's their ultimate goal, is to be white. In fact,
I just seen it. It says that on average they are between 32% and 43% Khoisan.
yeah, and also Khoisan, other races. That don't mean they're like 80% white. But what you call, I would say like this.
I'm just saying they got Indian, well, Malaysian and all the other stuff mixed in. I'm just saying that on average.
You got Khoisan, you got Bushman, you got Bantu. A lot of them are Bantu, Khoisan, Malay, and then European. You know, so
Right.
it's not like which we call where they're like mixed, half black, half white. That would say 80% of their DNA is African. That means just Khoisan.
That's not true though, Carla. I just looked it up. On average, they're around like 30 to 40%.
Oh, you just can't look that up. Who put that up?
Oh,
there?
okay.
You know.
Okay.
You look up all stuff on Wikipedia or ChatGPT. That don't mean
I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to tell you, they're not as much. They're not as African or indigenous African as people make it out to be.
They are African as far as like their DNA, because their ancestors are where on the African continent, right? Now, some people will say that what they tried to say was that the Khoisan are not really Africans or whatever like that.
I'm not saying that. The Khoisans are Africans, but
you look at the average colored, right? The average colored in South Africa, right? He's mostly friggin' Khoisan, you know, and Kikoi, you know. He's mostly Khoisan, Kizan, and with mixture of white. They call them the bastards, you know, people who are really black, but they have white admixture. You know, different in South Africa than here. Here we have mixed race people, ancestry and whatnot, but we go as black, you know. Down there, you could be mixed race because you're not pure black. You're considered a bastard or a colored. Colored bastard is what they used to call them, and then they turned the term into after. I think it was the Black Americans who introduced the term colored to them, because we use the term colored here in America.
What I'm saying is that we are Black Americans and colored people are very genetically different.
Well, if I look at my family, I go to the Carolina, my family
Mm-hmm.
down there, they look colored because they're mostly all light skinned, you know.
I don't have anybody in my family that look colored.
My family is mostly light skinned, you know. So
but hold on, Carla. I got light skinned people in my family too, but they don't look like colors.
Well, the colors are not that light, you know. Some of them, some colored people like to hear here in America. See, colored people value their the closer you are to white people, the higher you're regarded in the colored community, right? That's how it is in Brazil, whatever like that, right? In most of these mixed race areas, right? Now, over the years, right, the colors have been trying to breed the African item like they did in Brazil. And so they got lighter and lighter and less black. But when you look at the base of the colored people, the real colored people, right? I ain't talking about like the ones nowadays, you know, because a lot of them mix in with the lighter ones and whatnot. You look at the colors, right? How the colored colors from back 50, 60 years ago, they look like ordinary Black Americans. You know, over the last year, you know, you've seen a lot of the Indians and all these other people, whites mixing in with the colors and whatnot, and they're like trying to erase their race. It is all about trying to erase their blackness. That's all it is. And what
Oh.
I'm saying with Tyler is that's fine. If you want to do that, that's fine. That's beautiful. You don't want to be black, that's fine. But when you come to America, right, and we're basically in a country where white people are looking for black people to distance themselves from black America. That's what they always do. When immigrants come over here, they always talk about, oh, I have good family values. I work hard when I, so everything. So what they did in Charlemagne the God situation was black people said, we're going to stop you right in your fucking track, right there. Black people know what that means, right? When people come over here, we embrace them, we like this, and the next thing you know, they're like, it's not even about you down the thing. If you don't have a race, you're not race conscious, then they know, like everything else, we introduce people, make them popular, make it good, and then once they do that, what we call crossover, right? It's like they don't know us,
Let me ask you a question though about Tyler.
They're saying, and now the black people could be wrong. Maybe that wasn't her intention, but her record labels knew that she could not sell directly to white America, so she had to do what they call the chitlin circuit with black people. That's what they do until they get big enough, and then now it's time to introduce her to the mainstream.
Can I ask you a question though? Does Tyler have anybody in her family? I mean, does she? I mean, I looked at a lot of her family members. None of them even look black though. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
It seems like she's more Indian.
Let me give you an example. What's the girl's name? What's that rapper's name? What's her name? God, I can't think of the top of my head.
The female rapper. Where's she from?
Cardi B. Cardi B.
Cardi B. Well, I mean, she's not black either.
No, Cardi B is not black, right?
Right.
But she identifies as black.
Matter of fact, I was watching this video, right? In colored people remind me of like the. I saw a colored girl that looked just like Cardi B. That's what I'm saying. Like they were.
Hold on. You think Cardi B would have got big if she basically got up here and said, "No, I'm not black"? She says, "I'm black. I'm bye." She's one of them ghetto black people, and she talks black but that got her where she is right now. Cardi B is worth $80 million, right? Because she play again. She could probably not even believe that, but she knows this is the audience you're trying to reach, right? These are people you want to drive your record sales up. You got to appease to them. Tyler didn't do that, and she paid the price.
I don't think it's that. I just think that most Americans weren't really messing with her music.
Why does Cardi B is worth $80 million?
Because people like Cardi B's music.
Hold up, but Cardi B basically eclipsed Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj.
Because people like her music.
And so the bottom line, Cardi B blew up better than Nicki Minaj. So how did Cardi B blow up better than Nicki Minaj and Remy Ma? And she's not even black. Why? Because she kept her mouth shut and identified as black. If you identify as black, or with black, black people seem like they'll accept you. But you gotta first say, yeah, I'm black. We're like this. You could say I'm colored in my mind, but for political reasons, I'm going to be black in America.
I disagree with that because this is.
I just told you the truth.
Just say the same. Whatever you are, wherever you come from, be that in America.
But the thing is, though, the Dominicans that don't identify like that right now, are they blowing up? No.
I don't.
Name me another Dominican that has that a musician that's worth $80 million.
Somebody said Cardi B is successful because she's racially ambiguous.
Yeah, she's racially ambiguous. That means she's basically saying that okay, I talk black, but I don't look black. And so you got to know how to play the racially ambiguous card. Tyler, she come over here with this. And what she says sells in South Africa. I'm colored in South Africa, but when she goes to America, right? Because first of all, white America is not going to be like okay, when they want to know where you at, you can't say I'm just a color. So I'm like, we're like, what's the hell the color? It doesn't seem like like most people really buy that. They don't really, especially when you got white people here nowadays doing black. You got competition with white people doing black music now. You
Right.
know,
Hold on. Hold on. I'll be back in a few minutes.
you know. That's why I gave Steve a C minus, man. He's thick. And the bottom line is this: when you come to this country, right? The bottom line is this: you got to follow the rules, and we lay those rules out. Black America lay those rules out. Yeah, sure. That's why like Kamala. She's not even black at all, but she, played the game, to try to get elected. Said she spoke weed, said she had collard greens and whatnot. Man, what is Steve talking about? Steve's a goofball. You play the game. If Kamala would have said, "Oh well, I'm Indian and whatnot," you think she would have even got the Divine Nine to give her $2 million donations? You think she would have got Oprah Winfrey? No, she played the game like she was a black woman. She took whatever little blackness she had and ran with it. She took a little black and ran with it. What you call it was around at the same time. This Tyler is around, and she don't know the game. In America, it's like a vote. You want black people to vote for you, you gotta play the game. Same thing with Barack Obama. Barack Obama is not black, right? But he played the game. He had a black wife. He hung around black people. He hung around Jay-Z. He talked black issues and whatnot, and black people accepted him as black. Tyler didn't want to do that. She didn't want to talk about black issues and stuff like that. So black people were like, we can't put you on. You're not one of us. All Tyler had to do was say she's considered colonized in her country, and she would have been considered mixed race for black and Indian. Then educated us means, So I don't know. But that's what it is, folks. But back to the topic, what is this, the search for the promised land? Princess P, what are you talking about? Princess P, what are you talking about? I'm ready for a round two with Elvis and Akon Fire. I can't get over that, man. That was a fucking shit. That was a rumble, The DR very conservative. Oh, yeah, man. They're real conservative. We got the 13, 14-year-old girls out there, And 13, 14-year-old girls out there, prostituting themselves. Yeah, man. They're very, very conservative, man, The promised land is biblical too, which is why black people always speak of the promised land. But black people are serious about the promised land, I love people when some people talk about the promised land, but back in the days, black people actually went to places and made the problem. Let's play some more videos, folks. Let's play some more videos. I want to play some more. Let me see. Speaking of which, what do you guys think about this? Is Minnesota the promised land for Somalis? Somalis say Minnesota is their homeland from thousands of years ago, and it was promised to them by God. This is what you're dealing with, This is what you're dealing with, Let's hear what this Somali dude has to say.
A lot of white nationalists are really upset about Somali immigration to Minnesota for some reason. But the thing is, Minnesota is the homeland of the Somali people, and it was promised to us 3,000 years ago. In fact, one of the founding documents of the state of Minnesota is literally codifying into law that Somali people have self-determination on that land. As it states very plainly in the basic law in Minnesota, the land of Minnesota is the historical homeland of the Somali people, in which the state of Minnesota was established. The state of Minnesota is the home of the Somali people, in which it fulfills its natural, cultural, religious, and historical right to self-determination. The right to exercise self-determination in the state of Minnesota is unique to the Somali people. The state views the development of Somali settlement as a national value and will act to encourage and promote its establishment and consolidation. So that's the end of the debate. The only people who have the right to self-determination in Minnesota are Somalis. Somalis have a cultural tie to the land. It was promised to us 3,000 years ago, and we have the right to go back to our homeland. If anybody
Yo, Elvis, man, no, I'm saying Somalis actually believe this stuff, They actually believe this, that, no, I know. Look, there's people actually taking this for real. They're actually believing this. They're like, maybe it is, people actually believe in this, basically Minnesota, whatever. Even to say something like that, I wouldn't even use that as a parody. It's like me getting up there saying the Mississippi is an ancient homeland, and me being a wobble saying like this, that's something you don't joke around with because it has serious implications, try to make a point. If I want to make a point about Israel, I'll talk about something else, but I won't get up and say the Native Americans are fake people. We're the Native Americans or not, because you're talking about erasure, Yeah, so I don't know why they freaking choose to antagonize white. I don't know, man. But the bottom line is this: whatever fight they have with the white people, they're on their damn own. It ain't our fight. FBA say what? That fucking America is their ancient homeland. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's the dumbest. FBA say that, not fucking real, not African Americans. I'm an African American. I'm not an FBA. FBAs, chew them up and eat them for breakfast. Play some more videos, folks. I've been going on TikTok all day. I've been basically killing it. All right, folks. All right. I'll tell you my computer's crashing again. No. All right. Freaking my share screen is not working. But I had a couple more videos I wanted to show about the Kansas Exodus. We went out there in Kansas searching for the promised land, right? In fact, more people went to Kansas than they did to Liberia and went to Africa because it was actually cheaper. And also, the government was giving out free land from the Homestead Act, right? They wanted people to settle out there. So we built like between Kansas, Missouri Territory, and all those areas like that. We built almost like 100 black towns. You know, we lived in our own towns. You know, we fought for the promised land. You know, the land of promise. And what is the land of promise? Where we could be in peace. You know, even when we went to Liberia, it was all about the promised land. You know, we did not go. Let me tell you something right now, folks. We did not go to Liberia to oppress nobody. Don't ever believe that freaking lie. You know, we want to go. It's like saying we went to Kansas to oppress Native Americans. You know, I'm so sick and tired of people lying. I know my people. I know my culture. Right? We don't go any place trying to protect or trying to oppress somebody. You know, all we want is a space for ourselves to live in peace. And somehow, in this big earth, no matter where we go, we're persecuted. You know, somebody has a problem with it. You know, we built a community in Wilmington, North Carolina. That was a promised land. Guess what? Whites came there, burned it to the ground. We went to Tulsa, Oklahoma, minding our business, built up towns, had Black Wall Street, spending where everything's perfect. We built our own little civilization. White people have found a reason to come and kill us and burn us down. We found the promised land, a little town called Rosewood, Florida, right? We had land. We built houses. We lived among ourselves. We don't want to bother nobody. We don't live in peace. Leave us alone. Guess what? Somebody comes and burns it down and drives us out. No matter where we go, when are we going to stop running? When are we going to make a stand? When are we going to stand our ground? Where are we going to stand our ground? No matter where we go, it seems like there's somebody in opposition to us. We went to Liberia. We just wanted to build a country, you know, a country for ourselves and whatnot. We didn't want to rule over people and whatnot. We didn't want to oppress nobody. All we wanted was some guarantee that we have our own space to just practice our culture, practice our religion, and be left the fuck alone. What part of being left the fuck alone does people don't understand? That's why people to this day is always still harassing us, right? Every time we look around, Black America this, Black America's this, whatnot. People don't know how to leave us the fuck alone. I think Black America, we should just try to build our own civilization on another planet. Be away from fucking everybody, you know? And soon you'll have these fucking tethers trying to make their way. And we went to Mars. All these tethers will be up there trying to build a spaceship to get up there, to come there and fucking bother us and whatnot, you know? We'll have our Prince of Peas up there and whatnot trying to make their way there, you know? Oh, my God, man. It's hilarious. Hey, imagine that. We're on a spaceship to get the fuck out of here and whatnot. We're going to another planet, another galaxy and whatnot, and here comes Prince of P and all the rest of the usual suspects. Man, where y'all Black people going? Where y'all Black Americans going? Y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all can't leave us. The whole idea is we always want to be alone. We built over 100 towns in this country. We're not in the building stage no more. We're in the stage where we should be relaxing. I think we built enough, you know. We're not trying. We don't have to build anything anymore. America is a built country. We built this country, you know. Yeah, gold. What the hell? Why do you guys have all these fucking weird names I can't pronounce? Gold rim middies. What the hell? That is so corny. Get a real freaking name. I like to converse with you. Are you a female? Jeez, get a real name. You know, it's something simple. You know, I can't read your quote because I'm trying to figure it out there. Rimmed eyes. Okay, just put gold rimmed eyes and cheese. You know, that doesn't make any damn sense. Somebody looking at that don't know what it's talking about. You know, if you want to grow your channel whatever like that. You got to make yourself very clear, very clear. Go real. I would have never figured that out. Which we only do better. We have our own land. I agree with that. The promised land. Until then, we have to do our best to get along with the man. Yeah. No matter where we go, no matter what we do, like I said, the reason why I don't really fight all this stuff like that no more because I know it's basically so like I said, unlike the FBA, I realize that they friggin' they basically think that the current state of America is promised to them. I am like that. No, it's not promised to us. Every time we tried to build a promised land in America, it was destroyed by white mobs, not black immigrants, white mobs. We don't have any space of our own. We have no space and autonomy of our own. So that's why we'll never be safe or we'll never be happy. This is why it seems like other people could come to this country and thumb their nose at us because we have no space. We're people without a land. We're pilgrims. We're people without a land. Until we got take your ass back to shut up, look, we are people without a land. I guess A.A. Coon Creation is one of these FBAs. I would invite her on, whatever like that, to step right up. Look, step right up, step right up. If you want to rumble with the college Genesis, you can step right up, step right up. Does anybody want to step right up? Are you scared? Say you're scared. Yeah, you're right. As whites feel like they're losing their power, and when all these immigrants, like, I listen to St. James, like, oh yeah, we want this. Y'all want too fucking much. And something, every time you got these Somalis and all these other people doing the fuck they were with their jihad and everything like that, everything always falls on black Americans' heads. I am so glad we're standing now right now. We're not getting in a fight with these fucking illegal aliens over ICE and everything like that. They want us out here going toe to toe with ICE for them. No, I'm sorry. We're only worried about ourselves right about now. That's not my problem. I feel bad for people getting deported and by ICE, but that is not my freaking problem. I cannot lose sleep over that shit, Trump is trying to save the white race. That's true. The bottom line is this. I wish we had a black man that could save the damn black race, That's why we need our own land where we can have our own president that's going to protect us one day. Just like the white man has Donald Trump protecting him. So the bottom line is this. These people want to survive as a country. And they realize now all these people of color, no matter what they say, now all they say about with this immigrant propaganda, they always, immigrants, no. White people are like, no, America is becoming a third world country. You got too many desperate people coming over here, too many hand-to-mouth living people coming over here, and America is losing what America is supposed to be, a place of abundance and prosperity and peace. If you got white people suffering and whatnot for a generation, you will have bloodshed in this country. I know these people, and as white people basically lose their numbers, and black people, not even black people, but all these other people start coming over here, imposing Sharia law and fucking Chipotle and all that stuff like that. And the country like it's changing from within. I tell you right now, you have a sad, dangerous situation. Oh, I didn't block you. Oh, A.A. Coon, you're still on. Did he block me? No, I didn't block you. I would like you to come up here and explain yourself. You say I should go back to Liberia? Yeah, I might one day, but telling me you trying to kick me out and trying to send me to Liberia? So how you is? You see how you is? That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't right. You trying to kick me out? Send me to Liberia? That is not right. I don't talk to Liberian. What's wrong with Liberians? I look at your picture. From your picture, you don't look too bad. You look actually good looking. Is that a female? Your female? I don't know, like a female picture. You're good looking. I don't know. What do you don't like about Liberians? Liberians are good people, man. Good people, real fun people, real sweet people. Actually, a user. That's another dib at Black America, right? But what gets me is this. This is what I'm talking about. Listen to this. Watch this comment right here. And this is why, like I said, I'm going to steal the FBA's thunder. This is Vodka, big bro. Who's Vodka? Okay. Anyway, this guy goes. Look what this is comment. He says, because the Black Americans are the ones destroying the Black community. Now, that's very, very interesting, Interesting, right? Now, when I posted how there are now 2.5 million Black men in the upper middle class, Black men, the highest number in the world. The highest income level in the world is Black American men among men of color in the world, right? When I talk about the number of Black businesses that are growing in America, record number of college graduates, all the good stuff and everything like that, the first thing friggin' immigrants will say, that's us too. That's us too. We're helping to build Black America, right? But when the subject turns to crime, it's Black Americans destroying the Black community, They don't want to take account of the fact that you got Nigerians running 419 scams, You got Ghanaian gang members in Brooklyn now. You got Ghanaian drill rappers, drill rappers. You got people from the Caribbean Islands. You got the Zopound gangs in Florida and all shit like that. Oh, you got the police has the Bloods and most of the Crips in Los Angeles, California are from Belize. But that does not matter. When it comes to the problems, they have this idea that it's all Black American. But when all the good stuff about Black, the numbers come out and say, man, Black America is earning $1.7 trillion. Oh, yeah, but a lot of us immigrants, we're here too. We're the Black community too. They always want to be included on the good stuff, the success. But when it comes down to the crime, the elephant in the room, oh, no, I'm a Nigerian, man. I'm a Nigerian student, I'm this, my parents taught me better. We Nigerians, we have good morals, even though Nigeria has the highest number of abandoned children and orphans on the planet. You can actually buy children in Nigeria because like orphans. Nigeria has a Nigerian men abandon kids all over the damn world. They got the highest deadbeat dad population on the planet. But you listen to them. Oh, my father told me so many friggin' things about the Black American. Blah, 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 it is what it is, it is what it is. We understand what it is. I just want people to give me and the Pan-African movement one more chance. I'm asking for my community to give us one more chance. Just listen to me and give us one more chance. I know we screwed up. We sold the community out to these tethers and all these other people. But don't worry about the tethers, So the bottom line is, I don't want people going down this ADOS FBA route. I want us to go to the Black National. I want us to have the promised land. And wherever that is, I don't give a damn if the promised land is on Mars. Long as one day we're going to be together as a people, I don't care where that is. Once we together as a people, we will create the most beautiful race. I mean, everything. It's like Black America is like heaven. When we're together, we got our shit together, man. Black America is like heaven. I lived in that heaven at one time. And we want that chance of Black joy again. Safe places. Where that's going to be, who knows? But the bottom line is we have to search for the promised land. Not my problem either. I just don't cosplay and not pass. No, I don't know. With user YWY48 Y for Judy. I don't know. Another one, man. What else with these fucking weird names, man? Come on. God damn, man. Well, I mean, what is the purpose of you having these names? Like, what happened to this using your regular name or nickname or something like that? Like Rico Miller. I mean, you see what I'm talking about? I can relate to that. Who I can relate with somebody named User Whackoff 8? What the hell? What the entire hell, man? So what the hell? What the entire hell? I'm just like, what the hell, man? I like when people just speak and just have a regular name, Rico Miller. Man, I can live with that. Everybody else got these weird monikers and whatnot. Like, and you know what I hate too? When people have this, instead of having their face up there like me, I show my face. They have some weird emblem or whatever like that I don't know where it came from and whatnot. I guess I don't know what's in your mind, whatever like that. I think people, when they have weird monikers and emblems, they should explain what the hell is everybody looking at. This means this. Someone named Big Bogus Whale. As people have named themselves that. I don't take them serious at all. That means you're just a jokester. This is just something you do on the side just to come around and I won't take you seriously. I won't let you on my show. But I don't want to be around clowns, and YouTube has become a 3-ring circus full of deadly clowns, Mr. User Whackoff says, Alan Ray says, Colin, you got to escape the bubble of thinking foundational black are innocent. Look, if you understand one thing about me, I believe in FTA. That means foot to ass. I've been putting my foot up these so-called foundational black Negroes' ass for years. If you know me, black people are really destructive to our. We know that, right? There's a certain segment of Black America that's very destructive, but there's also a segment of Black America that's thriving and normal. It's completely opposite. People take the destructive part of Black America, which we try to freaking solve. We want to get rid of. Who we're the ones that basically are hurt by it, right? And make it seem that's all of us, and so they give a right. So you feel like it's a right to disrespect all of us by what some Black people to choose to do. And if you notice the people who's screwing up in the Black community, it's probably like 10% doing 90% of all the problems. But somehow 85% of Black people who never go to jail, always work, everything like that, are blamed for what 10% do 90% of the time, Principally, yes, we are not responsible for everybody. Grown men and women has to be held accountable. Saying, yeah, I am not responsible for what another man fucking does. I can't go out there and stop people from doing the hell what they're doing and all stuff like that. I'm only responsible for myself. No, the structure. No, we don't have a cultural identity. I don't have a cultural identity. What are you talking about? I clearly showed you listen to me for the last hour, 2 hours, right? I told you what I am. I explained to you what I am, right? I told you my history. I explained you some aspect of my history, right? How the hell do I don't know my culture? I do know my culture. So what are these people be talking about? It's like, you got to go to somebody who don't know, who fit that description. Around here, we know who we are. Everybody listen to my show, know who the hell we are. Do I know about some African tribe I may derive from specifically? No, and I don't think it's important either, because it was really all that important, and so many Africans would be all over the world trying to get out of Africa to freaking go someplace else. A lot of good it did them, and that's the truth. People don't want to hear that, you know. Yeah, princess? What a black agenda, you know? And we're not, people are not elite. First of all, when I talk about Black America, you know, I'm talking about all of us, you know, right? People who want to be part of the community. That means whether you are rich, you're middle class, working class, or poor. So long as you believe in the same common values, you know our history. If you know our history, you generally believe in that we're a people. I don't care what your income level is. I'm with all black people. If black people are elite and they forgot their roots, they forgot who they are, they forgot what their ancestors are, they forgot where they came from, I can't mess with them. One thing I deal with, when I deal with black people who are real successful, and we're sitting in a room, you know what we always say? Yeah, our ancestors will all know field picking cotton. There ain't no, well, my ancestors never picked cotton. I was one of them house niggas. No, every black person, no matter what their complexion, what their color is, whatnot, we identify with those ancestors that got their backs broken on those slave plantations. That's who we come from. That's who we are. That's what I derive from, if you want to know. And that's how you can tell a real Black American, African American from anybody else. Real Black African American, real Black people don't deny their history. They don't deny who they are, their identity. They don't deny their ancestors. Look, I'm like this. If you want to come to America, right, you know, and integrate into America's, fine. That's fine. That's fine. We have our own American society. You know what? I integrate with people who I have business. People think this is idea that a lot of immigrants have, right? They believe getting next to white people means integrating. There's a lot of white people who are on the margins or disenfranchised. So you think just because you're around white people, whatever like that, you're integrating. No, that don't mean anything. You can never integrate fully in society unless you're going to marry and become white and lose your identity. The integrate means you disappear. You don't know, whatever you were no longer exists. You know, you're part of in America, bro. You can talk all you want. As long as you have that black skin and that nappy hair, you're never going to be part of the society. You know, I'm just saving you for a thing. I have my guy, Great African. He's a Liberian guy. I love him. A good brother of mine, right? And he's successful in America. I went to his farm in Liberia last year. And he was telling me that he has kids in a private school, whatever like that. He was telling me that he had to take his son, like he lived in Wisconsin and all stuff like this. He had to take his son out of school. Why? Because he was the only black kid in there, right? And the kids, you know, because he's African, the kids were teasing his son because of his black skin. The white kid's like, why your skin so black when that? And son came home crying because the kids were teasing him because of his skin. So that's when he said, no, I got to take him out. And know what he did? He took him and put him in a black private school around black African Americans. So all you people that keep thinking that you're integrating when that, wait till your daughter gets called a nappy head something or a nigger or whatever like that, or they don't get invited to the dance, or they don't get invited to a party, whatever, you know, or they can't get in a sorority, whatever, or they're discriminated against, whatever like that. Then, because you have nothing to tell them, you sold them on this idea of integration. That's why we look at you immigrants and like, we know what that means, you know. If you're a Hispanic, you better be near white. You know, you're not going to freaking integrate into this society and be like that. Now, adults, thing is, if you think you're integrating into society, that's only because white people have a way of getting in front of immigrants, right? And playing and acting and playing in your face, right? they get in front of you and make it seem like you're so different. I can relate to you. No, it's the fact that they don't have to feel guilty about what their ancestors did because you don't have a history here. They know, and I know when we're around white people, we have to. There's a thin line because of slavery and the history here. With black immigrants, they can let their hair down a little bit and relax. They ain't gonna last for so long, you know. Just like now, how do you explain to your kids that Donald Trump wants to send troops inside of Nigeria? How do you explain that, you know? You know, Baruti, the fruity Baruti is saying some weird shit. I don't know what these are saying. You know, I don't want the Baruti. I don't want no friggin' name. I don't want no new name. I don't want no new fucking name. I think I've been named enough, man. I've been called many names in my life. I don't want no fucking new name. Y'all complaining about going to your HBCU, us going to HBCU. Who's complaining? You know, I don't give a shit about these HBCUs. They're useless. They're useless anyway, you know. Immigrants because thinking they're different because they can't touch they can't get touched. Yeah. They think that because the bottom line, they use the protection of Black America. That's why they really, really going slow about this deportation. They're gonna wait until like the third year of this, and then they're gonna start coming after Black immigrants. You know, right now it's too toxic. Right? They're watching and waiting, see what the reaction from Black America is gonna be. Is there gonna be a backlash? You know, and they're not at 100% sure right now. That's why they're going slow a little bit. You know. Yeah, testing it out with Somalians. How we react to the Somalians is going to say how going forward, how they're going to deal with people who are Black. Have we embraced them as Black, whatever like that? So they're good. How Black America reacts to the Somalis being rounded up, and the Haitians are going to say a lot going forward. You know. Principe, organize Black people to do what? What exactly are we organizing around? No, I don't think Black America is going to cheer happy nothing. You know, we don't cheer in somebody else's misery. You know, we don't cheer in somebody else's misery, unlike you guys. You know, we're just saying it's not our fight. We can't do anything about it. There's nothing we can do about it. We're weak. We're in America. We have no military base in Africa. We have nothing in Africa. So what the hell can we do? And all the years that we've been here, no African ever sent no ships to rescue us. They never sent no military assistance to us here in America. So we're behind enemy lines. We're on our own. So we realize we're behind enemy lines. You guys coming over here like it's paradise. You know, that's the sad part about it. So principally Black Caucus, the Black Caucus. Say the Black Carcass, man. It's a carcass. You gotta look at this thing, the Congressional Black Carcass. Give me 1 second, folks. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. They are actually trying to get so-called Black America serious reason. So at least have their own words. Smiles at least their own words. Well, I would like to know by Z at ZV4. What is up with these fucking weird? I'm gonna start kicking people out with these weird ass fucking names that I can't pronounce. ZVR. What the hell? If somebody's supposed to know what that means, ZVY4DI1. What the hell? Oh Lord, I mean, people are fucking stupid. Get yourself a fucking new name before you start talking. I don't want to hear what you guys say. User, whatever the hell that is, what else is there to talk about? To tell you the truth, what is else to talk about? If there's rap and entertainment, sports, what else is there to talk about? Okay, I think we have a problem here. Black people in America really don't need all that stuff like that you're talking about. College, did you attend HBCU? No, I didn't. Particular land grants and what giant sponsor put. Yeah, but let me tell you something, Broody. Right? When I see an HBCU could do what the University of Berkeley does in California, what the University of Albany does in the state of New York, when I see people with HBCUs create job creators and people that could build industries and stuff like that, when I see STEM programs being able to wipe out Black unemployment and give opportunity and stuff like that, then talk to me. A bunch of people from Howard going to work for white corporate America, and Hampton University too. Yeah, like I said, I see them all the time. Look, it's beautiful. When I see these Black kids graduating from HBCU, that's beautiful. But that has nothing to do with the masses of Black people and the problem, because it doesn't move the needle, because these people are working for a paycheck. I say, look, HBCUs create paycheck, a paycheck people, more paycheck people, not entrepreneurs, builders, creators, and stuff like that. They create paycheck people, more people living hand to mouth, So it's like, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not going to hate on them, but ain't nothing I got to sit there and I'm not going to do roll over and bark like Rover over there, you know what I'm saying? HBCUs, collar, roll over like Rover and say bark like a dog and say you root, you know. Principe, there is no Black elites. Black people, look, Principe, we've never had so-called Black elites. And bottom line is, Principe, you want to come up here. I know you're working that late night shift at Burger King. I'm sure you can get away to take your lunch break and come up here and I can explain it to you. Principe, ask your manager so you can clock out on a break. Say, I got something important, my manager. I got to talk to the college genesis. This is very important. And then come up here and we can have a discussion. We can have a long discussion. There is no Black elite, There is no Black elite. There's a few Black people who's getting paid by the white man, and they're going to do exactly what the white man says. Until we have Black people who are billionaires and millionaires and whatnot that hold and fund institutions and whatnot, and banking and business industry and stuff like that, international trade and business and everything, we don't have no damn elite. We have nothing but people who earn a check like you do. That so-called Black elite gets a check from somebody. That's whoever's paying this nigga, is calling the shots. The Black elites were not, the Black elites. It's fucking joke. Fucking black elites, man. You guys want to be funny or something? Is this supposed to be a comedy hour? What gets me is a user. You're from Nigeria. How come you didn't go to the University of Ibadan? I mean, really? How about the University of Ibadan, the University of Lagos? Wouldn't that have been more to suit you? No drama, Nigeria. I'm saying, I mean, if it was up to me, it wouldn't be no contest, man. If I did have a choice to go to HBCU or Nigerian University, I go to an HBCU because I want to be around my own people, So why would this guy use her? I wasn't what? Yeah, but you're Nigerian though. You're Nigerian, Don't care matter where you're born. You're not American either, In other words, you're not one of us. So if I was you, man, I would go back to your homeland, seek your roots. You're not American, bro. You are not American. You are not American. You are not an American, bro. That must be sad, man. To be like an African person born in this country, when I grow up around this country and be like, I'm an American, man. That must be freaking I don't care how much taxes you pay, You ain't got no choices, Whether you here legally with no citizen, you live in this country, you're gonna pay taxes. That'll make you American. You can't buy salvation, bro. You cannot buy salvation. You're not an American. You may be a U.S. citizen, but you're not an American. What I would say, what makes it American is someone who actually have a history here. You got to have a hit. You have to. Whoever you come from had to create something here, some music form, something here. You can't just say I'm an American and you didn't contribute to the country. You didn't contribute anything. You can't just say I'm an American and just get off the plane one generation. I'm an American. No, you are an immigrant. Your kids don't become Americans to like 3 or 4 generations. In the future, man, I do believe everybody's going to go back where they came from, No amount of magic will delay it. Go make Nigeria great again. Ooh, I guess that was a shot at me. I have the uncardinal sin of loving Liberia. Carl says you're not an American. Right? You're telling people that you are. Well, unfortunately, I like I said, I have no says. I basically am a person of African descent whose ancestors' culture have been in here for 20 generations since the 1630s. I've been socialized and I experienced the hardships, the trauma and pain that's passed down from my ancestors in slavery to now. That makes me, I'm a product of my experience where my ancestors was experienced. That's America. That makes me American, unfortunately. That makes me an American. Now, am I a red, white, and blue MAGA flag waving American? No. But yes, I am an American. I'm an American of African descent. Just like you have Scotch Irish who are different than Irish. There's Scottish people of Irish people of Scottish descent. An Italian American is somebody who came here in the early 1900s, right, on Ellis Island, and spent 3 or 4 generations in here and created a culture in America. That's an Italian American. That's different than an Italian immigrant. Like when I was in New York, I knew the difference between Italian American and somebody who's an Italian immigrant. Some Italian immigrants try to eventually assimilate with the Italian American, but the Italian Americans usually call people who were born in Italy and Sicily as zips. Those are people who are not Italian Americans who just came over, on a green card or whatever, just became new arrivals. They call those people zips. Just like which we call us, the African Americans. We're the original American story of Africa. And we're the original African story in America. It's vice versa. And so therefore, if anybody comes after us, right, they are just a Nigerian, they're just a, or Ghanaian or whatever like that. We're the African story of America, So one thing I won't do is take people, some people, if they want to be proud to be American, black people, I'm like, hey, look, man, you earned it. 400 years of going through, you got to get something out of this shit, right? You got people out there like, Kyle, how you tell people to be proud? I said, look, for 400 years, Africa's never gave us anything. Think about it. We've never gotten anything from the mother continent. We own no gold fields. We own no mines. Black America, at least Black America, in America, we generate $1.7 trillion. How much money do we make in Africa? Not a whole lot. Nothing. How many banks we own in Africa? How many businesses we own in Africa? None. Hardly. Africa is not has not done right by our friggin' people. So you cannot tell people to basically forget they're American and embrace Africa without them telling you you're fucking stupid and you're a fool. Speaking of which, go ahead, Kwam, cry baby way. What's going on?
Hey, peace, Kyla. How you doing, King?
What's going on?
Not much. I'm tuning in. I'm hearing you saying, Africa haven't gave you nothing. I
They
think
haven't,
they
man.
gave.
What the hell? Look? I've been at this for 35 years. What the hell's Africa giving? Not a damn thing. All I'm
They gave you Liberia to flourish.
Shut up, Kwame, shut up.
That's not.
Look, I appreciate what little we got because we got a trade mission coming up there in March. I want to be part of it, and I appreciate the fact that what we have in Liberia, we built that, and that was taken from us, right? And the problem of the promised land is this. Let me give you a brief history. We went to Nicodemus, Kansas, 20,000 of us. We built towns, everything like that. That was taken from us, right? We went to Rosewood, right? Built a nice community down there, thriving. That was taken from us. We went to Wilmington, North Carolina, right? A little sleepy fishing port, but not. We made something out of it, right? White men got jealous, came from several states away, drove us out, burnt it down, overthrew a Democratic. We drove us out of there. Durham, North Carolina, Forsyth, Georgia, on and on and on and on. And I'm at the point now, I am sick and tired of hearing anybody's mouth. No one, the black man in America, the African American, everybody is always what they're going to take from us. And as me, if Black America chooses me to be a freaking leader, I'm going to make sure nobody takes shit from us ever again.
Right.
That's the way I see it. We've been running for all year. We just let people take from us. Liberia, we went there with a simple idea, a feeble attempt to build a country. A feeble attempt. We didn't go there to oppress nobody. Now they try to rewrite our history, make it demonize our people. Why don't you demonize our people in Rosewood? Same pattern. Wilmington. It's always somebody out of envy and jealousy want to destroy whatever the fuck we built. It's like we're under a freaking curse. Until we have our own nation, it's always going to be like this. We're always going to be persecuted. That's why the College Genesis is here. I don't know why anybody else is here. I don't know why Professor Small's here, but I know I'm saying out of my breath.
Hey, come on, Kyle. You don't got to throw Professor
No, I'm not going to
Small.
throw fresh, but the bottom line is this. I think a lot of these people are outdated, you know? If you haven't stepped up and realized that the black man in America, the reason why you're going to lose is you cannot have Pan-Africanism, and it seems like Africans are always gaining on us, you know, and I don't like that, you know? I don't like that. It's like you talk Pan-Africanism, you took over Essence Festival with the help of white capitalists. Let me tell you something about Essence Festival, right?
So, Kyle, who fault is that, though?
Hold on. I'm going to tell you whose fault it is, right? Richard Lau Dennis, right? The thing was mismanaged by people. When Essence Magazine fell into the hands of freaking certain people, LGBTQ type. Essence Magazine started falling off when these radical black feminists got in there and turned the agenda into this feminist stuff, this man-hating stuff, this gay shit and whatnot. And so it fell off, right? And in that vulnerable state, it was losing money and everything like that. And that's when Richard Lau Dennis came in because he was in the beauty industry. And he got together with white capitals, Bain Capital, you know, and they funded it and whatnot. And they took it over and whatnot, saved it, they cleared up the debts by raising capital. That's what they do. They raise capital. The whole thing is, okay, you get that, right? Now it's no longer Black American, right? It's no longer Black American culture. Now it's African theme, whatnot, you know, instead of having you're in New Orleans and the signature meal of New Orleans is jambalaya, now you're going to have jollof rice. And people are like, what the hell? That's why no one.
But Kyle, you seem like you seem like you're more mad that when you. I don't think you was mad when the white people took over Essence. Like when
Essence, white people never took over. They bought the magazine, right? They didn't take over. What they did was when the white people took over, it was still black managed. You know, white people took over ownership or whatnot, but it was still the people who ran it was this black lady. You know, it was still Black American managed.
But even if the Africans took it over, Kyle, are they supposed to be blamed or the
what I'm saying, what I'm
43
saying,
million
what I'm
African Americans that
what I'm saying is
that could have came together?
They took it over, right? They took it over. Now, Essence Magazine, right? I wanted Essence Magazine to be so. It was always when I used to read Essence Magazine back in the days. They had a lot of good Pan-African articles and whatnot. Back in the 90s, Essence Magazine was a shit, you know? The millennial, it fell off, but 90s was shit. I used to write, it was the magazines I used to always get was Ebony, it was Essence Magazine, it was Jet Magazine, it was Black Enterprise, and Emerge Magazine. Those 5 magazines I made sure I got, and I used to get the Final Call. So I was very in tune about what's going on in the black world by all those publications, you know.
But Kyle, let me ask you a question, right? I didn't mean to cut you off. If we're now in 2025, where there's millions of Africans that's living in America,
not millions, it's only like 3 or 4 million. So what?
Yeah, millions of Africans that live in America. Wouldn't it be if you're a Pan-African and you support?
I don't look. Like I said,
okay, black nationalists.
I'm not one of those. That sort of Pan-Africanism is predatory. It's basically insincere because Africans guard their shit really carefully. You go to Africa and try to get anything. Try to buy a magazine. Try to buy any business in Africa and want to see what the Africans do. You know.
But Kyle, would you agree that Pan-African the Pan-Africanism, the ideology started in the diaspora?
Pan-Africanism is basically black people in America. We basically use that because we were bitter against America. In the process, I think a lot of people, this is the problem I have, and don't take this offense, right? A lot of
you about to say some wild shit.
No, a lot of Pan-Africanists, and I'm really now, when I was younger, right? A lot of people I used to listen to came from the islands, you know? And they did not value, I don't think they valued the struggle of my people in this country and what they did. So we
Why always you say that? What about Stokely Carmichael and Marcus Garvey?
I mean, they were good people, but Marcus Garvey, I'm listening to it now, right? And although he was very respectful and whatnot, you know, he basically thought that his whole thing was we're the black man and whatnot. Okay, we understand that the black man needs to be reunited and redeem Africa and whatnot, right? But in the future, don't get mad when there's some black people like, if America says that I want you guys to integrate in our society, John Kennedy said, I want you guys to be part of the society. We want to change America. Roosevelt and all these other people, and black people says, you know something? Okay, I want to give America a shot. I've been here, I want to give America a shot. The Pan-Africanists basically made their mistake by attacking black people for doing what was natural. If you're in America and everything like that, then gets me is this: the same black immigrants who are telling us that we're not American, like they're coming over here. You look at the chat room; they're coming over here talking about we take advantage of opportunity and whatnot. We were telling black people all these years, don't be American, don't take advantage of opportunity. And so now I'm telling black people, no, take advantage of this fucking opportunity here. Make this your country. Make this your country. Get what you can out of America. That's what I'm telling
so black immigrants don't got a right to be American.
I don't know. I'm saying like this. First thing at first is the black America has the right to be American first. The Pan-African movement made their mistake by telling black people we're not American, we're African, all kinds of stupid, goofy shit that I regret.
Well, Kyle, it was your own government that told you you're not American.
No, the government
did not tell decision. What are you talking about? The Dred Scott decision told black Americans they're not American.
The 13, 14, 15 Amendment, by law, black Americans are citizens. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, under the 14th Amendment, just like any other immigrant.
That's all you need.
Yeah. So I don't understand your government.
After that was done, that was that the black people said we're Americans. We're gonna fight for our rights.
Wait, Kyle. Let's just get one point clear. Was your government the first people to tell you, tell your ancestors they're not Americans?
It doesn't matter what my ancestors did.
It's a simple question, Kyle.
Look, I know that, but I'm saying this: what you're trying to do is say, okay, like our ancestors came over here under bad circumstances.
So don't blame what I'm saying. Don't blame the black immigrants. You got to blame your government first. They told your ancestors they're not Americans first.
We was here before this government was established. So when the government was established by the white people, right? They had a problem. What do you do with these 4 or 5 million black people that are slave descendants in America, right? Now, they knew that if they basically didn't give a citizenship, they would be this civilization would be judged and condemned. So therefore, they created the 13th, 14th Amendment, not to say, okay, black people, come and think. They just gave us the tools by which the society would change over a period of time. So in other words, how did black people change that? Through our music, through our art, through our letters, through our writings and stuff like that. All those things went out there, whatnot, as white people began to change their views of black people, whatnot. That's what led to the civil rights movement right there. Because white people had every right to be like, no, this is a white settler country. We don't want you in it. But this 14th Amendment allowed black people enough space that they could convince the white people that we were worthy of become citizens and be equal in your society. That's why you had the civil rights back 100 years later. It took 100 years, but that's where we're at right now. I'm telling black people, do not fucking sit here and listen to these goofy ass.
Hold on, let me ask you a question, Kyler.
What?
You're saying that black immigrants was telling black Americans that
all I know is I learned a lot of anti-American stuff.
Okay, can I finish? Can I just ask? I can't even ask my question fully.
Go ahead.
But you're the same one that want an African stand in Africa. You're telling black people, they're not American to give up. You told black people to give up on America.
Let me tell you.
Invest into Africanistan.
Let me tell you. It's Africanistan, not Africanistan. Get it right. Yeah. Get it right. Learn how to pronounce it right.
I mean, I don't speak Persian, Kyler. I don't speak Persian.
I still say, right? Although I say black people have every right to be American, right? That means what comes with that is
you also told them to give up on America.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying you have every right to be an American, right? Don't let these people off the hook. Get all the money you can out of them. get your rights, send your kids to school, get everything you can out of America, be American, because our ancestors fought for that, right? I'm saying there's some of us who say, you know something, I think it's time for us to be free. We want to be able to govern and just have self-determination on our own. Both could friggin' work together.
So Kala,
look, if
are you saying
wants
black
to be
people are not free in America?
If somebody wants to be American, look, if somebody wants to be an American, that's fine. I have no problem with that, right? If somebody say we want an Afghanistan, we want to build our enclaves, not just Africa, not just Africa. They want to build communities. Like you got an African American community now, a strong African American in Thailand right now. It's growing, middle class, growing, you know. And I'm all for it.
They governed by the Thailand government.
Who cares? It's you understand what we're talking about. When I say the promised land, it's anywhere where black people can gather and be in peace.
Right.
That's all. It doesn't matter. Look, you actually think it always matters. Like, we could create a promised land in America so long as we have our own space and we're living in peace.
So wait, Kala, let me ask you a question. You're not willing to go to Africa to integrate into an African country.
No, I'm not going to integrate into their society. No.
Right. But you're willing to tell black people to integrate into Thailand? I don't understand.
I'm saying no one's integrated into Thailand. They're over there in their own little communities.
Are they not governed by the Thailand government?
Yeah. So what?
So what's the difference?
So what? If you're over there and you don't seem to understand something, right? If a country has good governance, right? You could live in a country and live in peace, right? You got a lot of people who are Americans who live in Belize. Why? Because the Belize understand governance. People live anywhere if you got good governance, right? You got a lot of white and black people who live in the Philippines. They got good governance, right? Unfortunately, most African countries have poor governance. That's why people don't move there. You know?
Right. Would you agree Liberia was a poor governed country too?
No, it was a greatly governed country. That's the one thing it didn't. It did not have. It had poor rulership, but it had great governance, right? And I just really believe sometimes that maybe rulership is all Africans know. That's what I think. Maybe that's all they would know. But right now, I'm really pleased that the governance I see in Liberia right now is really Liberia's really on. Now Liberians are starting to say, yeah, the country's really on the uptick. You know, Liberia's almost back where it was in the 70s. You know. All right, let me get somebody else on the show. Go goddamn. Is that what's the name?
Cam. Just call me Cam.
Cam. Okay. Oh, that's a dude with a female in the back. Is that your daughter?
No, that's my wife.
Oh, wow. She's
Kala, you act like you don't know who that is, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. I said it in the
comment. Cam.
Yeah, you act like you don't know. Come on.
Yeah, you did say you was coming in, man. What's going on, man? That's your wife, man? Dang, man. No offense, man, but she's beautiful, man. Jane,
I appreciate you. Thank you, bro.
What's going on? What's on your mind, brother?
I'm just here listening, you know what I'm saying? Gonna interject when I feel the need to interject. But right now, Kwame chewing you, so I'm just gonna
Kwame's chewing me, okay. Yeah. Yeah, check this out. The point I'm trying to make is when I say the promised land for Black America, right? The promised land was basically always any place where we could practice one thing called Black joy. Black joy comes when Black people, we're together in our families and our circumstances and whatnot, and we're happy, we're laughing, we feel safe and secure and stuff like that. And we want that all the time, right? Once we get a taste of that Black joy, right? We're saying, where can we practice this Black joy? You know something? There's a place called Kansas, right? They're giving out free land. Oh man, let's go out there. The children can have plenty of land to work in the field, and the missus could be running the schools with the children and whatnot. You know, a man could work this much money a day and whatnot. You know, we'll all work hard and everything like that, and we'll pray to Jesus on Sunday and whatnot, hit the juke joints on Saturday. You know, that's what the story of the African American is. You know, we want a place. We always want a place where we have peace.
Kala, that's a lot. That's a lie, Kala.
You gonna tell me I know my own people?
Hold on, I'm explaining. I'm explaining
about my people.
Hold on.
How you gonna tell me about me?
Oh, but let me can I respond, Kala?
Hold on, Elvis. Right? I mean Elvis. Kwame. Black people in America don't give two shits about you all these other people. We don't give a shit about none of that shit.
But
we want to be peaceful among ourselves.
Can I respond?
No, Carla, what that mean though?
If people come around and they want to come with us and integrate with us, whatever, like, or just be a part of us, we don't kick you out anyway. We accept everybody.
Carla, you're not ruling the government. How you can't kick me out?
Who cares? Who cares? The country works.
But you're talking from an authoritative position.
Yo, the country works. I am sick and tired of black people sitting there talking about, oh, you don't rule the government. You know what it takes to rule a government? Not one fucking black country in the world fucking is really functional. Maybe we just don't fucking have it, you know?
I mean,
why don't we refer to works like the purposeful what was I want to say reconstruction, a purposeful not decolonization. It's not destruction. They wrote a book on this, on how they didn't build Africa correctly. So I don't feel like it's not that Africans can't govern themselves. I just feel that Western influence is always going to interfere with African governance.
Yeah, but hold on. Yeah, but every other group of people have let me tell you something. This is how it works, brother. Listen to this carefully, right? When Genghis Khan was on the march, right? At the time, the Han people, tribes, and stuff like that were fighting with each other, right? But when they saw the threat of the Mongols, what did they all agree needs to be done? Do we know history? What did they do to stop the Mongol advancing from the north? What did they build?
I mean, Kyler, we could barely talk, so you might as well just lecture us.
No, just answer me.
You talking about the Great Wall, Kyler?
Yeah, the Great Wall. That was made to stop the Mongols and the Tartars from invading China. The Han people came together. Okay, another example, right? Another example. When the Persians were at were marching through the Mediterranean, right? The Greek states, Thrace, Sparta, Athens, and all these other places were at war with each other. They hated each other. These city-states were at war with each other. But guess what? They saw an external threat, right? And they all came together under the Spartans, who were the warriors, and they basically stood off the Persians, right? When Julius Caesar was marching across Europe, right? The Gaul tribe the Gauls in France had like 50 different warring tribes hate each other, right? But they saw a common enemy, which was Rome. And even though they were eventually defeated by Julius Caesar, they basically came together. The Africans, when the Europeans came with Africans, like Europeans have all these years of war, bloodshed, death, and this treachery and everything like that. So these are the people that showed up to the coast of West Africa. Africa culture is relatively peaceful and somewhat naive, right? So when they saw Europeans, they thought the Europeans were operating under the same value system as them. So they invited the Europeans in. The Europeans befriended them, They would learn about who was fighting who was like this, right? Just enough by that time. It wasn't just it was after slaves at first. They would just make a thing. And then slavery became useful years later, and it grew from there. They grew by Europeans knowing how to pit Africans against each other, and Africans not having that natural defense of, look, we're together over here in this area. We're more similar than we are there. That European is the enemy. See, every other part of the world, the people in a region would group against the people from a far away. Africa is the only place where they took the European as his friend and his neighbor as the enemy.
Kyla, to push back on what you said, the Dum Divideras, the Papal Bull, was signed in 1453. So this was, about 40 years before they took shores to America. So they already had the idea to enslave Africans.
I just said that.
No, but you made it seem like they came for commerce.
What I'm saying is, although they took some Africans as slaves, but it wasn't on any large level, So the bottom line is this: when they got entrenched on the continent, particularly the British and the Dutch, then basically they knew how to manipulate Africans, especially when the Dutch came to Benin. They realized how to manipulate Africans, beguile them with gifts and stuff like that, and the Africans fell for it, and that's what happened, So by the time it got on, and they let the Europeans build these slave castles when it was too late. You know, they
I
were too
wanted to
late.
ask you a question, because I think you was alluding to like Black Americans have always wanted to separate from the wider white American
Yeah, we
society,
always it's always been there.
right? So
There's a
so
myth.
why only
Always, there's a
18,000?
myth. There's a myth in American culture that we want to integrate. Black people always was searching for the promised land. And so
Right.
the promised land was always places that we heard about. That where black people got good jobs. Let me give you an example. Harlem was how did the promised land happen? It would happen through word of mouth. I heard this place in New York called Harlem, man. That's where Negroes dress fancy. They got good jobs and whatnot. That's all it took. And that's what's at the Great Migration. Everybody came searching for the promised land. Some people, the promised land was Detroit. Some people, the promised land was Chicago. Some people, the promised land was Kansas. Some people, basically, the promised land. I don't know about Philly, but New York was the number one destination
Right.
in the East Coast, East United, in Detroit. So
Kyla,
Detroit
can I
was the
can I just
promised land.
read this? Can I just
Yeah, but
read two?
John, a lot of black people from the South didn't go to Boston. Boston are mostly black native Northerners. They're Yankees. Boston has a lot of black Yankees up there.
Can I say this real quick? Do you think that's got a lot to do with why we hear? Because I'm always hearing like you hear these uppity niggas talking about this is why blacks want to be around whites. But traditionally blacks followed blacks, like when you talk about the
I
Harlem
said that. I
example,
said
the
that. I said
Rosewood.
that.
So that's
I,
like a psyop, right? Like they trying to say, oh, blacks want to be close to white when that's not historically true.
but not nah, Cam. I disagree. Based on
That's evidence, Kwame. You have this misconception about black people in America, because you're not from here. We know in our stories and stuff like that.
I'm like
I
that
listen to
though, bro.
uncles,
Stop
my
that.
grandparents, when they did everything to avoid white people.
Kyla, can I read a quote from Frederick Douglass real quick?
Oh, Frederick Douglass, come
Let
on.
me just read this one quote from Frederick Douglass. This is Frederick Douglass in the 1850. We would rather be the slaves of an American than be the free man of Liberia.
The
And
bottom line, why are you quoting the guy Frederick Douglass? Mental fucking
but
issues.
that's
Why
a
hold up? Why
direct quote from
even play it
Frederick
like this?
Douglass.
Hold up. Nobody fucking listened to Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was also against the Kansas exodus.
Yeah, but he was a pivotal man, and
Who pivotal man to who?
Kyla, you're not going to tell me Frederick
Pivotal
Douglass.
man to who?
He's a Kyla.
Nobody followed him. Nobody listened to him. What are you
So
talking about?
nobody followed Frederick Douglass.
No.
So why did only
I have
18,000
no
went to
idea.
Liberia?
White people, hold up. A lot of people, the same amount of people went to Liberia went to Kansas. So the bottom line, about the same amount of people went to Liberia went to Kansas. He was
But,
against the Kansas exodus.
but Kyla, he wasn't the only one that said we'd rather be slaves in America
I
than be
have
a
no
free man in
idea.
Liberia.
I have no idea why friggin' somebody would say something stupid like that.
Are you familiar with
He did
James
not. Hold up.
14?
He did not friggin'. First of all, if he wanted to stay in America, then why did he escape slavery himself and went to free
Wait,
and London?
hold on. Are we talking? What are you talking about? Liberia? I mean,
No, check this out. This is what I'm talking about. If he says I'd rather be freed as a slave, I mean, as they go to Liberia.
No, you mixing a quote. He said I'd rather be a slave in America than be a free man in
Okay, then, if
Liberia.
that was the case, then what he should have did was turn himself back into he was a runaway slave. He should have turned himself back into his masters and be an example of that.
oh, it's true. It's true that most black people didn't want to go back to Africa.
I don't think so.
No,
Kyla,
no. It was so much stuff that came out that time that they didn't want to go back. They actually fought
No,
against
there
the
was a lot of
ACS.
propaganda. And when
Kyla, the vast majority of
Okay.
Black Americans did not want to leave
people
America.
wanted to get out of the South, right? The problem was in Liberia, right? After the Civil War happened, there was nobody financing the voyage. That's why I wrote my book, Journey to the Promised Land, 1878. The Liberia Exodus Company was created in Charleston, South Carolina. Black people came from all over the world, all over the United States, Canada, to go to Charleston to exodus to Liberia. Yeah, it was big. That was the biggest event in Black history.
But Kyla, a large portion of Black people felt the same way Frederick Douglass did.
All I know is basically the largest movement in Black history culture in the 19th century was the Liberia Exodus of 1878. So that's what I wrote my novel on.
Another one.
The second one was the Kansas Exodus, right? So basically, I know people will tell you, "Oh, black people will
And
do this."
Collar, those are 20,000, 18,000
Yeah,
tops,
but
Collar.
you only talk. Hold up, you're only talking about actually 100,000 went to okay. The bottom, and then the Great Migration brought millions of black people to the north.
How many
You know?
went to Liberia, Collar?
Well, it was only a small percentage because it was so
Exactly.
Yo, but
Exactly,
Kwame,
because
to
most
be
of
fair,
because
hold on. To be
it was
fair
not
though,
financed.
to
It was
be
not
fair, they say Frederick Douglass was working for them boys, like for the CIA. So I don't even like realistically. Why would that kind of quote come out of his mouth? I'd rather be a slave in America than be a free man in Liberia. Had he even seen
Kwame will
Liberia
believe
at
that
that
shit.
point?
I
but
never
you gotta
seen it.
understand,
I never
most
seen
black
it.
people were scared to go back to Africa. Let's keep it real.
No, they weren't. No, they
It
weren't.
wasn't.
Call it. Let's be
I can tell
real.
you, at the time, there was a lot of black people who weren't that really removed from Africa.
Co-
Remember,
co-
something? You had people. You had
Come,
people. Hold on, you had people in Cotilda that came here in the 1860s, right? They were
we're not
completely
talking about
established.
them. We're not talking about
Well,
them, Carla. We're talking
this
about people who's been
let's
here for generations.
well, first of all, you don't know nothing. You know how many black people that went to South Africa? Not just
How many,
Liberia.
Collar?
I was thousands of people went to South Africa. The first black
Exactly,
community.
thousands.
Hold
It
on,
was
the
millions
first
of us
yeah,
here.
but hold up. When you talk about millions of people, you know how much money that would take to ship millions of people over to a continent? You know,
I mean, the
there was no
government was
money.
willing to.
You can't
The
just
government's
people
willing
across
to.
the
They was
continent.
willing to finance it.
Hold on,
It just
hold on. There was
people didn't want
nobody
to
willing
go.
to finance that. Something the white people basically who financed initial Liberia saw no use in it and they stopped financing it. Right? White people financed the black people being brought over here as slaves. You know, there's no profit in sending black people out there because they still needed black labor in the South. That's
Co-
why we stayed.
Collar, are you familiar with George? With James 14 Senior?
So the bottom line, no, the bottom line is this, Kwame. All your goofy.
Why didn't you answer his
Let me ask you
question
a
though?
question. Let me ask you a
Respectfully, why
question.
why
Well,
why didn't you answer his question though?
let's get back to the topic, and I want to know
Okay, bet.
what is your purpose, Kwame?
I, I'm just tuning in. I'm
Oh,
just
wait, no,
hearing.
what is your purpose?
What do you mean? Was
Or purpose
No,
or purpose?
I said the quest, the search for the promised land. That defines Black America. What's your opposition to that?
nothing. I agree with that, but I just think the
No, you
large
said you didn't
portion.
agree with that. I said, look, you don't know anything about Black America. I'm just trying to tell you right now. You know,
Kyle, I have no.
you
I agree with that, but I don't think the large.
yeah,
I don't think the
you act
large
like you know something about Black
majority
America.
of
You
Black
don't.
Americans agree
Look,
with
I don't
that,
look.
Kyle.
I don't go in Jamaican business and pretend like I know. I don't know shit about you people. You know,
Kyle,
but
you
I
talk
do know
about
about you.
African business all the time,
Hold on. Look, I know about Liberia because I'm involved in that, right?
but you talk
But
about Nigerians.
I don't look. If an African gets up here and tells me no, Colin, this, that, I shut up.
Wait, Kyle, did you not say
Really,
that?
Carla?
Yeah.
Kyle, did you not say that it's easy to take land from Africans? All you got to do is
I
store
think I said I
banana.
was joking. I was joking. I said that. Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's a joke.
Yeah,
It
it was
was
a
a
joke.
joke.
But my point I'm trying to make is if I'm sitting there listening to somebody tell me about the history of their country and why certain things happen, I'll listen to them. You know, even
I'm listening,
Elvis, I'll
Kyle.
listen to them because they basically know things that I don't know. I listen to Liberians; they'll tell me certain things that I don't know. You know,
So with me, if you don't, if we can't, give our inputs on African Americans,
I'm saying,
what make you the authority?
I'm saying, if we give inputs, right? You got to be logical, right? You got to be logical, right? What logic would it be if you look at Black American history, right? Look at what white America destroyed. See, this is what I'm saying. What you're doing is you're erasing Black history. I don't like that. You know.
How am I erasing Black history?
Hold up. Before we were seeking for the promised land, as soon as the Civil War was over, we were looking for the promised land. Out of that came cities like areas like Tulsa, thriving areas, Wilmington, Forsyth, Georgia, Rosewood, Durham, North Carolina. All these places were thriving Black communities, right? That were destroyed, erased from history, right?
Right.
Now, when somebody comes and says, "Oh, Black people were trying to integrate with white people," that's a lie.
It's not a lie, Kyle. You can't say that's a lie.
It's a lie because we wanted our own towns and communities and whatnot. We wanted to incorporate our own towns and whatnot and live. Why would if we had our own land, own town, own land, everything? We're away from these people. We did not want to be in proximity to these people. We went to Ohio, and there's Black towns in Ohio right now. You know, I forgot the name of it. One Black town in Ohio, right outside of Cleveland, all Blacks to this day. You know, we always built our own towns and stuff like that, tried to build among ourselves, live among ourselves. It was all centered around what you don't like is the AME Church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church. That was a core of the black community.
Right. So why did black people fight for integration?
We did not fight for integration.
Okay.
That was something that was imposed upon us by white liberals and misguided black people who live outside the black community. These people, the majority of black people, if you tell somebody you have a school, your school has no books, no running water, nothing like that, right? And the state is never going to give you that, right? And somebody says, oh, if you want your kids to have a good education, you got to go over here to white school. What do you think they're going to do? Of course they're going to take it. You know?
Are you saying that your ancestors didn't fight to be American?
No, they were fighting to live. My ancestors were fighting to exist in a country that basically they didn't know whether they're Americans or not. They just knew they were here and they were trying to make the best out of a bad situation. That's what
I'm saying. They didn't want to go back to Africa. They wanted to fight to be American.
Let me tell you something, Kwame. You still understand. Since a lot of us could not go to Africa, we built our own Africa in places like Jamaica, Queens, Hempstead, Long Island, Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn. We built our own Africa right here in America. We didn't need to go to Africa when that was not necessary. Africa was only necessary when it felt like that we could not build our own thing. Once we figured out where we could build our own communities here, for the most part, Gary, Indiana, there's a reason why you got these black communities that survived all this time. Gary, Indiana, freaking Detroit, all these areas with black areas. Still in Detroit, you still got large numbers of black communities still in Detroit, middle class communities in Detroit. Baltimore, Maryland,
Collar, the vast majority of wealthy black people live in white neighborhoods, Collar.
Their own communities and whatnot, despite the fact that white people tried to starve these communities with redlining, no funding, no capital, and then give all the money capital to the white community, right?
Collar, wouldn't redlining be a good thing?
Redlining. If white people said, you know something, they only did redlining for a racist reason. There's no reason to do redlining.
Yeah, they didn't want black people to live in their neighborhoods.
Oh no, they redline. You don't even know what redlining means. Redlining means that you take an area that's black, right? And you draw a red line through it and tell the banks that if you give a loan to the thing, you can't get underwriting or insurance. Loans have to be insured, right? Redlining means like this. So all the loans that white people built their communities, they weren't part of the red line. The black community was. So anytime a black person had to get a loan, you had to move to a white area. That's what forced integration was. Understand? We didn't want to do that. We lost out on moving out of our neighborhoods and moving into white neighborhoods, But the red line was there. Like, what you want a mortgage, you got to move out of this area to a black community,
Wait, Collar, can I ask you one question? Historically speaking, these neighborhoods like Rosedale, Jamaica, Queens, was these white neighborhoods?
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, right? The black people basically moved to Queens in the late 50s and whatnot. The white people moved out to Long Island. Black people, my family, moved to Queens in like the late 50s, in the early 60s and everything. White people moved out. We moved in. We started getting loans and everything. You know how that was possible? All the Glassboro and all that. Black people moved there is because the federal housing laws happened, right? Millions of black families across America got mortgage loans for the first time, right? And white people said, okay, they took sold their houses, right? And they said, we're going to buy these new houses out in Levistown. And next thing you know, neighborhoods that were white became black overnight. Overnight. And
yeah, because wealthy black people wanted to move into white neighborhoods.
No, we didn't want to move in. We were moving into neighborhoods as white people were moving out. We were not trying to move into wealthy white neighborhoods. I'm telling you, my family.
So there wasn't race war. There wasn't race wars that occurred.
No, white people were moving out. It's called white flight.
Collar, they was complaining that black people was moving.
Yeah, that was that one area in Queens in 1970. I remember when that happened. That was that one neighborhood in Queens, but the surrounding neighborhood right there was all black. That one section remained white.
So you're telling me those same areas that we just mentioned?
No,
you didn't see a white flight.
Look, hold up. In New York City, back in the days, right? The white neighborhoods and the black neighborhood pretty much look the same, right? In fact, at nighttime, when you drive around, you can't tell if it's a white neighborhood or black neighborhood when people are inside. What happened was some blocks and whatnot in places like Ozone, Queens, Hammer Beach stayed predominantly white. and then 135th and all that right there on Brockway Boulevard stayed black, you know, and that's the way it was, you know, and stayed like that. There's a line, you know, black side, white side, you know, that's it, you know. But all my families bought houses back in the 50s, you know, and it's still there in New York to this day, you know. So, and the bottom line is nobody was trying to live around white people. As black people come in and whatnot, next thing you know, whole blocks will fill up with nothing but black. White people moving out at the same time, black people moving in. And in my
Yeah,
block,
they didn't want to live around black people, so they left the neighborhood.
my block, we had two white families, old white people. I think they were either German. I think it were Germans. They said we ain't going nowhere. They stayed right the hell there. Yeah, white. Every black community had that one white family, and the story was, yeah. See, this is when the white people lived. We didn't know the neighborhood was
Kyler, do you currently live in a black majority black neighborhood?
no.
Okay.
No, I don't live in a majority black neighborhood, unfortunately. I could, you know, but the thing is, I have a neighborhood. There's a neighborhood that's all black that looks like mine, nice houses and whatnot. But the thing is, though, unfortunately, because it's all black, even though it's no crime and everything like that, unfortunately, because it's all black, the property value in that house is probably like half of what mine is. You know, that's unfortunate. And these
So
houses are built. These are houses of mansions. You know, and
so
so
property value is the reason why you won't live in a black neighborhood right now.
well, if you ever have a house, you're trying to a house is an investment. You want to build equity in it. You understand how that works. You want to build equity in it. And so therefore, unfortunately, we have a lot of black neighborhoods here, nice black neighborhoods here, right? But unfortunately, you can't stop that certain element from moving in. And then when I know people that got nice houses in black neighborhoods. As soon as there's a shooting or something like that, or just one house is acting up, the property values go down. That's how it works. And next thing you know, you got black people who should have like hundreds of $1,000s worth of equity. The house is in a negative. They have no equity in the house, so it is what it is. That's not the promised land. Promised land would be we build houses and whatnot because there's no crime, no nothing. Things will work out good. We're not in the promised land right now. So in promised land, all these problems would disappear overnight. So.
Kyla, I think you should lead by example and live in a
No, I don't think.
majority black
look.
neighborhood.
The only example you're gonna get from me is my time I spent on YouTube.
No, I'm saying
Look. I live in a nice neighborhood. I have an office. I have a business and whatnot. I have to do what I have to do in life.
I'm saying, are you saying there's no black neighborhood in America right now?
I'm not interested in no black neighborhoods in America. My black neighborhood is when I spend time with my wife in Liberia.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm not interested in
the purpose of everything really that you advocating for, though, Kala.
What?
I said that kind of defeats the purpose of everything that you're advocating for.
What are you talking about? Explain.
What do you mean? He's trying to say that if you don't
look, at this point in time, I wish it would have happened 15, 20 years ago. But at this point in time, at my age, at this point in life, I have no intention of moving. You understand?
Respect. I'm just saying that kind of go against.
Hold on. We have several nice black neighborhoods, right? If circumstances, whatever, I would love to move there, right? But the way things are right now, what I'm trying to do, what I'm trying to build and whatnot, the last thing I'm trying to do is move and do all stuff like that again, So it's too late for me, I'm too old. It's too late for me to move.
Tyler, you could move. You could move to Jamaica.
I am not moving nobody place. I'm a fucking man. What the fuck I need to move for? I don't move no more. I'm settled. I'm set.
So you settled in a white neighborhood.
Well, it doesn't matter. My neighborhood has black people in it. It's like a huge number of black people in the neighborhood. Black people got money. That's a whole thing. I don't care about what the neighborhood is. I only know my house. And I got neighbors who are black. We got 6 black millionaires in my neighborhood. So it's like this. So, I live here. It is what it is. Spend a lot of time at my brother's house. He got an in-ground pool. Go to his house. We chill.
But Kyle, it's a lot of black millionaires in Jamaica Estates, Rosedale, Lorton.
I have family in New York, right? I am not moving to no cold ass fucking New York. I do not want to hear you fucking immigrants. I do not want to hear foreign language. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I am not moving to no New York. Right. I'm done with New York.
Sound like a black nationalist, though. I ain't gonna hold you.
You know what I'm saying? I don't want look. I don't want to live in New York City. You know, that's just yeah. That's not me. You know,
But
I hope.
Kyle, there's plenty of thriving neighborhoods in New York
No,
City
look,
where.
I look. Then tell somebody like Dollar Bill that he lives there. I mean, there's nothing anybody could tell me about this. This to me, Virginia, to me, in the United States, Virginia is probably the best place in the United States to live. We're in the top 15 places, top 10 places for Black people to live right here, right now. Look at Virginia Beach. We're the top 10 place for Black people to live.
Yeah, the DMV is
No,
not.
that's the DMV. That's the DMV.
That's still the DMV.
No, it's not. No, it's not. This is
Delaware.
South. This is 757. The DMV is in Northern Virginia. That's
Okay, I
Northern
see
Virginia.
what you're saying. Okay, okay.
That's in Northern Virginia. This is 757. This
Caller,
blows the
drop the
DMV.
link.
But
This
I'm
blows
saying,
the DMV
Kyle,
out the water.
if you want your message to be,
Look, I don't give a flying fuck about no message, right? You know, like I'm gonna do. Like, look, you motherfuckers, niggas are not worth shit. You know, your message.
Then how we moving forward though, Calla? Like how we gonna move
Well, look,
forward if
I'm saying
I
like
don't
this.
know
I
what we
tell people all
standing
the
on?
time.
If you
I
saying
tell
something
people all
like
the time.
that, what are we
Look,
standing on?
my message is simple, right? The first thing you want to do if you want to impress me is get your passport, right? Get a visa, and go to an African country and spend some money. Take $5,000 and go there and spend like 3 weeks in Africa or whatnot. You know, then come back and talk to me.
What's that gonna do though?
No, because you're making a connection.
Okay, that makes sense.
You're making a connection. If you're not willing to do that, then I can't take what you say seriously. So
We shouldn't go there and kind of like build with people there. You just
I'm
want us to
building
go
that. I
there
have
and
a
spend our
house.
money?
Look, I'm gonna be part of a trade mission. You know, hopefully I can be the keynote speaker there in March. You know, a high level trade mission from Atlanta's coming there, right? International Focus magazine is gonna headline it, right? I have a tour group going there in February with Bomani Tyamba, our second tour group going there, whatnot. I'm making moves in Liberia, right? I'm not talking, I'm making moves. We're building business between Black America and Liberia. That's what I do. Everybody else does get up on YouTube talk about what somebody else should do. I'm only telling you what I do.
Yeah, I respect that. Can I ask a quick
I
question
just
real
know what
quick?
I do. Go ahead, Prince.
Because you brought up a lot of good points, which is true. There's a lot of cities and towns established by Black Americans
That's what we
for
wanted.
the
I
like
know
their
what
own
that's
redemption
what we wanted.
cities in America. But in the present day, there's a lot of them that are dilapidated,
Well,
wear down,
I know
and
that,
need
but
assistance.
here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? The white people basically in these areas, right? Like I could show you in Portsmouth, Virginia, right? This I could tell you in your mental head, right? I could tell you if the friggin' take up the streets, take up that overpass, everything like that, you could almost see where the white community once existed and the Black people existed. And all they did was use a connecting road to connect and colonize the Black area, whatnot. You know, they would go to the Black area and tell them, "Oh, you guys want sewer lines, indoor plumbing, and everything? Fine." And between the 1930s and the 20s and 1940 up to the 1940s, all Black people throughout the South were seeing was they got new paved streets. And I remember when I was a kid, right? This is like the early 70s, right? You know, there was towns in North Carolina, right, that had dirt roads still.
Yep, my dad's road was a dirt road growing
Yeah,
up.
dirt roads and whatnot, you know.
Yeah,
So the
I seen
bottom
that
line
in
is
the '90s,
white people came
early
in,
2000s.
and they basically said, "You want roads, you want this, like that, you know, power lines, all stuff like that." Black people said, "Fine, okay." So how do you think Miami was built? Miami was settled by Black people. Miami was once a thriving Black city.
Yes,
White people
Yeah,
came there.
but Carla,
it's not
Carla,
white
Carla,
people that did that. It was the Cubans that did that.
No, this is
no,
long before the Cubans.
no, but Carla, Carla,
Hold on. It was other Cubans. It was the Jews.
But after the Jews came,
After the Jews came the
it
Cubans.
kind
Yeah.
of it became a black city again. I probably won't say as affluent, but like Miami has its own Brownsville, its own Overtown. Like it was the New York of the South.
Overtown was this whole city, you know.
Uh huh.
was OC. And then what happened was they did, like they said, they redlined, they built infrastructure, they built a highway and bypasses and do all these type of things to strangle the black community that died. They did that all over. St. Louis, same way. They divide. Houston was. They built a highway right through the city to block off black businesses and everything. They did that all throughout destroyed black areas. That's what principal people don't understand. St. Augustine, Florida was once a thriving city, right? White people brought the bypass there. Now St. Augustine is like third world poverty. They drove the place like that. They control where the post office goes, where the power is, and all stuff like that. They control the infrastructure, the railways. We have no say-so over principal over that.
Yeah, but that's not true. That's the main reason I call it.
No, it is
the truth. They have no say so.
Hold on. Look, you don't understand principal, right? What you don't seem to understand. You immigrants don't understand. This is not a fair country. You got white people on every level of government, right? That control everything.
You have black people on every level of government.
Yeah, the black people on level of government only go by what white people tell them to do.
But when y'all say that we got black people on every parts of government too, I ask Caribbeans and I ask Africans the same thing. If niggas couldn't change it where they from, don't you think it's gonna be 10 times harder in somewhere where they not from? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
These white folks over here aren't playing no games. If they wasn't playing
you make a
games in
good point,
Africa,
Cam.
That's not a good point
bro.
because most of the laws that you have today, the fact that you can buy and purchase home every day, the civil rights in which people talk about, it was black people who fought for it and got it. The white man didn't just give it up. So the idea that there's no such power and
we're saying
that's BS.
We're so far behind. We're so far behind. It's almost like it's too late.
They're not. We're not far behind.
Dude, man,
you always play videos about how there's a bunch of billionaires and millionaires.
For reparations, right? Because although there was a black middle class and everything, the fundamental stuff we talk about, like rebuilding black communities and making black communities, is going to take billions of dollars and whatnot that white America is not willing to spend.
Trillions of dollars, not billions, trillions.
Hold on. But you always brag about how black people have spending power.
Yeah,
black people have billionaires.
That don't mean
why
nothing.
Can't they organize that?
Government money, we don't have government money and shit like that. It's not concentrated. All that money, you know how much that money actually goes back to black people? Nothing.
I think why doesn't it go back to black people? Accountability here right now.
The bottom line,
that's true. It's a lot of, not a lot, but we got some influential black billionaires, and for some reason, people won't invest in the community. It's like they want to be very white adjacent. They want to be black. You know what I'm saying? They want to be black, but they want to be around white people and take into Eurocentric activities. Like there's some big baller at black America.
Do you think Kala is, his points are, like flip floppy? Because if the wealthy black people in America is not willing to, live in a black community, invest into a black community.
Let me ask you a question, Kwame. Right?
Why you ain't let Kwame?
Let me paint you a picture. Right? Let me paint you a picture. Tell me what you think. Right? Now, when we talk about a black community, are we talking about a patriarchal society?
Yes, it is. The black community is very much still a patriotic.
Well, the current communities that you talk about, let's live in a black community. Are there community run by single women, many generations of single women with their baby boys and their thugs and the beta males running around?
Not every black people grew up in a single parent home, Colin.
Communities right now.
You're overgeneralizing.
The patriarchy. When I was growing up, I grew up in a black patriarchy. My uncles, my grandfather, my father, there was men around, Now you don't have men around. Women are working 3 jobs and whatnot. The kids are doing whatever they want to do. You got dudes coming in and out of jail. They're going to do the homecoming party for Pookie coming out of jail and whatnot. Buquisha's having a kid at 15, whatnot, and all this kind of stuff.
I never experienced none of that. But continue on.
Black America is.
I don't think it's the norm, but I've seen it. But it's not the norm, bro.
So the bottom line, when you say a black community, that's what you're going. That's what. Yeah, and they'll say to people like this. Okay, black people saying, something, the gang members on the street corner selling dope, right? The police come and say, something, Kwame, I need your help, man. We need to form a neighborhood watch or not. Because crime is decreasing the property value, and people don't want to come in here. Not even an electrician when coming because neighborhoods unsafe, right? We need to watch the community. The police need the community help. The community says, F the police. We don't want to do nothing or not. The gangs are outside doing whatever they want to do, terrorize the community with impunity and whatnot. So you know what the black people with money do? They say, I'm going to move the fuck away and say, fuck you niggas. That's what they say. You know why? Hold on. You know why? Because I actually have friends and whatnot that told me that's what they you know? They say, look, I have my friend, one of my agents, Kathy. She lives in an all-black neighborhood called Churchland. Look it up.
It's a black lady named Kathy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Check this out. She lives in an all-black neighborhood called Churchland, right? She has a house. She's one of my agents, right? Have a house. She said she's ready to move out there because the other day, right, there was somebody got shot and a dead body was laying in the street all night. She said, I can't live around this, right?
In the middle of a
street. Selling it. He be
Come on,
selling
Kyler.
it.
That's not happening in America.
First of all, first of all, I would not tell you that because
you talking about America like it's some third world country where
you come down,
Kyler, that don't even exist in third world countries.
For real, for real, you'd be doing it, bro.
I'm telling you,
your influence. Listen, though, for real, your stability is showing. Like that's not happening in the hood, bro. Niggas ain't laying out all night, bro.
First of all,
no, sir.
Cam, please don't talk over me.
I apologize. Go ahead.
Right? Don't do that. You know, first of all, this is not the damn hood. She lives in a nice area. Churchland is a nice area, right? She's saying whatever it is, like you said, you got the thugs out there. I think the guy was on the street. He was in his car. He was shot in his car. Somebody shot the guy in his car. You know, the police is out there, got the body when the next morning. This happens all the time. People sitting in their car, they get shot, they get set up, whatever like that, the ops or whatever like that. After
why come nobody call the police?
I guess people hear gunshots. They don't even, that's what I said. People probably heard the gunshots, but they're like, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't snitching. I ain't like, and who?
But you said it's in a nice neighborhood, though. How would they do that?
It's a nice neighborhood, you know. But the nice neighborhood.
Carla, you contradicted, man. You always talk about.
Hold on, look. Just because a neighborhood is nice, right? That don't mean shit don't go down there. That's all I can tell you.
People in the suburbs call the police, Carla.
Yeah, they call the police, man.
Look, that's what I'm saying. Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Now you got black people now in the suburbs, right? Who are following the criminal code of no snitching and shit like that, you know? And that's what's happening. You wonder why people say, you know something, I had enough of this shit, right? And they move out. I had a guy years ago, man, never forget this guy, right? His brother was like, man, you know, working brother, his older brother at the time, this was back in 2004. I was driving cab, right? And his son was like 16, 17, right? And he was one of the brothers, man, they got a house, like it was like a government program house, whatnot. And he basically was like, we was letting out of the house. And some of these dudes on the street, you know, had beef with his son or something like that, right? And they're riding up on the bikes and whatnot, this, that, and the other thing, whatnot, you know, they're drug dealers, whatever like that, you know. And they'll say something to him, right? You know, they'll make him gesture to his son, whatever. And he said, man, I got to get my family out of this shit. You know, I can't do this, you know. He said, I don't care what the fuck. And I said to myself, because I was kind of hurt, because that neighborhood park place, right, is now white, you know. I was like, man, don't give up on the neighborhood. I was telling him all this, don't give up on the neighborhood. We could make it better. And all. He was like, man, I got to get the fuck out of here. I got to think about my family, man. I don't want my son around this shit.
This was in the hood of the suburbs, Carla.
That Park Place was once a nice black neighborhood, right? But it got run down, and for a time period, it looked like it was coming back, you know? But unfortunately, when the neighborhoods come back, right, there's no criteria, right? They don't say we want a two-parent house, boom, 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 boom. They put anybody in there and whatnot, you know? And so you got a lot of these single mothers with teenage sons and whatnot running around, which came like about a good half the population, right? Single mothers with teenage sons and whatnot, you know, and they're in gang activity and whatnot. And the people that the neighborhood should be for is young couples, first-time home buyers, everything like that. They're like, man, so I was safer when I was renting, you know. I bought a home, man. They feel like they're trapped because the house is hard to resell. You know,
Mr. Cat made a great point. His last comment.
What he said? It must have been something stupid because you liked it.
Okay,
Black will call. Please quit. You know, Look, the bottom line is this: these days and times, right? Even if you call the police, that don't mean they're gonna show up. You know. He said the
For a
part.
body, hold on, for a body though, color.
You said
Oh,
a
who knows?
body, that's
Yo,
a death.
nobody
Man.
look. Nobody knew the guy was dead. People get
I could
people.
go for that though. You said he
Hold on.
was in the
Yo,
car,
look. Let me
so
tell you
that
something.
makes
How
sense.
Virginia. I'll play you some videos. Right? You guys don't believe me. Look.
But Kyler, you claim your people was conservative.
Check this out.
What happened to that?
Check this out.
You moving the
Hold on.
goalpost a
Check
lot
this
though,
out. In
color.
Portsmouth, Virginia, there's one neighborhood, right? I feel so bad for my clients when I go to see my clients and they show me the bullets on their house outside and whatnot, that they gotta live like that, that they gotta live like that. People in their 70s supposed to be enjoying their life and whatnot, and they gotta live like that. Yeah, but they're out here shooting and whatnot,
So,
But ain't
Kyler,
that
can I
kind
ask
of
you a
like black
question?
people's fault though? Because they don't, they don't support people
No,
who,
I say like this. The question is, right? We have always been this all-inclusive community, right? That's the problem we're having with the black immigrants. That's the problem we have with the thugs and all these other people. We just include everybody in our community. We accept everybody, whatnot, and they don't know how.
Kyler, how you gonna include black immigrants and thugs in the same sentence? Like, come on,
Yeah,
Kyler.
that is kind of
That's very
that is kind of
disingenuous.
That's wild.
I should have said it like that, but but the
Look,
bottom
the point
line
I'm
is,
trying to make is, but like, from what we've seen, Democrat policies, they pretty much, you know, conservative policies would line up better when you talk about criminality and
but the
stopping crime.
conservative,
But
let me
most,
tell you something, Steve, that sounds good, man, but conservatives are hypocrites, right? Because let me
okay,
tell you something, right? If you tell the conservative, okay, I agree with you, bah, let's ride, man, let's do this one night, they're gonna look at you like, man, all I want from you niggas is shut up and stay out of my face. They ain't interested to try to help you out with no money or something like that to solve your problems.
I mean, but I'm speaking like, look at Donald Trump, sending the National Guard into Memphis
That's I
and
know,
stuff
but
like.
hold on. It's more than just the National Guard. Those young niggas need jobs. They need opportunity. They need partnership.
No, they need to go to jail.
Nah, bro, color right though.
I understand what you're trying to say, but a lot of them, like I told you the other night, they said they arrested like 15, 20
And
murderers in
you
Memphis.
can't arrest your way out of a problem like this.
You got listen. I don't believe in just committing crimes because you don't.
Yeah, but
A
there's
lot of
some
these young
people.
dudes. There's so many jobs and opportunities for people,
Steve. A lot of YNs they beg to differ. They believe crime is a right and a way of life. A
and they
lot of
should go straight to jail.
You go to jail or
yeah,
death,
they
man.
don't care. They're like, hey, look, that's their way of life.
No, they should go straight to jail.
But that's not the majority though.
But Kyler,
I
can
understand
I
it's
ask
not
you
the
a question?
majority, but it's the minority that makes these communities unsafe.
All right, Prince. What's going on?
Yeah, because according to your title, there's a promised land, but there was an original promised land. You can there's historically black cities, towns that needs the
Yeah, they were
elite. You claim
promised.
there's no elite. Hold on. You claim there's no elite, right? You claim there's no black elite. There's no black politicians. No black caucus. You speak as if we're in 1822 still in slavery, but in 2026, 2025, there's a bunch of black politicians, bunch of black billionaires. What are they doing? There's different black elites and judges and all these type of people and well-to-do people, right? What are they doing to shape a new narrative and agenda in the black community? You always dodge that question and you pass the
Let me
buck
tell you
to the
something,
poor and you
Principal.
pass the buck to the whites. But what about the black elites?
You know what those black elites are doing? They're basically like they're making sure if their white friends are around that they turn off the 6 o'clock news. They basically before the 6 o'clock news come around, they give the white friends a couple of drinks so they can forget about what they're about to watch. The black elites are trying to get along to go along to get along, right? They want to play golf. They want to get on a thing like that. And they want to pretend like this mess called the black community does not exist. But the problem is the black community got smart, right? They're on TikTok acting the fool or not. And the black elites is going crazy. Like now these niggas can communicate with the world and the elite have done a good job at containing black ignorance from the public. Now with the age of social media and internet, now they can't do that anymore. How can they stop you know, especially with AI now and whatnot, you know, people are seeing the worst side of Black America online. You know, most of African view of Black America is shaped by what they see online. Before we had people like Bill Cosby, right? The world thought about Black America through the prism of the Cosby Show, place like that. Now it's social TikTok, you know, social media. Now, how do you stop that, Principe? Most of the
How
people
do I
see
stop
themselves through
social media?
negative. Most people see Black people in America through negative lens, and also they're saying they don't want nothing to do with them, right? And there's a lot of Black people saying, you know, see, but I have faith in my people that's not how we are, right? All we need is a place to practice our culture, right? And
So
police.
if you got faith in the Black community, why don't you move to a Black community, Kyle?
No, I'm saying we got the community don't have to be thing. I'm still part of a community, right? The community, like you can live in an area and still not have a community. Right now, you have Black areas, but you don't have community. Understand? Just because you live in a Black neighborhood, that don't mean it's a Black community. A community of people who commune. I could live over here, you could be over here, but we're part of a community because we meet together, we're fellowship together, we buy together, you know, we vote together and stuff like that. That's a community. We support each other. If there's no support system, let me tell you something. A lot of these areas right here, man, I noticed I learned something really quick, right? My last office space, right? I'm glad I moved the fuck out of there, man. I didn't want to because it's more money. My sister and brother made us move right now. I'm glad we did, you know. It was ghetto as hell, man. It was a cheap office space, ghetto as hell, right? Anyway, I've had the notion that all the businesses in these places were small Black businesses. I thought we were gonna have this build a Black community, Black businesses together, man. Yo, man, Lord have mercy. I feel like a fucking fool, right? I try to get together with some, yo, man, this that motherfucker like, why you getting in my business, whatnot, you know? I said, yo, we're all Black, whatever. Yeah, why you want to know what we do, whatnot, blah blah blah. What the? I'm like, holy shit, man, it's deeper than I thought, right? And mother, the whole thing is this: you had one lady, she she owned like 3 hair salons there. Other lady had a photography business, right? You know, the other guy, he had he did something like one guy, man, he passed away. He has his own health care agency, Black guy. He has his own health care agency, but he had money too. He had a large number of people, CNAs working for him. He had a huge home healthcare agency. You know, all these Black businesses. I thought, man, I'm in the right place and whatnot. We're gonna get together and we're gonna build a Black business community here. Kwame, when it came down to fucking money and shit like that, right away people look at you like, how much is it gonna cost? What do you want? That's Black people. People are talking about community all they want until they kind of come up with $1 or a dime.
But Kyla, we just seen Tariq raise $1 million in a month, so you can't just
Well,
say.
Tariq raised money online. He's not in a specific place. If I basically had the reach he did, I could probably raise the money too. But people that support Tariq don't care about the community. All they're trying to do is push this narrative, right? They think that by supporting Tariq, the term African American will go away, and that somehow we could sever ties with Africa. That's how sick they are. They're gonna be real shocked when we're real. Like I said, the truth is always slow. When we actually, in the end, win this shit, when we start building in Africa, we're already starting in Liberia. We're already in Ghana. The tourism growing. I like Professor Small. I didn't not know he did so well in tourism. I did not know that. You know, I know Bomani knows Professor Smalls, but Bomani's taking 1,000 people to Ghana and whatnot. We're gonna look. More people are going to the continent. More people are investing. That's not slowing down. It's only increasing. So if their goal was to stop us from doing this, they're working with the CIA to stop us from getting involved with Africa. They failed, you know? So the bottom line is this. We know what we're doing, Kwame, you know? We know what the fight is, whatnot, you know? We're trying to become a global people, you know? Our community is not confined to these areas in America anymore. We're not confined to the borders of America. You guys, when you guys get off that plane, you reach the promised land. We don't know where the promised land is. It might be in Canada. It might be fucking in Antarctica. You know, we don't know where it's at,
Antarctica.
Who the fuck knows? You know, we don't know what God has for us.
Kyla,
You
why
know?
you always punching down on Black immigrants, man? Come
Yeah,
on, man.
that's kind of
No,
crazy.
I'm saying no, but I'm saying you guys always tell this. The whole thing about Black immigrants is they always tell us how great, they try to remind us how grateful we are. I know that then when we say, okay, we're American, right? No, y'all can't be American, man. Remember what they did to your ancestors and whatnot. You know what
I
is it?
never heard a black immigrant say that
No,
ever.
Kwame said that earlier.
What did I say, Kyla?
You said,
Kwame
"Well,
ain't say that, man.
you don't have no power here. You're not. You're being governed by somebody else." So
No, he
When
said it.
did
He
I
said
say
that the
that?
original. He said the original
You must be psychotic. You
pretext
said
of what
that
an
earlier.
American was not for
You,
African
Kyla,
Americans. That's what
you're
he said.
misrepresenting my quote. You said immigrants come. You was framing Marcus Garvey, and you said, yeah, black immigrants come here and try to remind. I said, well, Kyla, your country
No
told you you was an
government did that.
American. That's what I
My
said. Don't
country never look.
misrepresent
This
my quote.
country. Hold up. Look, I was born here, right? My ancestors were here before this place became a country. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
what
but
this
it
country
was
is.
established under the pretext that the white
Yeah, I know,
man
but
was the
hold
original
up. The
American.
bottom line is this: my ancestors were born in this land, right? So no matter what laws they put and stuff like that. Now, if they say physically, if they came and took me by gunpoint and said, long as I'm able to be on this soil, whatever, like that, move freely on the soil, this is my country, you know. Until they restrict me and tell me I can't go here or they're gonna deport me, yeah, that's fine, you know. But
Kyla, can
till
I ask you a
then,
question?
what?
Am I an American?
What are you?
I'm a black American. I'm asking you, am I American?
Well, if it depends, right? If you feel like you want to be an American, right? If I'm look, I am not going to be. I changed my opinion about this, right? I'm no longer going to fight black people if they just want to be American. They don't want to be African. I'm not going to fight them more. All I'm saying is the black people who believe they want to be African, now you got to step it up because you can't be that so-called African and basically reject America by having no intentions of ever leaving here and like that. I'm like this. I'm in America. I'm an American, right? I'm okay. I guess I'm an American, right? But
Right.
I say the next phase of Black history should be us becoming our own people in our own land.
The
Until
reason the reason I asked you that question, sorry to cut you off, is because months ago when I said that, hey, I'm an American, right? You was like, oh, no, you're not, no, you're not, and I was like, why am I not
yeah, well,
American? I'm an American citizen.
I've changed my views on that, and I'm
The
seeing
point I
now.
brought that up is
Yeah,
that
I'm seeing now that now that I listened to the FBA, I realize how they're gaining such ground, you know, and it's really stupid. Was stupid of me to tell people you're not American when I don't have an Afghanistan established. You know, I can't. I even what I'm doing in Liberia, right? I can't guarantee black people are gonna be in Liberia. I can't guarantee anything's gonna pop in Ghana. I can't guarantee anything. What I do know is black people are very here in America, and black people have a huge middle class. You have more opportunities here and everything. So go ahead and take it. Now it's up to us who are black nationalists to create a new paradigm in national thing, right? If I fail, then I just fail, right? But one thing I'm not going to do is I'm taking the risk, right? If I fail, I fail. I say, look, okay, black people rejected the Afghanistan, you know, I move on my life, right? But in the meantime, I'm like this, you know, all I'm asking black people to do is hear me out. Give me a chance. Just listen to me. All I want is people just to listen to me. And when a lot of people tell me, yeah, Carla, what you do is make sense. So I know when this really does happen, we do get the opportunity to negotiate for territory and stuff like that. We're going to have millions of black people behind us, even if they don't ever go, because I respected them, their right to be American, and they're going to respect my right to be in the African, you know, an African state, you know. So
isn't
by
everybody on this panel right now American, right? American citizens at least.
Yeah, I'm American citizen. So Kyla, what's your strategy to to convert the FBAs to an
I am not trying to
African
convert
mindset?
anybody. I am not trying to convert anybody. Some people at FBA they made up their mind. That's fine, but I'm going with those people who haven't made up their mind yet. You know, just like which we call like Rico Miller in the chat room say, "Oh, I like Colin." I'm still a black nationalist. They know I still talk about the African and whatnot, but I'm getting people who hate Rico Miller used to hate me, but now he listens to me. Why? Because he realized now that I make more sense than the fucking Tariq Nasheed and these goofball FBAs. You know
I kind of like their model though. I ain't gonna hold you. I know that's gonna
what
cost the
model?
cost, but I like the whole because somebody mentioned it earlier. So they said that Black Americans came under the same system of oppression And that kind of gets to the whole point of why, if it's done correctly, the FBA could do what they need to accomplish. If you can tie yourself to this land through these white people's contracts, because that's the only thing they respect is contracts. If you could tie yourself to this land somehow, irrefutable through their court systems, then there's absolutely nothing that you can't begin to do or have on this land. And
Look, I
especially
had
if
look,
you get
you know something.
reparations from it.
Hold
That's
up.
not true, man.
Look,
Look how they
let me
treat the
let me
natives.
say this, Cam. Let me say this. I
But the
would
natives don't
basically,
have the population or influence that Black Americans have, respectfully.
yeah. Check this out. Let me say this. I basically will support anything that's positive that my people want to do. If that's what you want to do, that's fine. You know, that's if people want to do that, that's fine. All I want is that 5 to 10% of Black Americans I know I could peel off to pull this off. That's all I need, you know, and I can only have that if basically the people don't go about it. The Pan Africans of the past have done such a good job of pissing Black America off, you know, that because I'm looking at it now, man. How the fuck did we really fucked up, man? I'm like, God damn, we're telling people.
How so? How so?
Okay, because we're going around telling Black people you ain't American and Africans and whatnot, and but then when Black people see the way Africans talk about them,
What, Kyla? Give some examples of some Pan Africans that's telling Black people in America they're not American.
no, they always do. Umar Johnson, he's I'm an
He said he
American
called himself an
African.
American African. That's what Umar Johnson
He
calls
says I'm
himself.
not American. I'm not American.
Hold on,
Whatnot.
Kyla trying to say that
Even Malcolm X said.
the
Even Malcolm
Africans
X said.
started this
Hold
whole
on,
diaspora
Marcus,
war.
Malcolm
It
Kyla,
X
was
said.
mostly
Kyla,
Black Americans that
Kyla,
said that type of
Yeah, I
stuff.
believe
Malcolm X
Black
it's
said.
back.
Americans did
Kyla,
start this.
even Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey used to say that you have to build at home and abroad. He never said this is not your home. He said a home and abroad. So
Yeah, well,
he
I
was
know, but
saying
I'm
that you
saying
have to
there's
build
a
in
lot of
America and in
people.
Africa,
There's a
in the
lot of
Caribbeans
people
and in
like
Africa.
even Malcolm X, who I love and admire, right? He said, "I'm if I was, I'm not, hey, I'm not talking to you as an American because I was American, we would have nothing to talk about, right?" And a lot of
You
Black
got to
people,
put it in
my
context, though,
generation,
Kyla.
we grew up. I grew up like that. I'm not an American. I'm an African who lives in America. That's
Kyla,
what
in
I
the
grew up with.
1960s, a lot of Black people couldn't even have the right to
Yeah, but
vote,
hold
man.
on,
You got to
there's a
put things in
lot of people
context.
in my generation, Gen Xers, who took that, right? The movie Malcolm X came out, Denzel Washington, right? We were quoting that in the 90s, you
A
know.
No, but
movie.
in 1960s, Black people didn't have the right to vote. If you put history into
It didn't even
context,
matter.
what
Black people
Malcolm
in
X
the
is
North.
talking about is in
First of all,
context.
hold up. First of all, you're wrong because that was only the South. Black people voting in the North for shit, even during
The
slavery
majority of
time.
Black people lived in the South, man.
Yeah,
They
no,
still
majority at
do.
the time, Black people lived in the North.
All
They
right,
were
all
the
right.
The
Northeast.
majority of Black people live down South, Collar.
No, the
Always.
majority of Black people in the 60s lived in the North.
Okay.
Never.
Great migration,
Bro,
yes.
that's not true.
Yeah, it is. The majority of
That
Black
is
people,
factually not true.
New York, they said New York had a quarter of
Kyla,
the Black
it's never
population.
been a time in history, in
Never.
American history, that majority of Black people lived in the North than the South,
Okay,
Kyla.
let's look it up. Let's look it
The,
up.
the
Let's look
I
all
it up.
the
believe I
Please,
believe there was
please look
more
it up.
Black Americans not living in the South, but they won't in the Northeast though. That includes
Oh,
people out
you think
west.
so? Yeah, the Northeast,
And Kyla, Kyla,
Free
Kyla.
black
you
people
know.
came from the South. So historically, freedmen came from the South to migrate to northern areas, or they men ended up making their homes in the South, but they were fleeing from the South to come north. So there's, you know what I'm saying? No, bro.
And Kyla too. You
the
forget too.
largest Black
Even
population
hold on,
of Blacks is all in the
hold on.
South.
Yo, look, hold up. It
Even in
says,
the North, Kyla.
hold up. The movement, the Great Migration. 6 million African Americans ruled from the rural South between 1915 and 1970. See, after 1970, people started returning back to the South. Mass index was driven by a desire to escape racial violence and all that sort of thing. Once the civil rights movement happened, that's when Black people started returning to the South. But between 1915 and 1970, the majority of Black people lived in urban areas like either the Northeast, Gary, Indiana, Chicago, Detroit, and even Oakland at the time. You know.
So are you saying that majority of Black Americans left
No, I
from down
think he's
South?
right.
Yeah.
I think he's right
Okay.
though. That does make
So
sense.
yeah, so Kyla, even if they fled from down south to go to the north due to mistreatment, right? They
No, for
still
being
left
free, they were
due to
freed at the
mistreatment,
time.
Yo,
right? So
black
in
people in the North.
context,
Hold on, Black people in the North basically got industrial jobs. Look, if it wasn't for Black people, the Great Migration, we would have no auto industry. It was Black labor that built the auto industry
That's a
in
fact.
Detroit.
We're not taking away from that. We're talking about
there will be no steel industry in Pittsburgh, Gary, Indiana. All that Rust Belt was black people who came north. Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, all those states attracted millions of African Americans.
Kyler, what happens sometimes when these people came to these regions?
Yeah,
were they not still marginalized in the north?
Black people basically came into regions and they dominated. You got whole
no, but they're still marginalized in the north.
No, they were not marginalized. They were enclaves. You can't marginalize an enclave, bro.
I understand they had enclaves, but I'm trying to say they were still marginalized.
How are they marginalized? They could vote, they paid taxes, and they bought homes, they had jobs. What are you talking about?
Well, what kind of jobs could they get? Some of those guys could get those the good jobs.
The longshoremen, when you see the Brooklyn Bridge right there, who do you think built that? The subways in New York, who do you think built that?
There was also Europeans here who try to pick these people out of what they call them, the unions.
They try to put out there that Europeans did that. Europeans, they come off that.
No. I didn't say just them did it. I'm saying both Black Americans and Europeans. But I'm saying the Europeans kicked them out of unions.
Most of the labor that made New York was the black labor from the South, right? That was the South, and maybe some of the Irish, right?
So black Americans was not kicked out of the unions.
Black Americans were from the South. There's black men from the Carolinas were the friggin' people that built New York. That's the ones who built New York. My father, my grandfather, all of them came to New York, worked as longshoremen, right? Worked on the Brooklyn docks, right? And they also worked in the subways when I digging subways, And also I had an uncle that worked on the Twin Towers in the early 1970s, We were there in New York when it was nothing, We were there when New York was nothing. We were down there with the friggin' chisel and the jackhammer and whatnot, building New York whatnot, So for hundreds of years, we just
that's true. But I'm saying there was also European migrants that were also there.
Yeah, there were migrants, but the bottom line is we did the dirtiest, toughest jobs in New York.
And those individuals also marginalized you guys, and they try to force you guys out of unions.
You can't marginalize somebody if they look. This is how it is, principally. Let me listen to this carefully, right? The black longshoremen did such a good job, right? They were so strong and so valuable, right? When the white bosses, right, longshore, the bosses or the dock bosses, tried to recruit black labor called scab labor to replace them, right? The whites are like, you know something? We're gonna argue that the blacks join our union and get the same pay as we have. Why? Why they do that? It used to be a time in the South. Whites didn't like paying black people equal because that means that you could afford to live where they live, right? But in New York, they found out that black people had no desire to live in their neighborhoods. So we built communities like Elmhurst, Queens, all stuff like that, our own enclaves and whatnot. So white people are like, hey, look, it's all good. You go back to your neighborhood, I go back to my neighborhood. We're all good. Everybody had their own section,
Colin, can you name the black enclaves in New York around that time then?
You have South Jamaica, Queens. You have
South
Sag
Jamaica,
Harbor.
Queens was a black enclave?
Sag Harbor, Long Island. You know Sag Harbor?
Yeah.
Hold on.
But
Sag Harbor, Long Island. Islip. Look, you have Islip and you have Central Islip. Central Islip was a black enclave, all black enclave. Central Islip, Black people have to go to Long Island.
Are you talking about Wine Dance, Colin?
Wine Dance, I have family in Wine Dance, Wine Dance, Islip, all that stuff like that were black enclaves, I have family in Wine Dance, who's from Wine Dance? Rakim.
Yeah, I know that.
Rakim.
Let me address that real quick, Colin.
Chris.
I looked it up.
I got family peoples in Wine Dance, Long Island, So black people enclaves for generations. Daddy, Father Divine had a whole friggin' community of black people, middle class black people in his church in Long Island. Long Island was really peaceful. Also, another enclave was Mount Vernon. Also, another enclave, Promised Land, was Rockland County. You had places like Spring Valley, Haverstraw. These were black enclaves, whatnot. Places like Tarrytown and all stuff like that in upstate New York. But that's where Vanessa Williams is from, And so, therefore, all these places upstate New York that I used to know and whatnot were black enclaves at one time, And places like Arcade was what's it called in Connecticut, in Connecticut you have black enclaves in Connecticut, and New Haven.
Can I address something real quick? I just looked it up, and they said in 1960 that 59.9% of Black Americans live in the South.
I don't know where you get that from, man. I have no
I
idea.
just looked it up. I mean, there was
You
never.
know,
I'm
where we
pretty
get
sure there
that
was
from.
never a time in history
Like
there
this,
was more
like
Black
this.
people out of the South than any.
Hold on. First of all, if what
Steve, it
North
was
Carolina,
never a time
hold on.
that
Hold on.
majority of blacks lived in the
Most
North.
southern
Not
states,
one.
Yeah.
hold up. Most southern states didn't have more than a
Even
million
if you add in the Great Migration and everything,
hold on.
it's
Did it
never
really
been a
say
time.
that though? Because it does make more sense what he's talking about. You got to think how populated
No.
Yeah,
the
North
northern
Carolina, these
states
states
are.
didn't
Like
have
Chicago has
Majority,
3 to
the
5
North
million
antebellum
people.
Carolina.
South,
Oh,
the
North
You know what I
antebellum
mean?
Carolina
South
just
is always
recently.
gonna have the majority black.
Mississippi only has 3 million people to this day. You know,
Alabama's
these
very
states were not
small
But
that
you gotta
too.
big.
keep in
They were
mind
Louisiana.
though.
small.
I think Kyler low key he from New York, so these guys are supremacists, man. So Steve might be right. There was a whole
Most Black Americans
movement
didn't
in the
migrate
South.
in the Great Migration, man.
Texas
Most of
only
us
Not
got
just
stayed
about
down
Still
south.
five.
can call
hold
Mike
up.
and all these other guys in the
Hold
South
up. Yeah, hold up.
fighting
You
for
add
rights.
up you
Don't
add
be
up the
talked
black
about.
population of Detroit, Chicago, Gary, Indiana, and Milwaukee and whatnot. You have all those areas where black people live, right? That's more than the people who live in the South.
But y'all gotta, but listen, that's not more than the South though.
Oh, the South didn't have. They had more people than the South. Not even more black people. They had more people than the South. The South there was not that populated.
Okay.
You know, South was depopulated. Like really nothing there. You know.
Kyla, how the South, how in the Industrial Revolution era,
Well, the
it was
South was always agrarian and underdeveloped, bro. It's always been like that.
To this day.
Yeah, even
Compared to the North.
Thank you. Flex up just said that he said the Northeast is just more concentrated, but there's definitely more Black people. Have always been more Black people down south.
No,
We
I
might
don't
be
know.
more.
I have
We
no
might have been
idea
more
what you're
spread
talking
out, but
about,
there's always been more in this. In the region that we know as the South, there's always been more Black people.
Well,
That's just
now,
a fact.
hold up. Since 1970, black people started migrating back there.
Even in 1960, Colin, it was.
61. Do I really want to hear 1770?
Yeah, let 1776 up.
Yo,
I
drop the
mean,
link for the legend, man. Drop the link for the legend.
Yeah,
He a legend. I didn't know he was a legend.
I'll wait a little while. You know.
He funny though, man. I ain't no legend.
Yeah, he's funny, man. It's my favorite comedian after Umar
I'm
dropped.
saying like
he
this.
need to go to stand up,
Search
man.
for the promised land. Black people, I'm not hating on the South. I'm not hating on the South. All I'm saying is the fact that black people want to get away from white people.
No,
Most
they
Black
didn't,
Americans did
Kyla. They
not
never
leave the
wanted to get
South.
away from white people, Kyla.
Hold on. I don't know where you guys get this notion. So let me tell you something. Ask you something. If they didn't want to get away from white people, why the fuck did they create Rosewood?
And that's another thing, right? Even down south, we didn't live around white people. We stayed in our own communities, a little small town.
You gotta understand something. When you talk about the promised land, the black man Zion, you know what the black man? Could anybody know what the black man Zion is?
Kyla, a handful of black people moved to
No, it ain't
Liberia.
no handful of nothing. That was the story of the black American.
18,000 moved to Liberia.
Yeah, it
Kyla.
doesn't matter. It does not matter.
It wasn't even
The
100,000.
bottom line, and you know something. The thing is this: the black people who up into Chicago was seen as a promised land, right?
Who say that in Chicago right now?
Kyla, I got over
back
20
in the
quotes.
days.
Kyla, I got over 20 quotes from black Americans saying that they rather be enslaved than be a free man in
No, you
Liberia.
don't, Kwame. That's a lie.
I got 20 quotes
Yeah, but
right now.
there was a whole movement from Paul Coffey to the lady who was pushing for that energy and that kind of movement. So this the same way you find people that's for, you're gonna find people that's against. My main point was that.
Oh, my fault.
No, you go ahead, Steve. Go ahead, man.
It's just that most black Americans did not want to go to Liberia. Even if they could go, they did not want to go because you got to understand. Hold on, Carl. Let me finish. You got to understand the propaganda about Africa, and they call it a savage land and everything else. They did not want to go to Africa. Let's just keep it a buck. Even today, most black Americans. No, it ain't just me. It's the people at that time, Carla. They did not want to go back.
Look, let me tell you something. When you got people like, you know who went to Liberia? Liberia got the most exceptional black Americans. Think about it. They got the Dreydens. They got the McGills. They got Joseph Jacobs Roberts. They got Elijah Johnson. They got Randolph Cooper. These are all Edward Wilmot Blyden, who is father of Pan-Africanism, right? He spoke 6 languages, right? He went to Liberia, right?
Blyden is the father of Pan-Africanism?
Yeah, you don't even know who Edward Wilmot Blyden is? He's the
He's
one
not the
Garvey.
I know who Blighty. He's not the father of Pan
Yeah, he's the
African.
father. They consider the father of Pan Africanism. He called it Pan Negroism. He came up with the term, and you know who was his mentor? F4 McGill. F4
Yo,
McGill
drop the
came up with
link,
the term
Kyla.
Pan Negroism. You know, and everyone renamed it Pan Africanism. Right?
I would say either Martin Delaney or Henry
Martin Delaney.
Sylvester.
No. This is way before Martin Delaney, bro. And then basically, the McGills and all these other people like that. These were the McGills built the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company and became some of the richest merchants in the world out of Liberia. Right? E.J. Roy. He was the first graduate from Ohio State University. Right? Some say he was a Nigerian immigrant to America. Right? In the 1800s, right now, he graduated from the University of Ohio. His whole town, he had a town in Ohio, Newark, Ohio. The white people said, you guys got to leave. They uprooted and took the whole town over, made them leave. And he went to Terre Haute, Indiana.
Kyla, Edward Blyden was born in 1832.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what? Do you know what Martin Delaney was doing in 1832?
You and your Chat GPT. Do you just like the guy Dewan told you, Kwame, do you ever fucking read a book?
Kyla, was he born in 1832? No, I'm asking, was he born in 1832?
I'm saying when he was around at his height and whatnot, his ideology and everything like that, when he was at his height as a young man in Terre Haute, Indiana, and thing like that, right? And he got an offer to go to Liberia, right? He went there. He formed his own company, right? He went there. This is how powerful this man was, E.J. Roy. He was this tall, skinny, powerfully built, dark-skinned black man with an afro, right? He sailed a ship to Liberia full of machinery, goods, everything like that. He had a whole shipload of stuff, the stuff that he was going to trade with Liberia and bring it back. He wanted Liberian cotton, tobacco, all somebody to trade back in the States, right? So he pulled up there and whatnot, got the ship and said, my name is E.J. Roy. I need my ship unloaded, right? And everybody in Monrovia like, what the hell? Who is this guy, man? They just stood there in awe, right? And I got pictures of it, right? So the men, they say, hey, man, get that stuff off the ship. So a bunch of laymen, went out there and started unloading barrels of stuff, whatnot, putting it in the warehouse and whatnot on the railway thing, on a warehouse and whatnot, And then basically he was invited to parties and everything. And everybody was like, they asked him, like after 2 days, they asked him, do you want to be president? You want to run for president? He made such an impression on them, right? This guy was educated, right? Him and Edward Blyden became friends, but they fell out later on. They became contemporaries and friends and whatnot. And they pushed the term of Pan-Africanism. And Edward Blyden founded and E.J. Roy founded they called the True Black Man's Whig Party. And they later the True Whig Party, the True Black Man's Whig Party, and they said they would set out to make Liberia.
Kyla, drop the link for Steve. I think he's trying to come up.
Making Liberia a Pan-African Black nationalist state. Now those two men, made it a Black nationalist Pan-African state. And
hey, Kyla.
Why you want to drop the link for 1776?
Oh, there you go. He dropped it. He dropped it.
Edward Blyden said he taught at Foray Bay College, right? Because he was also in Sierra Leone, right? He taught at Foray Bay College, Sierra Leone, and he was one of the first ones to call Black people in America African Americans. He said to the African American, all the stuff you're looking for. I was a rebuke to people like Frederick Douglass, right? He said everything the Black man needs, right? So would say you need to know more about his quotes than Frederick Douglass, Kwame, He said everything the Black man that for suffering for hundreds of years is looking for is right here on this coastline between Freetown and Monrovia. You come here, and this is where you need to be to build yourself up. We need to build this part of Africa up as a homeland and a safe haven and a refuge for our people. He said we have everything here. We have education, we have labor, we need to build this land up. Use our strength and might, but we took our labor and everything. The labor we used to build America in places like Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Pittsburgh, and everything. Imagine if 5% of that labor could have went to West Africa, right? So we got people.
Unfortunately, they didn't want to go. Unfortunately,
no, they didn't want to go. They had no means to go.
But Kyla, can I say something right there? You
You
don't
say
think
they
there's
don't
a
want to
that's
go.
a
Hold on. Hold on. How can you say they want to go when you was more likely to have success in Liberia, right, than you did in America? You think E.J. Roy became a millionaire if he
Kyle,
stayed
I'm
in
trying to
America?
tell you, man. I'm pretty sure most Black
Oh, I
Americans
don't
were
know.
scared to
Hold on.
go to
You're talking.
Africa
Hold
at
on.
that time.
If you're talking about ignorant Black people, that Liberia attracted educated people. These are people all
Even
educated.
educated people didn't want to go.
Oh yeah.
Kyle,
So
come
hold
on
on.
now.
Explain E.J. Roy. Explain Edward with my
but
blind.
you're
You
not putting history in context, Kyla.
you talking about a minority?
There ain't no minority. Who was more
Uh,
educated than EJ? I mean, Edward with my
No,
blind?
but
One of
you
the
talking
Douglas.
about the masses though. The masses was
Hold on,
fed the
in
propaganda
order for the masses to
and
come,
the fear of Africa.
hold on. America took 200 years before it started letting the masses come from Europe. You have to lay the foundation. The foundation of
Absolutely,
Liberia
you're
was
right.
the
That's what I'm
race.
saying.
You
You got
know?
to put it in context.
So what you had in Liberia was a pioneering force. And the bottom line is only thing that stopped people from going to Liberia was the First World War and the Second World War. Because when the First World War broke out, right, people stopped going there because German U-boats were cutting off the North Atlantic, right? And then
all up.
after World War II, what happened was people stopped talking about Africa. The Garveyism and all that shit died, and Black people started talking about integration and all stuff like that. That's what stopped it.
All I'm saying is at that time, some of the worst propaganda about Africa was coming out in books and
I
stuff
don't know.
like
A
that.
lot of Black people didn't believe it, because
Oh, okay, Kyle.
They
there were
did
people.
though.
There,
A
there
lot of
was
them did.
there were people still going there. There were people going to Liberia from Black America all the way up until 1982.
Yeah, but you got to put in context. Those are bold individuals. The
Yeah, so
average person
that's all it
believes a
takes.
lot of the propaganda.
So, like I said, when somebody asked me, like Kwame, what about this? What that? I can just be living around Black people don't mean you're going to be happy. I want to live around people that.
Kyla, you want me to read some quotes about some wealthy Black Americans at that time and what they said about
Oh no, I
Liberia?
don't want to read that because the bottom line, you're going to read a few quotes about ignorant Black people,
Nah,
probably
these
mulattoes
are
and
people
people like
that
that.
these are people that own shipping companies. They they
Yeah, hold
was
up. Well,
philanthropists.
Hold up. Liberia created the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company. That was much larger than anything that was Black people had in America. You know that, right? They have
Okay,
fleets
Kyla.
that went all over the world.
But
James Fortin. Wait, let me just
go
read
ahead, go
this
ahead,
one quote.
go ahead.
James Fortin Sr., wealthy Black Philadelphia salesman and abolishment he said the same thing. We would rather be slaves in America than free in any other country.
Well, that's
And this
him.
is
That's
in
him. Hold on.
1857.
And that is this that
1850,
mentality. That mentality right
17.
there. I'm trying to get this thing on, but I can't get my thing to work. Whoever's trying to get on right now, I'm trying to get my thing to work, but that's there's a sick mentality among some Black people. That's why I say I'm done trying to.
Not some. It was a lot of them.
Yeah, that was the large portion of Black people.
It is what it is, right? But what I am not going
They
to
said
do.
they rather face
Let me tell you,
racism
fair
or go
warning,
back to
right?
slavery
So
than
fair
be
warning.
free
I'm
man in
not going
Africa.
to sit
Hey, I
here.
just want to touch on something, man.
I don't
Hey,
hold on. Before I talk, let me talk while I'm talking first. I do not want to sit here for the next couple hours talking about the few idiots I don't agree with. I want to build this platform by talking to people that agree with what this mission is and what we're going to do. Talk about
I
what
agree with your mission.
I agree
I
with your
agree.
mission, but
Yeah.
we
what
gotta.
people did not do in the past.
My fault, Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
I don't give a
hey,
damn about that. I don't give a
I
damn
just
like
want
that. Obviously, all these people were absolutely fucking wrong.
I want to touch on two
All these
things.
people were fucking wrong. So I don't give a damn what they thought.
It's like when someone once said that there was more black people in the north, that's categorically false. The threshold of blacks in the South never dropped under the 59% in any decade in America. The South has always had a majority of African Americans. And two, when you talk what Kwame said is 1000% correct. There was always an angst and the fear of the dark continent. A lot of those African Americans that went to Liberia are pretty much fucking astronauts. Went to Mars. They made up a small
Oh
majority,
yeah, I know.
a small
I know.
minority.
Hold on. That's what is called pioneers.
Yeah, but
Pioneers, right?
pioneers is a group of people.
Hold up. But look how they turned out, and look how the Black people in America turned out. Not even
Nah,
comparison.
well, it didn't turn out too good for them in the 1980s.
Hold up. Check us out. The Liberians never knew what the Ku Klux Klan was. They didn't know all the shit that we had to go through over here.
They knew about General Butt Naked.
I'm saying,
but they learned
Yeah,
it.
but
They
why?
they
But
all right. If you guys
they
want to
learned
go
about
back,
the
yeah, look. I'm telling you right now, I don't want to hear that. You want to be out of here?
Kyler,
No.
Kyler, why you
listen.
having like a versus thing rather than making it a
It ain't
learning
a
point
versus thing. I'm just trying to tell
where
you.
the
I'm just trying to
both
say.
both
I'm saying like this. It's not a. I said, look, I support what my ancestors did in Liberia. I support the Kansas Exodus and stuff like that. I don't want to hear about what people did not do or what they do. All I want to talk about is the people. Just like I don't want to hear about the fucking black people who are losing. I don't give a damn about the people who are losing. Talk to me about the black people winning. Talk to me about Reginald
but
Lewis.
black folks ain't losing. They're just not
You always
organized,
talking.
man. They're just
Listen to
not
me. You always
organized.
talking about what we got to do for the fucking. Get the fuck out of here with that
They're
shit.
not losing. They're just not organized. The
So
Pan
who cares?
Africanists.
If I'm
You said what?
organized, look, I'm organized. I got my shit together. I'm building what I got to build in Liberia and whatnot with people I know. So if you don't want to get down with me and what I'm saying, the hell with you. That's why I say it. You're not my
Kyler,
company,
we
bro.
agree with your whole Afghanistan thing. I mean, we agree with
Okay,
that.
so the bottom line is if people do not fucking believe what I'm saying, hey, you go someplace else. All I'm saying, I am not going to stop what I'm doing. If your goals is trying to discourage me or stop me, you're wasting your time. I
Nobody's
know
saying all
what
that.
I know.
We
But
encourage you,
Kyler,
Kyler.
I know what we think.
Hold
I
on,
don't give a
Kyler.
damn what Frederick fucking Douglass said. Fuck him. He could die. I hope he's burning in hell right now. I don't give a damn what
Uh,
none of these
No, you don't gotta say all that, man. You gotta say all that.
I know. I mean it
You don't
though.
think that's a learning point, though?
Anybody who basically wants to keep our people enslaved and whatnot,
Why not?
look, it's every group of people. Like Frederick Douglass. A clue about him is this: he really believed that if black people
Fred,
want to enjoy the world of science, I guess at the time you had railways and aqueducts and canals and all that. I guess the world was modernizing. He, in his mind, basically said, "There's no way a black race could compete."
but Kyler, I can't let you disrespect Frederick Douglass like
So
that, man.
fuck it.
He
Oh, look, based
listen,
on in this conversation, somebody said that he said, I'd rather be a slave like that. Any black man any white man who says that, right? They'd rather be a slave. That goes against everything, every person from Spartacus to every person that fought for freedom in the thousands of years of human history goes against. You never bow to nobody. You never bow your head to nobody. You never get on your knees to
Not
nobody.
making sense
You
though.
go down fucking fighting.
Real
You
talk.
never surrender.
I agree with that. But hey, hold on. Prince of
but
P was about
Frederick
to say
Douglass was
something.
the first
Oh, go
FBA,
ahead.
though. He embodied the love for
I don't
America.
give a damn about no damn FBA. I don't give a damn about these people. They can go to hell for all I care. If your
But the thing
guy,
I liked about
I was willing to fucking compromise with these people. I'm like this. I'm not gonna take your thing, and I changed over the last few months. Where I basically was gonna say, if people feel like they want to be American and they don't want nothing to do with Africa, that's fine. And I do justify that by the fact that I'm looking at the way a lot of Africans act and stuff like that, and I can see why a lot of black people in America don't want to be involved with Africa.
Kyler, can I say this real quick? Prince of P.
my thing is, like I was asking, when are we going to have a show on our response? When are we going to do a show on our response to the Hispanic invasion, man? Because everywhere I look, I see little taco stands everywhere, man.
I don't know
I see
about
just
any Hispanic
invasion of.
invasion. I don't know about any Hispanic invasion. That's not my
It's
problem.
real,
Come on,
Kyler.
they're
It's
everywhere
real.
in Virginia, man. They
It's
pretty much
real.
run northern Virginia.
I don't see any
Messiah.
Hispanic.
Why are we
Like
talking
we
about
we we
Spanish invasion
we
instead
fight
of
we
African?
fighting.
Hold up, let me
That
tell you
don't make
something.
no sense,
Hold up.
gentlemen.
Well, come down
That
here.
don't
Come
But
make
I'm
down
saying
no
we
sense.
fighting. We're fighting imaginary Olatande, and we got Hector and Gomez just taking over every goddamn
All I know
in
is
the hood, man.
Virginia, we don't have that problem.
In the hood though, they coming in the hood.
Man, they come in with no license, open up burrito stands and shit
Stop
like
it.
that every day. Man, they got liquor stores without license. They getting bread and they getting government handouts. Bunch of welfare, bunch of
Why we want
independence
to come
cards.
on here doing
Nobody
white
want.
people
We fighting
job?
imaginary Watande. I haven't seen an African this week, but I sure
Oh,
seen a lot of fucking Mexicans and Peruvians every fucking where, man.
okay, but
That's the
respect.
white
But
people.
why we don't let the white people solve the problem that they
Wait. Can I
created?
just
Why we want
respond?
to
Can
be
I
on the
just
front
respond to the
lines for
quote
these
that?
people?
Can I respond to the quote that Kyler got highlighted? I did not make up the quote on Frederick Douglass. You can literally look it up. That's not. I did not make up the quote about Frederick Douglass. I
But but Kwame,
actually
even if
that is
so,
from a speech. That is from a speech from 1850. So please don't lie and say I made it
get
up.
the name of the speech for them, man. But
Yeah,
even if he said that, it's a learning point. The man was a mulatto, former slave, man. And then if you put it in context, he probably fought his whole life to be a part of America and push the idea of black people as humans. So people that try to deny them that. So that you gotta put it in context.
The
And even though
whole
I disagree with him, you gotta look at it from a standpoint that the both the Pan Africanists and both the people that want to stay here, they need to coordinate. That's the learning lesson in 2026. They have to find a way to
Exactly. Could you
coordinate
I
imagine
agree,
being
Prince of
like?
Peace.
because
the
they
whole
Could
both
you
mission of the
failed
imagine
civil
by
being like
doing
a
the
the
things
whole
upon
slave
mission of
being
the civil
mixed,
base.
rights
right?
movement the whole mission of the civil rights movement is for integration and mixing, man. That was the goal of the civil rights movement, that we can,
And they
you know.
failed. They failed post 1990, 1970 of creating a black agenda for the current people. Today, people have issues with education. They have issues with housing. They have issues with displacement and gentrification. What was the current black agenda for the quote unquote nativists that want to stay here? They failed.
Prince of
The
P, can
Pan
I just
And
get
Africans failed to continue to
there's
create
no
the
such thing as
branches.
a black
Prince?
agenda. It's a black and brown
Hold
agenda.
on,
The
1776. Like, let me
But
just
who
name
fault
the
is that?
speech. Let me just name the speech that Frederick Douglass said it from. The speech comes from the doom of the black man, Africa and her progeny. You could look it up. It was
Yeah, but
delivered on
yeah, but
I know
April
what you're saying is
16th,
truthful,
hold on.
Kwame.
Yeah, but
April
Frederick
yeah,
16th,
Douglass
he
hated
making a
Africa.
good
1858.
point though. You talking about people that came from being less than human, and also like I was gonna make the comparison. Can you imagine being an inmate from like the time you was a baby to you a grown man? You getting all your food, you getting all every meal that you ever getting being fed to you. If it's being fed to you, you're not hunting for your food. Of course, Africa and living in Africa at the time would seem like a foreign idea. I could get where he coming from. It's just a stupid quote.
And now that Frederick Douglass said to Abraham Lincoln said, "No, our races got to separate. You got to go on your own." Frederick Douglass says he felt that the hope of America was we mixed together and the color would disappear. White people said, "No, we want to be white." You know, he said we the hope of black people is to try to mix with white. That's why he married that white woman. You know, he said that. You know,
I mean, we got a dude on the panel right now that's probably thinking the same thing. Shout out to 1776.
Hey, man.
I'm like this. I don't want to disappear. If somebody wants to marry a white woman, you do good the fuck. Do what you gotta do, but don't tell me my salvation is race mixing and me disappearing my blood. I want my kids and grandkids to look like me. You know.
Facts. That's facts. But again, but that's my point. When you have an individual like that shaping I always say that, but I know you sometimes push back. I said that the Black American community, similar to some of the Caribbean islands, they allow mulattoes to shape the black agenda, and for the reality is the mulatto to a certain degree have their own agenda. Even though they may be part black, they have their own agenda. They have their own attachment to the white institutions.
I
So
agree with
and
that.
it plays out with Frederick Douglass, right? So
Man,
that's
Prince of
the
Peace,
given.
just
So
because you from Haiti and the mulattoes did what they do, don't put that on
hold on. In
everybody, bro.
1970s, you Jamaicans were shooting and killing one another for two mulattoes. So pipe that, bro.
Yeah,
So you
but
don't
what
let,
Hold
about
on,
what
why
about
we
let's not
Boogie?
talk
doing that?
Caribbean talk.
Vasti,
I know my history,
Was a
bro.
mulatto. Why you doing that though? I don't,
You said
Oh,
who?
I
right.
don't understand. No, Vasti was a mulatto. So I don't. What
Who's
are you
that?
trying to say?
Who's the mulatto?
Two
Vasti,
Haitians about to go at it
Who's
right
that?
now.
the Baron. What you mean? Who's that? Who wrote all the publications on the Republic? Who has the most published publications about the Republic besides the Baron? Please tell me.
Bro, I'm saying you're not understanding. They have their own agenda, dude. They're the
I
same way
would say that you're
the
right
person
about
who was
some of
paying
that, but
France,
not
the
every
person who was
mulatto
paying
has that. That's
France,
not true, bro.
the person who paid France and Haiti and decided to pay France was a mulatto. He wanted ties back with
That's
France.
one. That's an individual. That's an individual.
Yeah, Prince P, you being
isolated incident.
you being
Yeah,
No, 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 no,
yeah.
no, no, no.
disrespectful.
The
I
vast
just
majority
gave
of
you some. I
mulattoes
just gave you
are
somebody
not bad people, but
that's
they have their own
responsible for
agenda.
some of the greatest publications
It
that
depends,
came out of
man.
Haiti, and he was a mulatto.
Prince P, was
So
it the mulattoes that deleted Dessalini?
Absolutely. Who took power after the
Nah,
you
Pétuan?
man, it
start.
was
Pétuan.
the black people,
Pétuan
man.
took power.
It was the black
Pétuan took
people,
power.
man.
Who took power in all the South? Pétuan. Who took power in the North? Ani Christophe. Ani Christophe was with Dessalines. He kept it. That's why if you go to Haiti today, the North is more prouder. They're more prouder and blacker. The South is still proud and black, but they was run by Pétuan. That's why we have Pétroville, right? Right next to where the capital is. And when you talk to a common Haitian, they'll tell you that the elite
Sylvain
class is the mulattoes who
was
block
a
the
mulatto,
common.
bro. Like that's another one that was for the cause.
Who
Sylvain was a
you
mulatto.
naming a few that were quality and good people. A lot of them, the vast majority, were
So it kind
against
of
the
debunk your point,
blacks.
though, Prince P, in a
No,
way.
we're not talking about minorities. We're talking about a majority. Why would I allow we look? It's like saying you have a whole child rather than have him work with the majority of black people who share interests. You send him to go look for good whites. There are good whites that do exist. They're
So what about
minorities.
Booker T.
The vast
Washington?
majority of white people are for white interests.
So
So you're
what
sending your
agenda
kid
did
to
Booker T.
domination.
Washington have?
You said who?
What agenda Booker T. Washington had? Was it a
Booker T
black
was a good
agenda?
person, but a lot, even those other mulattoes was calling him a coon. If you read history, you read right what they call
Whoa,
Booker
whoa,
T.
whoa, whoa,
Washington.
hold on. When we talk about mulattoes, we got to separate it from place to place because not all mulattoes are the same. They're not the
What do you
same.
mean by that?
I
Yeah.
mean, the
Booker
mulattoes
T
in
was
Haiti.
chastised by mulatto elites in your own community, and
Okay,
they
you
was
said
calling him a
mulatto, but you
coon.
said mulatto. You said mulatto elite.
Bro, every group of blacks have both a black elite and a mulatto elite, even
What
Black
about
America.
William Alexander?
What?
What about
What about him? I
William
don't know much about
Alexander?
him. You tell me.
William Alexander was one of the first black millionaires. He came from the Caribbeans, though. He settled in
Okay.
New Orleans. He helped black people migrate to San Francisco, and he helped black people, get into blacksmith, stonemasonry,
This is the
a lot
problem
of
with the
high tech
education
jobs
system
at
right
the
here. This is the
time.
problem right here. Keep talking.
Yeah, he helped black people. He also was one of the people that was one of the pioneers of San Francisco, the city. He brought a lot of black people from New Orleans who was facing great oppression, from black laws from the French and stuff like that. And he helped pioneer the city of San Francisco. He was ultra black, but he was a mulatto. So we can't just
Bro, you talk about
chastise every.
the few. I'm talking about the vast majority of them have their own agenda. You talking about the few. You
How
can
do
point
we
out
know?
a
How do
How
few
we
do
that
know
you
were
know
that?
that?
solid
You
with
got a
How
their
do we know
consensus
agenda.
that?
on that, Prince P? You got a consensus on that, or
Look
Yeah,
up the
that's
Blue
what I'm
Blood
saying.
Society. Look up,
That's
look
no
up.
point
Hold on, the
having a
NAACP. Look up how they changed it. Kyle always tell you that
But
his
give
family
names,
did
bro.
not
Don't
want
just
to
say
quote
from
unquote
feelings.
integrate.
Give names. We just gave you 3 or 4
I
names of
gave you names
mulattoes.
of
I
institutions,
gave you
bro. You
two
name
specific.
individuals. I
I
name
gave you two
institutions.
specific individuals from
I name
Haiti,
it.
and they
I'm
were
naming
Haitian. I think brother just
institutions,
named
bro.
the African American brother.
I'm naming institutions. You naming individuals. I named the NAACP. That's an institution.
Individuals that have.
mulattoes didn't
But
create
hold on,
NAACP?
individuals that have
Who created the
history
NAACP? I don't
and
want
shit
Kwame.
in
Tell
your
me
Haiti
who
brother.
created the
Small hats.
NAACP? Wasn't it
Small
whites
hats.
and mulattoes? Were black people present?
I mean, it was mainly small hats, bro.
Bro, it was whites and mulattoes. Were black people present?
Probably not,
So
but
that's
you
my
just
point.
trying
So
to.
you're making excuses, man.
I'm not
My thing.
making.
I'm not trying to condemn all of them. I'm trying to say the vast majority of them have their own agenda. The vast majority of them don't hate no white people, as you shouldn't, but they have affinity for them because they're part of their family. They feel rejected by the whites, or those who do. Some of them don't. Some of them have a good relationship with the white people, and they want to be connected to the white people. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're talking about trying to create your own and this, that, and the third, that conflicts. If you don't have common sense to understand that these people have their own agenda, their own relationship, their own connection, you have a white mother, sir, or a white father?
No, but did
So how
Tucson
can you tell a
enslave? Wait,
person
let
who
me
has a
ask you a
white mother and
question.
a white father to abandon
Hold
their
on,
white mother and white
let me
father
ask you a
to follow
question.
a black agenda? That doesn't even make sense.
Let me ask you a question. Did Tucson enslave
That can
black people?
happen though. That can definitely happen. If
Why would I
I'm a
see
listen,
you're heartless? You're heartless. Why
I'm
would
not
I go
heartless.
to a
I'm not heartless.
mulatto
I'm not
person with
heartless.
a
Hold on.
white
Let me
mother and a
explain my
white father?
position. Let me explain my position. If I have a white family member If I'm biracial, I have a white family member, and they can't in their mind. This is not even negotiable. What you mean it's heartless? If you can't in your white mind see that the black man needs to be equal and not adjacent, but equal to the power of the white man. So this means black having nuclear weapons, blacks having their own CIA adjacent type of, or not adjacent, I keep saying adjacent, CIA type of organization themselves that work around the world, then we have nothing to discuss, family member or not. We're not speaking on equal footing then. What are you talking about right now?
You're talking about common sense and practicality and equality. We're talking about a person identifying and shifting and mentally saying that I am black rather than being a mulatto, a mixed person. Yeah, I'm part black, I'm part white. Allow them to be themselves. Rather than allow them to be themselves, I'm trying to mold them into a black person, which he is not. He doesn't have a black mother, a black father. Right? What you're talking about is equality, equality, and simple reality.
All right.
Right? Like it's like saying is the water wet? Yes, the water is wet. That's just practical truth.
But
everybody should have
the vast
equality and
majority
respect
of the
and rights.
diaspora is mixed with whites and Anglo.
So you're a mulatto, sir?
No, I'm not a mulatto, but I'm saying the vast majority of us is mixed with white now. Like we can't go back.
So you're comparing yourself to a person with a direct line with a white mother and a white. You're a goofball. That's why. That's why you get Millie walked all over the internet, man. Your logic don't even make sense. Why? Just because I'm 10% white, I'm going to compare myself now to a mulatto person who has a whole white mother and a white father,
but you're
and tell this mulatto person that he is black and he needs to have a black agenda. That's the dumbest shit in the world.
You're throwing every mulatto under the bus.
Yeah, they would have been like
that's why I
different cast.
That's why I disagree with, because it really depends on who they were raised by. Because
why would you try to push to a person who have both a white mother and a black father, or black mother, white whatever, or Chinese or whatever, to pick a side between the two and basically have to act as if he is just
one of them? We're not telling them to pick a side. A lot of them do pick a side.
No, they don't. Most mulattoes that I met in my life, they flip-flop on both sides. One minute they're black, they go to another situation, they're white, they go to another situation, whatever.
It depends on the generation. Yes, the newer generation, yes. I can't speak on Haiti, but in Black America, yes.
We're talking about America, bro. We're talking about New York City.
What you mean by that? They like flip-flop though. I feel like everybody has to wear different hats in his life. So in a professional,
it doesn't matter. I'm saying if you're mixed, I'm allow you to be mixed. I'm not gonna try to,
you know what I'm saying, be the same person that I am around other people in a professional setting. That's what I'm trying to say. Can you elaborate more or expound more on what you mean by that?
If I've met people that was half Indian, half black, half Chinese, half black, half whatever, they'll come around you try, no, I'm black, right? They try to convince you that they're just as black as you. Sometimes even saying shit to try to make themselves seem as more blacker than you, right? But when they go to certain settings, they'll flip the switch, boom, I'm Chinese, I'm Indian, my mother, this, my dad. And I'll look at them like, what the fuck? But reality, as I grew, I understood that, man, this motherfucker has a white mother. Why am I trying to make him black? You see what I'm saying? He's not black, he's mixed. Let him be mixed. The reason why he's flip-flopping is because he has an affinity to his grandmother or his white grandfather or whatever, which is his right, because he's mixed. I'm not mixed. My mother's black, my father black, my grandfather black, etc. So if you want to find mixture in my blood, you got to go way down the line. I don't know these people. But this guy has he knew his grandmother, he knew his mother, he knew his father. Why am I trying to create that? And that when you talk about politics, that also reflects that in politics, right? Your politics is going to reflect that. The reason why Frederick Douglass is saying something like that is because, to a certain degree, that's what he is. He's part black, yeah, but he's also a mixed person, part white. And his whole goal was trying to integrate into America and become one with the white world. Why? Because that's himself.
I mean, I guess we got different experience with biracial people, because, like I said, well, unfortunately, most of the biracial people that I went to school with or I knew just had was a single parent, usually a black woman. So, and they pretty much just grew up around black people.
Steve, you don't think they have a missing or like a missing element to them? So they're not.
I'm gonna give him his credit though. It can be confusing as a biracial person on, like, if you have a white parent, like the narrative that they're talking about. So it does kind of, I can see where he's coming from on this. I guess it just depends on the person though. Like, you know what I mean? Or what the person is
Just let mixed people be mixed, man.
I
Yeah,
agree
you're
with
part black, you're
that.
part whatever. Yeah, you're part Haitian, but you're not really fully Haitian. Yes, you're part. Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, I get it. So that way, when they do their little mixy thing and flip flop, it's understood because that's what they are. That's, you know what I mean. You're not trying to force blackness to them. You're not forcing somebody who is not black to be black.
I understand where you're coming from, Prince P. I get you.
But you, what's a man named can't. So what's your view? Because you say you're mixed.
Yeah, I see where you coming from though. Like I can understand the psychology. Like it sounds like you really look deep into that shit, and it's understandable. And I can't lie and be like, with a white parent, sometimes do you not have empathy for white people and try to understand their mindset? Of course, nigga, it's kind of like,
That
yeah.
woman raised.
And
If you're white, I mean,
exact
if you're
and
mixed,
then you
she
imagine a
raised you.
society, and then you imagine a society like I'm very pro black, but at the same time, I used to think like I'm not gonna lie, it used to be like, well, maybe we can include some white people, da 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 da. But as I grew older, I realized that my belief is that maybe white people could be integrated in later, but I'm more under the Farrakhan view. Like black people have to build first before we can start thinking about including white people in anything. That's just me though.
That's life, man. You need to have an agenda. You can't go to a person with a blank slate and expect that person to not push their agenda on your agenda. You need to have your own agenda. That's why when you go sit down at a table, you're like, hey, I want ABC 1, 2, 3, and this is what we believe in, and we're not shifting from what we believe in. If you don't have nothing you believe in, no trait, no nothing, anybody can move you off your square, and whatever you're trying to build is never going to really be built because people are going to keep moving you off your square. You know what I mean? But how do you feel mixed people fit into the Pan Africanist world from your view? You know, and how do you feel like you should coordinate more so with like what they call them people, the other mixed
So you
folks?
don't agree with chaotic
Hmm?
truth?
I can't hear you.
Chaotic truth has white people.
I can't hear you, bro. Tyler, man.
Rights movement. So
Your mic, your mic was
let
fucking
me
up, Kyler.
so let me let me say this. Hold on, let me say this. Principally, let me say this. Yo, can you guys hear me? Principally, let
We
me
can
say
hear you
this.
now. Yeah.
The problem with the civil rights movement, right? It was
Yeah, you cutting out, man. Yo, Carla, you there, man? You out?
His mic done fucked up.
Yeah, man. There's, I think there's a role for them, but they gotta be themselves,
yeah,
man.
we're
You
going
can't
down.
play characters, man.
Yeah,
This
I
is
don't.
Colin. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Go
you.
ahead, man.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, man.
I have to go out and come back in. Hold up.
No, we can hear you, man.
I have to go back
No, but
in.
my
Let
my
me
my, my, my point
get
is
my
because you
other
can look at
device.
people
My other device.
like in there's
So,
examples of that,
so
but
you
like you like
saying that? Hold on, but you saying that like biracial
In the
people need to kind of have their
back in the
own lane
days,
when it comes
right?
to this?
Mixed race people, mulattoes,
they should.
and gays, and all these other people that basically uh they so the black agenda was like a abuse all these other people come in. They always that's what they always do. They always come in using our energy, using our righteous indignation. Our righteous thing. Can you hear me?
Are you breaking up, man?
Cutting in and out.
Yeah, pay your bill, Kyler, man. You out here ain't paying your bill.
Go out.
Yeah, but that's my opinion. It got to be straightforward, man. Like even like there's examples of contributions and stuff like that. Even like countries like Algeria, Morocco. These are mostly mixed.
I think you gonna have your bad groups of people and your confused people no matter what you in. But disaligning yourself that time, that's like FBA rhetoric right there. I want
I say
all the
this line. I'm
allies,
saying like organize under that line, like like
but that's a separate line. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's basically saying we black, but we not African. That's like FBA rhetoric. You understand what I'm saying? I need all the allies I can get when it comes to this shit. I know who the enemy is. And if there's people be biracial, be super jet black, I don't care. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you're not talking about what I'm talking about, then we have nothing to talk about.
so do you think you'll be more successful with organizing other like mixed individuals or
Hell
other
no,
black
a
individuals?
lot of mixed individuals be confused, like you said. I don't feel like I'll be successful in organizing nothing. I feel like I'll be successful in preaching my truth. So my foundation and what I believe in, Pan Africanism, and to see Africa great is what I believe in. Mixing, trying to preach to other biracials. If they're in line with that code, then I'm cool with that.
That's what I'm saying. But there's a whole community of Algerians, certain Cubans, right? Afro Cubans, Afro Brazilians that may not be fully black, but they're mixed, but they're more aligned with your perspective versus a more fully black person. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? So like it will be. I'm not trying to tell you how to move, how to live,
No,
but
I
I'm
know what
saying
you're
that's
saying. I know what you're saying.
if you appear to certain black people, some black people's going to question, okay, why is he here? What is, if you appear in Algeria or Morocco and you're preaching a level of Pan Africanism, mind you, these people actually contributed to Pan
Call it
Africanism
your
in
mic still
Afro
messed up,
Brazilians and
man.
stuff like that.
It's not. It's okay. I'm
It will make
myself.
more sense.
That's
You said what?
Steve. That's Steve. That's Steve.
What are you talking about?
That's Steve. Yes, sir. Yes, your mic, bro.
No, it's not. You use your mic.
Well, okay, I'll mute. Go ahead.
Oh no,
Nah,
no, you good now. You
your
good
mic
now.
better now.
Yeah,
No.
you good now.
Oh yeah. That was before I switched another. I switched devices. Look at
What you was
myself.
saying about the civil rights movement?
Who me?
Yeah,
Oh
you
yeah, the
saying
civil
something.
rights movement. It's like, look, this is how this is how it usually works, right? And this is what I saw this play out before, right? If you want control of the black community, right? What you do is you invite Michael Eric Dyson, Toure, Tanisi Coates, and whatnot. All they have to do is show up a couple of times, drop some tears, talk about Martin Luther King, blah blah. Now all you know is, and they all you know is he's a great author, whatever, and we trust him at face value. Same thing with Cornel West and all these other people. But the thing is, they basically who's paying them, and their ultimate agenda is the white establishment, right? Particularly liberal white and Jewish establishment, right? Because you look at this,
Five,
right?
right? You talking about like with the Divine Five or whoever? I
Yeah,
think
all
that was
these
the
other
name.
people like that, right? They basically have an agenda, right? And it's not really that deep. It's not really that deep. It's like once they made it and they got the good life, the good society, they make it six figures and whatnot. They go into country clubs with whites and everything like that, right? They want to get rid of any reminder of the real social stratifications and problems that exist, right? And this is the easiest way to do this, right? It's not looking about trying to really undermine or dismantle the system or not, right? But they do it by convincing black people to vote Democrat, right? And the Republicans are the enemy, blah blah blah. We don't look into that. And then you ask yourself this question: if that's the case, then look at Baltimore. Are there Republicans in office? No. But that place is hell on earth. Look at Newark. Hell on earth. All Democrats.
Governor
And
of
all
Baltimore. Hold on, Carla. The governor of Baltimore is a black man, and I think the crime rate is down 40%.
no, I don't buy
Yeah, I
that.
heard it's
That's no.
getting better.
Let
Come
me say
on,
this,
man.
right? Let me say this. This is another thing. The crime rate is not down. Just that it's the way they report the crimes, right? They know how to fudge the numbers in such a way it appears like the crime is going down. They don't. The crime is never actually going down. It's just that they know how to fudge the numbers to make it. It's all report what's reported, right? So therefore, what I'm saying is this: Baltimore has a serious poverty problem, crime problem, everything, and now it's affecting the black people in the surrounding suburbs, the white people in the surrounding suburbs, everybody what to do. But you look at most black people, they said we don't need our own political party. We don't need an alternative political party. We don't need to take half our votes and go to the Republicans or go to an independent or third party or whatnot. We don't need to do anything. But get out there and vote Democrat. We're like that for 60 years. Vote Democrat. You look at anywhere black people are the majority politically, right? Like, look at this Atlanta. That Latrice Bottoms lady, man. She presided over destruction of the city of Atlanta. And the bottom line is, it is what it is. So therefore, but all the time, right? The white elites, the Jewish elites, all the people, they getting their agenda done because that's what really counts. That's why they got rid of Kwesi Fume. He was trying to actually do something with the black community and stuff like that with legislation. He wanted to see it like that, but he didn't want to toe the Democratic line. That's why they primaried him and got him out of there. If you're in politics and whatnot, you got to toe the Democratic line. Right now, the Democrats are trying to replace black people as a voting bloc, right? And black people are voting for their own replacement with the Hispanic illegals. If you give all these illegals the right to work, right, that's going to kill the job market, right? Most black people work, and you give them the right to vote. That means that cancels out black people vote. You might as well just pack your bags and move to another country because the Democrats and the Republicans, the black people are going to be really irrelevant. Once we become politically irrelevant in this country, and let me tell you something, right? It ain't just the Democrats are a problem. The Republicans are a problem too, because the Republicans, right? They could have reached out and said, you know something, if we could peel off some of these black votes, we could do this or that. They basically would love to see black people replaced too as irrelevant in this political theater. They want to see us irrelevant too. So where do we can go to? Yeah, Republicans don't want us because appealing to black people would lose some of their base, right?
But didn't they try though? Didn't they try to appeal to black people and with Trump
No,
and the
that
Platinum
that all
Plan and
all that was done is this, right? They got people like Brandon, right, and all those other people, right, out there running the Charlie, Brandon Tatum, Pam Strike Back, and all those other goofballs to basically discourage black people and drive down the black vote. That's all it is. They made it seem like they were sincere about black people coming in with this, with the turning point bought Brexit, and it was all about black people voting Republican with no agenda. You know, Once they got what they wanted, a low black vote, they did. They worked. They told us why we should hate Kamala, which it was right. They told us why we should hate Obama because they didn't do nothing right. All these negatives, right? Kamala's not black American, all this stuff like that. The ADOS FBA people pitched in, immigrants, all this stuff drove the black vote down. We only had like around a 45% voter turnout.
I
Yeah,
agree with you
but
because
Carla,
on a lot of those, hold on, excuse me, real quick. On a lot of those like black conservative channels, they were saying like, well, just don't vote or just sit on the couch because they knew if black people didn't show up and vote, that the Republicans have a higher chance of winning. That's just a
And
fact
that's
for
what
us
it is.
sitting
So
out.
now that's over with. And Trump won. Now it's like, oh, we don't need niggas no more. So
Carla, you blame everybody but the elite blacks and the black caucus. The black caucus are black politicians from different regions. They always say, "Oh, sit the couch. The main election don't matter. The local election matter." The
who
black
said
caucus
that? Who
is
said
made up of local
they were
leaders,
out there?
The black elite say vote
senators.
Democrat.
The
No.
black
But I'm
elites
saying,
voted
hold
Democrat,
on.
bro.
After they vote Democrat, they don't hold these people accountable. They don't hold Congress
It's not
accountable.
Christopher.
They
You
don't
don't
hold the
get
black
it. You
caucus
don't get it.
accountable.
You simply don't get it. Look, the bottom line is this: the way they see it is is when you are a black elected official, you have a job for life. Let me tell you, Prince P. Listen to this and listen carefully. Tell me what you think. I want your response. And only Prince P. The average congressman, white congressman, spends 3 terms and 2-year terms, and he leaves. He gets primaried. He moves on to something else and whatnot. The average black congressman stays for decades. Really, it's a lifetime appointment. He's not primary. Why?
keeps voting them back in?
Because the reason why that is because as long as he's doing the job of the Democrats, see, at least white people when they go to Congress, they have fallouts with their leadership. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's quitting Congress because she has a fallout with Trump. Black people ain't gonna have no damn fallout with nobody if it means them quitting that job. You ever think a black person about I'm resigning from Congress? No. You think they'll give her that $180,000 a year? You know, because they couldn't get your black ass something. No, man, personally,
But
no.
that means the problem is with us because if we see that our community is
Yeah, but what is that? Hold on, let me
getting
ask you a
less
question,
funds,
right?
and we still voting that
Let
same
me
person.
ask you a question. What exactly are you going to do about it? They're like, okay, vote Republican. They know you're not going to
No,
do that,
it's not
right?
about voting Republican. It's about the I think the block itself. The same way they want to make it like a FBA, Pan Am, whatever bullshit. The real anger should be going towards the Black Caucus. What agenda do they have for Black America,
They
and why
have no agenda.
they're
They don't have
allowing
to
all this
have
stuff
one.
to happen?
Somebody tell
You said
Prince
what?
B that they don't have to have an agenda.
Why don't they have to have an agenda? That doesn't even make
So
sense.
why would they need an agenda? You have no place to go.
What do you mean you don't have no place to go? You voting
What
these
are you
people
going to
back
do?
in
What are you
every
going
two,
to
3
do?
years.
What are you going to do? What exactly are you going to do? You have no political power. You don't
You
have an
do have
agenda.
you're the one
First
voting
of
them
all,
back in.
this is what the problem with the black community is, right? Black America is mainly apolitical. That means our substances don't derive from politics, right? We have no political power. White people, if they want a war with a country, they vote that way. You know, they want
Colin, how you don't have
sanctions,
no
they vote
political
that way.
power? You the one putting the Black Caucus members in.
Show me anywhere where black people vote ever change any public policy.
The Black Caucus is not no magical group. These people are made up from black regions around the nation,
Yeah, but
and they're
hold up.
part of Congress and
But they have no
Senate.
power. They're in a minority party.
What you mean minority party?
That means the Democrats, even if the Black Caucus was around, there's not enough of them to basically make any significant impact on the vote.
Now, I sat back and got upset, man. So I'm about to let it rip conservative style. Why should the Republicans do anything for black people when you give them 6% of their votes? That's like going out on a date and you know a girl ain't going to give you no type of loving at the end of the night. It's not the responsibility of the Republicans to do anything for you. When you're giving somebody 90% of your vote, it's the responsibility of the Democrats to do everything for you. But instead of them doing stuff for us, they do stuff for Hispanics, right? You got black people homeless, but you got Hispanics in hotels, right? You got Hispanics getting jobs, right? So don't come for the Republican Party. I'm not going to let you touch my party like that with that bullshit.
Your party. He said his party.
Yeah, that's my point, man. Right? Because the Democrats, all the Democrats were Confederates. Robert E. Lee was a Democrat. All the people who was for segregation were Democrats, Dixiecrats, right? And they never changed, you know. But people are like, oh, the Republicans got to do shit. Man, we ain't got to do shit for you, right? You live in Democratic cities, that's fucked up, right? Then you want to come to Republican neighborhoods and live. Soon as you get a little bit of money, but you still want to vote Democrat. Nah. That shit ain't happening, man. That shit ain't happening, man. And black people, Trump won because of the Hispanic vote. He got like 40% Hispanic vote. Black people didn't really vote for Trump. 92% of black women voted for Kamala. And like 80%, 88% of black men voted for
A lot
man.
of us sat out, though. A lot of us sat out.
Man, no, they didn't. That's a lie, man. Niggas went to the poll and voted Democrat like they always do.
Voter turnout.
Come on, if you get 92%, is that sitting out?
Yeah, the voter turnout in Georgia was real low.
Come on, cut that out, man.
92% is just the people that voted, though. That's just the people that voted,
88%
though.
of black men voted for Kamala. 92% of
how
black
many
women.
actually? I mean, how much of the black men actually voted?
Man, cut that
But
out.
how many? But how many
Trump
people?
won the
How many black
election.
people went out there and voted?
Trump won the election because of young white men and Hispanics. A lot of Latinos because they're
And I
against
know also
abortion.
for black people too. He said that.
Man, black
Trump
people
said
is
that.
irrelevant. Black people, man, black people is like third place. Fourth place, they behind Hispanics, behind Asians. Man, black vote is irrelevant, man. That's why Roland Martin is getting scared. That's why you have your Boulay classes getting scared. Man, Dave Anderson ripped them people, man. He ripped them. A lot of black Democrats are going to be unemployed like Roland Martin. They're going to be on YouTube talking shit. Like the native land podcast. All these niggas is gonna be unemployed. Man, the Democrats don't do shit for black people, man. Every neighborhood that a Democrat is in there 30, 40, 50, 60 years is some shit. Absolute shit, man. Come on, man. Stop it, man. We create a problem, then we blame others for the problem we created. You know, New York is about to be a piece of shit. Kwame got a damn Muslim African running that shit, man.
Don't move to North Carolina, New Yorkers. Don't move to North Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Come on, man. Y'all, what the Republicans gonna do? You don't give them no fucking votes. Like, why should they do something for you? That's fucking crazy. That's like a girl say, man, you ain't giving me no ass, but I gotta go take you to a restaurant. Come on now.
You could go.
Yeah, man, why you ain't spend 500 on me? I ain't giving you no ass. Come on, man.
Wow. No, but keep it going. What's your opinion on the caucus though? The black caucus, because Khaled claimed they don't have no power. Yet these guys are getting votes.
The black caucus don't care about niggas. They care about their ends going up. Once you join the black caucus, man, you go from making 100,000 to like 10, 20 million a year. Man, Jasmine Crockett don't give a shit about no nigga. Come on, man. Shit.
Yeah, but the votes are coming from the comment. Go ahead, bro.
Yo, I'm about to say 1776. You miss your true calling, man. You need to be a stand-up comedian. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But every time,
the truth. You tell the truth, but you're funny though.
You get upset when you go to a Democrat city. You know you win that because the roads is fucked up. That's how you know, like, damn, I'm in a Democrat city.
Them potholes.
Damn, I got potholes. Axle fucked up. Man, come on, man. I gotta stop that, man. You know, and they like vote around every 4 years. You know, vote, Democrat. Ain't shit on the school, some shit, the road, some shit, the church, man, the churches, man, everything is messed up. And man, listen, that's the closest thing to hell, man. Listen, as soon as I look for a house, it better have an R. If that county council don't have an R, I'm not moving there, man. Listen, y'all can have your Democrats all day. Cause I don't give a shit, man. Man, y'all go live in Newark, New Jersey. Y'all go live in Wilmington, Delaware. Anywhere, man. God damn, I can't stand that shit. And you know, people like, oh, you gotta vote for what? You know,
they came to my house with that stuff, man. They were like, they were trying to get me to vote Democrat. It was they were going everywhere during the election. It was crazy.
Hey, when you go to Raleigh, Durham, any place Democrats run is some shit. And we just go 90%, 90%. So like Republicans like, yo, they ain't gonna vote for us.
That's because that's because Republicans are racist, according to Democrats. Republicans are racist.
Well, when the Democrats have been in a fucking porta pot, shit, that's racist to me. Shit, man.
Hey, about the Hispanic thing though, you are correct though, because like even the school that I grew up in, it was mostly like white and black kids. But I asked my little nephew, I said, man, how many? I said, what's the demographics there? He said, oh man, it's mostly Latinos. I was like, really?
Listen, I wake up now. Listen, I used to have to set my alarm. Now I just wake up to the scent of burritos. Man, it's like, you know, it's fucking, it's out of control, man. Niggas is talking about Africa. Ola Watunde. Only time you see Ola Watunde is if you in college. You go to college, you ain't going to see Ola Watunde, man. But you going to see Hector, man. You know, change your tire. No, don't go to the nigga. Your tire. You know, like, come on, man. Man, y'all gotta stop, man. That's why I said about the Bantu brain, man. The Bantu brain always wants to fight another nigga, man. Here, man. He could see 800 million Hispanics in the neighborhood. He's still going gangbang on another band, you know. That's what it is.
Aren't Hispanics like, I think below 18 years old? Ain't it the majority of America? Hispanic.
Listen, all these do is fuck. All they do is work and fuck. Man, this shit gonna be out. Listen, if you make it to 60, man, listen, you gonna be speaking Spanish, man. You know, that's what it's gonna be, man. It's crazy. Every time you see a Hispanic woman, she got her belly look like a fucking football field, man. It's just come on, man. Yeah, we in trouble and we don't know it, man. We talking about, man, we might have to create an African to save the remnant of niggas that's left, you know?
Yeah, I don't see any. Like, all I can do is, like I said, I just given the fact that politically, I've given up on the political process. That's how I only have peace. I have peace. I've given up on the political process in America. It just doesn't mean shit to me. I just work on myself because I do what I gotta do. I don't expect nothing to come out of this government collectively for black people now. But I vote.
The government is working really, really well. Stocks are
Well, like I
going up.
said, I
If you
got
have an
hit.
S&P 500,
My business got hit with that Inflation Reduction Act shit they passed a couple years ago or not, And I looked at the fucking reading for it and the title of my
big ass
notifications.
scam.
It said fucking climate change. I was like, man, what the fuck are you talking about climate change? So you're gonna ruin my business over fucking climate change. I was like, what the fuck? So like I said,
and when we know black immigrants are not taking our resources, they just like 1776 says they'll just
annoying.
we more likely to attack another black person. That's all.
You can drive through South Carolina and you ain't even gonna see an African. There's places you could go where outside of Texas, like the DMV, you go to West Virginia, you ain't see no African. Man, listen, man. This whole Oluwatunde monster is bullshit, man. Outside of the internet, man, you don't really see no Africans nowhere. But you see Hector everywhere. You go to Home Depot, Hector there. Hector is like a god, man. Anywhere you go, you see Hector, man. And Santiago. Man, it's crazy, man.
They in Omaha, Nebraska too. I didn't even know that. I was like, Nebraska?
Everywhere, man. Colin, no. Northern Virginia, they everywhere. Everywhere in Virginia, man. We sit up online and we go against Oluwatunde and we ain't never seen the motherfucker, man. Come on, man.
That is crazy though, because most black Americans probably never even met an African though. That's just fact.
Listen, if you ain't in New York or DC or Houston, you ain't even really going to see one.
I bumped into an African guy the other day. He looked like Michael Blackson. I said, "Yo, bruh, what up, my brother?" Right? I go, "Who do people tell you look familiar? Who do people tell you look like?" He goes, "I know, Michael Blackson." So this guy, I said, "Yo, you're my brother from Africa, man. You like Michael Blackson?" He was like, "Yeah, man. Everybody tell me I like Michael Blackson,
But there's
yeah,
a lot of
I had Mexican friends of mine tell me like, "Oh yeah, man, we don't like black people." They told me that out their own mouth, my friend.
man. If you go to like California or Texas, they can't stand up. Man, Hispanics can't. Those, especially them South American Hispanic, like the Caribbean Hispanics, like Dominican, Puerto Ricans, they cool with. They want to be niggas. But those South American, they can't stand a nigga, man. Listen, all the white man had to say is go get them. They say yes, bots. You done.
Wait, Prince B, why you say C minus for? Why you say C minus?
That's the grade you got, man. That's the reason why you got it, man. C minus, man.
Why is that?
He said the Mexican guy told you he don't like niggas and that's your friend. How's that work?
No, he said that a lot of Mexicans don't like Black Americans, and a true friend would tell you the truth.
That's true. That's true.
Especially if you mess with one of their girls, because Mexican women love black men. Oh, they want to put you in a burrito, man. You know they they can't stand black men. But we stay online and fight a fictional
Yeah, y'all.
African all day.
When that Canelo versus Terrence Crawford thing was going on, and one
Oh,
right,
it
bro. They
was
was
hurt,
all in the
man.
comments.
Oh
It was
man,
all.
listen, they was drinking so much Modelo's. Them niggas they fell out, man. They was done. They was hurt, man. He said, "You let the American nigga. You let the American nigga."
It was a holiday too, man. For they was upset, boy.
Yeah, they was hot, man. But we gotta stop. That's the thing I don't like about the Bantu. The Bantu doesn't understand governance, how to work a functional government. No, anytime you see a bunch of Bantus, the shit gonna be fucked up, man. Governmental wise, right? It don't matter if that Bantu is America, the Caribbean, or Africa. Because Bantus just all Bantus want to do is party and bullshit. You know, they said that in the 60s. Bantu party and bullshit. When in some liquor, Bantu was happy, man. But government, that shit not gonna work. Mm-mm.
Man, I gotta go to sleep, man. This man, wow, it's funny, man. But yo, Kyle, yeah, like I said, I always tell you, man, it's about coordination over ego and saviorism. That's what's gonna help everybody. And the same thing goes for those who want to stay and those who want to go to Africa. Rather than being versus one another, they gotta learn to coordinate. You know what I mean? The nationalists and the what they call it, the globalists. I don't even know the terminology. They gotta learn how to coordinate. I mean, if you're Pan Africanist and you're Black nationalists, they're like cousins, man. You got to coordinate, and that's a part of the society. Some Haitians gonna want to go to Africa. Some Haitians gonna want to stay in Haiti. Some Haitians Jamaicans want to go to Africa. Some Jamaicans going to stay in Jamaica. So it goes back to coordination. You know, most people, they got big egos, and that's what hold them back. You know what I mean? They rather fight with one another than just to link up on where they link up at, and coordinate. I mean, and if you don't want to coordinate, the person with the better plan, he gonna come through and he gonna maximize on your shortcomings. But salute you, Colin, man. I'm out, man. I'm sleepy, man.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna end it. I gotta go do something important. Y'all take care. I'll see y'all next time. Good night.